Chapter 1, Patience. It was a shinobi's most vital weapon, second only to strategy. At least, that's what Kakashi Hitake had always believed. But after a full month of training Naruto Uzumaki, he was beginning to question the limits of his own endurance. Kakashi sat slouched in the shadowy corner of the rusty kunai, a weathered tavern tucked between training grounds and barracks, popular among chunin and jonin looking to unwind. Lanterns cast a warm, flickering glow across the cracked wooden beams and aged walls. The air was thick with the scent of grilled meat, old smoke, and sake, enough to dull the senses, though not nearly enough to soothe his nerves. Muted conversations drifted through the room, punctuated by the occasional clink of glass or bark of laughter. Kakashi barely registered any of it. One gloved hand cradled a cup of sake, half-finished and wholly ineffective, while his other rested on the table beside it. His visible eye was narrowed, staring absently at the slow rotation of the ceiling fan overhead. How could someone be so consistently terrible at the basics? Throwing kunai wasn't advanced. It wasn't even intermediate. It was the first thing students learned in the academy. And yet Naruto had a way of missing his targets so profoundly, it almost seemed deliberate. As if the boy was aiming for the trees just to make a point. Even Sakura, who had spent more time pining than practicing, could hit a target with decent consistency. Kakashi's eye narrowed slightly at the thought. He wasn't annoyed by the mistakes themselves, mistakes were natural, even expected. What grated at him was Naruto's complete disregard for form, for discipline, for the very foundation shinobi training was built upon. The boy fought like a wild animal, spirited, sure, but completely without technique. He could take a hit. That much was true. But Kakashi had known many shinobi who could take a hit. Most of them were dead. Pain tolerance wasn't a substitute for skill. It was a crutch. A dangerous one. And then there was the constant need to show off. Kakashi let out a quiet breath through his nose, placing the cup down with a soft clink. He could still see the ridiculous stunt Naruto had pulled earlier that day, flipping off a tree branch and nearly landing on his head, all in an attempt to impress Sakura. Sakura, who had rejected him more times than Kakashi cared to count. Why bother, he muttered under his breath. At least Obito had known when to quit. Eventually. Rin had never needed to punch him to knock sense into him, though she'd been tempted more than once. But Naruto? Rejection only seemed to make him more determined. Like a fire that only burned hotter the more you tried to stamp it out. His thoughts drifted, reluctantly, to the one student who didn't make his head ache. Sasuke. Out of the three, Sasuke was the only one who approached training with any real focus. Cold, methodical, determined. There was a darkness to him, yes, but it was a familiar one. It reminded Kakashi of himself, years ago, before the war had worn down the sharp edges of his youth. Training Sasuke was, in a strange way, like slipping into an old rhythm. It was easy. Natural. Then there was Sakura. He didn't dislike her, not really. But her attention was often split, too much of it wasted on sighs and sideways glances at Sasuke, not enough on her jutsu. In some ways, she reminded him of Rin. Thoughtful. Soft-spoken. Always watching. But where Rin had learned to balance her heart with her ambition, Sakura hadn't found that line yet. She had potential. She just hadn't figured out what to do with it. But Naruto. Kakashi exhaled slowly, running a hand through his silver hair as if he could smooth away the headache brewing beneath his scalp. The weariness weighed heavier now, more bone-deep. Naruto was nothing like his father. The thought came unbidden, and it struck harder than he expected. A dull ache settled in his chest, something between regret and reluctant disappointment. He shifted in his seat, the old wooden chair creaking under his weight. The low murmur of the tavern faded to a background hum, swallowed by memory. The fourth Hokage had been a natural. Sharp, graceful, commanding. A man who lit up every battlefield he touched, whose presence turned fear into hope. Kakashi had looked up to him, not just as a mentor, but as a hero. And Naruto couldn't even complete a leaf balancing exercise without falling on his face. It was almost funny, if it didn't sting so much. His thoughts were dragged back to that afternoon, a fresh memory still simmering in his mind. Another D-rank mission. Another test of his patience. The cat again. Tora, that insufferable little beast, and another round of bickering between Naruto and Sasuke that turned a simple retrieval into a full-blown spectacle. He could still hear Naruto's voice, loud, indignant, utterly convinced of his brilliance, as he argued with Sasuke over the best way to catch the animal. As if either of them had any real idea what they were doing. The worst part, they were starting to get under each other's skin. And that was dangerous. Kakashi closed his eye and pinched the bridge of his nose. The sake was no longer helping, it never really did. I should have just taken Sasuke as my apprentice, he thought bitterly. This whole team is a mess. Naruto's a mess. Kakashi, you look like you're about to fall apart. The voice was soft, tinged with playful concern, but it cut through the haze in his mind like a kunai. He blinked, glancing up just as Kurenai slid into the seat across from him. Her dark hair caught the golden light from the hanging lantern overhead, and her crimson eyes steadied him with a quiet, perceptive intensity. Asuma wasn't far behind. The Jonin pulled up a chair with his usual casual air and set a fresh bottle of sake on the table with a faint clank. A cloud of cigarette smoke lingered around him like a cloak, drifting lazily toward the ceiling. "Long day?" Asuma asked, though the smirk tugging at his lips and the look in his eyes made it clear he already knew the answer. Kakashi didn't sit up. He only leaned forward, resting his chin in his hand, the weight of exhaustion clear in the slope of his shoulders. "Long month," he said flatly, the words edged with dry sarcasm. The dim tavern light cast shadows across his face, but even behind the mask, it was obvious he was unraveling. His usual air of calm detachment was starting to fray at the edges. Beneath the stoic exterior, frustration simmered, quiet, sharp, and constant. The dull thrum of chatter filled the rusty kunai, the voices of other shinobi blurring together in the background. Laughter erupted from a nearby table, young Chunin celebrating a completed mission. Somewhere behind the bar, a kettle whistled. The room was alive, warm, and steeped in the familiar smell of roasted meat and burning tobacco. It should have been comforting. Instead, it made Kakashi feel more isolated. What did I do to deserve this team? The thought was bitter, surfacing before he could suppress it. He wasn't the type to indulge in self-pity, and he rarely entertained regret, but tonight, it lingered. Persistent. Nagging. Things would have been simpler if Naruto wasn't his responsibility. If he'd been given a different team. Or better yet, if he'd only taken Sasuke as his sole student. No shouting, no stunts, no irrational declarations of becoming Hokage shouted from rooftops. He looked down at his cup, the amber liquid inside catching the light. With a soft sigh, he reached for it again. Maybe another drink will help, he thought, though even that idea felt thin. No amount of sake could dull the kind of exhaustion that came with leading Team 7. Not the physical kind, but the mental toll of herding chaos, ambition, and teenage hormones wrapped in ninja headbands. And worst of all, they were just getting started. The rusty kunai pulsed with the easy rhythm of late-night chatter and shared exhaustion. Lanterns swung gently from the beams above, casting warm, flickering light across rough wooden tables and shadowed corners. The scent of grilled pork and sweet dango mingled with the earthy smoke of Asuma's ever-present cigarette. In the far corner, a pair of Chunin clumsily played cards, their laughter echoing too loud for the hour, but Kakashi barely noticed any of it. The din of the tavern dulled to a low hum beneath the pressure building behind his temples. The warm buzz of sake in his system did little to ease the tension coiled tight in his shoulders. He swirled the remaining liquid in his cup, watching the ripples move like thoughts he couldn't smooth out. Across the table, Kurenai's voice carried lightly over the noise as she brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "My team's fine, really," she said, though her sigh betrayed more weariness than she let on. "But none of them are suited for genjutsu. Not surprising, they're all buried in their clan techniques. It makes sense, but still." Kakashi offered a non-committal nod, eyes still fixed on his drink. Asuma exhaled a slow stream of smoke, a lazy grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Could be worse," he said, the cigarette dangling from his lips as he leaned back in his chair. "I've got an Ara who wants to sleep through life, an Akimichi who treats training sessions like snack time, and a Yamanaka who's pretty sure fate's punishing her for not ending up on Sasuke's team." Kurenai gave a light laugh, the kind shared among friends worn down by the same burden. Kakashi didn't join in. Their complaints sounded manageable. Mild, even. Nothing compared to what he dealt with. He tuned them out, letting their conversation drift into background noise as he leaned further back in his chair. The cup in his hand was cool, comforting in its weight. He stared into it, As if the pale liquid could offer some kind of answer. If only I could say the same about my team. Every word, every frustration Kurenai and Asuma voiced sounded like surface-level nuisances compared to the hurricane that was Naruto Uzumaki. Every training session was an uphill battle, every mission a chance for disaster. Kakashi didn't realize the bitterness rising in his throat until the words left his mouth, low and sharp. "I wish I didn't have Naruto on my team," he muttered, the confession slipping out too easily. It hung in the air between them, heavy and unfiltered. He tilted his cup and downed the last of the sake in a single swallow. It burned on the way down, but not nearly enough. Asuma raised a brow at the statement, his smirk returning with a quiet hum of amusement. "Well, that's what you get for taking the dead last," he said casually, as though commenting on the weather. His shrug was loose, indifferent. "All I know about him is what's in the academy records." Kurenai's expression shifted, her smile fading as the weight of Kakashi's words settled between them. Her crimson eyes narrowed, glinting with something firmer than mere disagreement. "I don't think Naruto-san is that bad," she said at last, her voice calm but edged with quiet steel. There was no judgment in her tone, only conviction. The tavern's warmth seemed to dim around her. The noise of the room carried on, muffled laughter, the rattle of dice from a nearby table, but the conversation at their little corner table had taken a heavier turn. "I was one of his academy instructors once," she continued, folding her hands neatly in her lap. "Just for a short time, back when I was still a chunin. He was loud, yes. Craved attention. But can you really blame him?" Her gaze lingered on the sake bottle, unfocused, as if staring through it. "People either ignored him or treated him like a stain on their lives. Like he didn't belong." Her words faltered for a moment, and the tension in her shoulders deepened. A memory flickered behind her eyes, one she clearly didn't revisit often. "There was an incident," she said quietly, barely above the hum of conversation around them. "He placed first in his class that term. The older instructors didn't like it. One of them locked him in a classroom and—" her jaw tightened, the words thick with restrained anger. "They let the adults, civilians, come in. Let them beat him. Said it would teach him humility." Asuma froze mid-drag on his cigarette. Kurenai's voice had grown brittle, like thin glass held together by control alone. "I stopped it," she said, shaking her head slightly. "But it was enough to make me quit the academy. I couldn't stand by and pretend it was okay. After that, I always suspected something was off. Sabotage, maybe. He shouldn't have been the dead last. Not after that." A heavy silence followed her words, thick enough to press down on the table itself. Kakashi stared at his cup, then set it down with a soft thud. The sound was quiet, but final. "Sabotaged or not," he said, his voice low and clipped, "he's useless now." His eye didn't waver, and neither did the bitterness in his tone. "He can't do anything right. He doesn't think before he acts. He doesn't learn. And to be honest..." He leaned forward slightly, voice dropping into something colder. "I think the third passed him out of pity. If he doesn't start improving soon, I'm filing a formal request. Either he gets pulled from the shinobi roster or reassigned to the reserves. He's not cut out for this." The table went still. Kurenai didn't speak. Asuma's smile had vanished, but Kakashi didn't notice. He was already reaching for the bottle, pouring himself another drink. The sharp scent of sake filled the space between them, but it did little to mask the tension or the quiet fracture that had opened in the air. "Well," came a voice from behind, low and deceptively cheerful, "that's quite an assessment, Kakashi." The words cut through the air like a blade, crisp and deliberate. Kakashi's hand froze mid-pour. A thin stream of sake overflowed the rim of his cup, trailing across the wood like a nervous sweat. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled. He didn't need to turn to know who it was. That voice, rich, unbothered on the surface, but sharp underneath, could only belong to one man. Jiraiya of the Sannin. Slowly, Kakashi shifted in his seat, lifting his eye to the tall figure now standing in the doorway. The soft glow of the tavern's lanterns caught on the man's mane of wild, white hair, casting shadows that danced across the lines of his face. His usual wide grin was in place, but those who truly knew Jiraiya could see the difference. The smile didn't reach his eyes. Not even close. There was a quiet storm behind that gaze, an undercurrent of restrained fury, simmering beneath a carefully constructed mask of levity. Jiraiya's stance was loose, easy, but Kakashi could feel the tension radiating from him like heat from a fire. "I was going to wait a little longer before stepping in," Jiraiya said, his tone calm, almost too calm. "But it seems like you've already decided Naruto isn't worth your time." The room had gone completely still. Even the background noise, the idle chatter, the clinking of glasses, seemed to fade under the weight of the moment. "So I'll be taking my godson now." The words struck like a slap. "Wait, Jiraiya-sama," Kakashi started, rising halfway out of his seat, the sudden crack in his composure evident in his voice. But the words came out too fast, too unsteady. His thoughts were already scrambling to form some kind of explanation, something to pull back the moment. But it was too late. Jiraiya disappeared in an instant. One flicker of movement, and he was gone, like a gust of wind through an open window. Only the soft sway of the tavern door, left ajar in his wake, proved he'd been there at all. Silence descended again, heavier now. Kurenai stood slowly, her chair scraping softly against the floor. Her face gave nothing away, calm, unreadable, but her voice carried a chill. "Well, Kakashi," she said, gathering her things with quiet finality, "looks like you got your wish." She didn't look back as she walked out, her dark silhouette vanishing into the shadows of the street. Asuma stayed seated, slowly leaning back in his chair. He let out a low whistle and took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke that curled up toward the rafters. "Well," he said, turning his head to glance at Kakashi with a crooked smirk, "looks like you're screwed. And I wouldn't want to be you when Jiraiya gives the Hokage a full report." Kakashi didn't respond. He stared down at the now empty cup in his hand, the weight of it unfamiliar, heavy. The sharp scent of sake lingered in the air, but it no longer warmed him. "What have I done?" The next day, morning broke over Konoha with a hush rather than a flourish. Soft light filtered through the clouds, casting the village in a muted gray. The streets were quiet, damp from an early drizzle that still clung to rooftops and leaves in gentle droplets. Naruto woke earlier than usual. Something felt off. It wasn't the light or the weather, he was used to sleeping through storms and sunlight alike. No, this was something else. A feeling in his gut, uneasy and heavy. He stretched slowly, his limbs still sluggish with sleep, and made his way to the small kitchenette of his apartment, scratching at his unruly hair. The scent of rice just beginning to cook filled the air when a soft, unexpected knock echoed at the door. Naruto blinked. He wasn't used to polite knocks. Most people didn't even bother. They banged or shouted or just ignored him entirely. Cautious, he moved to the door and cracked it open. His eyes widened. Ananbu, a tall woman, stood before him, long violet hair spilling over her shoulders in sleek waves. Her mask, white with cat-like features, obscured her face, but not the aura of calm she carried. Most Anbu, when forced to interact with him, treated him like something unpleasant to step around. This one didn't. Her posture was relaxed, her gaze steady. "Naruto-san," she said softly, her voice level but not cold. "The Hokage is waiting for you at the mansion." His heart skipped a beat. "The old man?" he asked before he could stop himself. "What does he want this early? Did I mess something up again?" The thought hit fast and hard. Had he broken a rule? Failed too badly on yesterday's mission? Was this about Kakashi? He shook the feeling off with a rough exhale, grabbing his jacket from the hook by the door. The Anbu didn't push or prod. She simply turned and began walking, and Naruto followed, glancing around as they made their way through the waking streets of the village. What surprised him more than her presence was where she led him. Straight inside the Hokage mansion. No waiting outside. No suspicious stares from the guards. No awkward silence while someone checked if the Hokage was available. Just a smooth, uninterrupted walk through the front doors and down the quiet halls. It was such a small thing, but to Naruto, it felt different. Like respect. Or at least, like he wasn't being treated like an afterthought. He smiled up at her, the smallest flicker of warmth rising in his chest. "Thanks, Cat-chan." The Anbu tilted her head at the nickname, her mask giving nothing away, but she offered a slight nod in return. "He's waiting for you inside." Naruto hesitated for only a second before pushing the door open. The Hokage's office was as he remembered, bathed in soft morning light spilling through the wide windows, casting long beams across shelves lined with old tomes, scrolls, and relics of past ages. The faint scent of ink and burning tobacco lingered in the air, a quiet constant that came with the presence of the third. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, as always, buried in mountains of paperwork. His robes were crisp, his expression measured, but his tired eyes lifted with quiet warmth the moment Naruto entered. What Naruto wasn't expecting was the man standing beside him. Tall, broad-shouldered, unmistakable. The stranger's spiky white hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail, and his red haori hung open over a mesh shirt and heavy slacks. A massive scroll was strapped to his back, nearly the size of Naruto himself. His whole presence felt larger than life, like he just walked off the set of some old samurai flick. Naruto blinked, then squinted suspiciously. "Sup, old man," he said, crossing his arms and nodding at the Hokage. "Why'd you call me here? And who's the weird guy with the white hair?" The moment the words left his mouth, the tall man recoiled as if struck. "Weird? Weird?" he shouted, stumbling back with the dramatics of a stage actor before collapsing face first to the floor in exaggerated despair. "This generation has no respect." Naruto tilted his head. That was fast, he thought. This guy's a weirdo for sure. The Hokage chuckled, his shoulders shaking ever so slightly with amusement as he folded his hands over his desk. "Naruto-kun, how did you know Jiraiya is how should I say? A unique individual?" Naruto smirked and tapped a finger against his temple with mock pride. "I saw him years ago," he announced. "I was sneaking around the hot springs, trying to get inspiration for a new jutsu, and there he was. Talking to himself about how Konoha has the most gifted women." He even raised his hands to make air quotes, his unimpressed tone making it clear that whatever admiration Jiraiya might have hoped for, he wasn't getting it here. Jiraiya lifted his head with an anguished look of betrayal. "Not even the kids respect me anymore," he wailed, clutching his chest like he'd been mortally wounded. The third Hokage sighed, muttering something under his breath about the moral decline of legendary shinobi. His fingers ghosted over one of the nearby scrolls, a weary expression flickering across his face. "I still can't believe this brat invented that absurd sexy jutsu. And even worse," he thought grimly, "I fell for it once. That's definitely going into the scroll of sealing." "Wait. Sexy jutsu?" Jiraiya's head snapped up like a hound catching the scent of prey. The glint in his eyes sharpened with sudden, unfiltered interest. "What's this about a sexy jutsu?" he asked, voice brimming with anticipation as a single drop of blood trickled from one nostril. His imagination clearly wasted no time painting vivid pictures in his mind, each one more ridiculous than the last. Naruto blinked, already regretting bringing it up. The third Hokage coughed pointedly, his tone laced with warning. "Enough." His steely gaze cut across the room toward Jiraiya, who was still caught somewhere between perversion and fascination. Even from outside the office, the subtle presence of the Anbu seemed to sharpen, as if they too were glaring through the door. Hiruzen sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Jiraiya, didn't you have something important to tell Naruto?" he asked, his voice now heavy with impatience. "Let's stay on topic." Jiraiya flinched at the reprimand but quickly straightened his posture. He wiped his nose on the back of his wrist and adopted a more composed expression. The shift was subtle but real, playfulness giving way to gravity, though the remnants of his usual grin lingered. "Right," he said, his voice lower now. "Naruto, there's something you need to know." His gaze locked with the boy's, unblinking, direct. "I'm Jiraiya," he began, "one of the three legendary Sannin. And I'm also your godfather." Silence settled over the room like a heavy fog. Naruto stared at him, blinking slowly, his brow beginning to furrow. "You're my what?" "I'm your godfather," Jiraiya repeated, firmer this time. The words hung in the air, heavier than the boy had expected. They didn't settle. They hit. And then, Naruto moved. Without warning, he lunged forward, hurling himself across the office with enough force to shake the furniture. His small frame crashed into Jiraiya's chest with a thud, fists clenching tightly in the red fabric of the man's haori. "Where the hell have you been?" His voice cracked, part rage, part grief, but there was no mistaking the ache that bled through the sound. Jiraiya didn't stumble. Despite the impact, he remained still, arms loose at his sides, letting the boy strike and shout without resistance. Naruto's voice dropped to a whisper, hoarse and sharp. "Where have you been?" Each word landed with precision, like kunai driven into soft earth. Jiraiya's expression shifted again. The smile vanished. The mask slipped. His eyes, once so full of mirth and mischief, now looked older. Tired. Regretful. "Because I was busy, Naruto," he said softly. "Busy keeping the village safe. After the Ninetales attacked, Konoha was exposed. Weak. If I hadn't been out there spreading misinformation, making sure the world didn't know just how vulnerable we were, this village wouldn't have lasted." He let the silence stretch. "I did it for everyone's sake." Naruto's grip loosened, but he didn't move away. He stayed close, his hands still clenched in Jiraiya's robes, as if afraid the man would vanish again if he let go. His eyes never left Jiraiya's face. He was still waiting. Jiraiya hesitated. The words sat heavy on his tongue, reluctant to surface. "But that's not the only reason," he murmured, his voice trailing into the stillness of the Hokage's office. He looked at Naruto, really looked this time. The boy stood there, radiating raw energy and guarded hurt, his fists clenched at his sides, brows drawn low. That spiky blonde hair was unmistakable. So were the eyes, sharp, vivid blue, piercing in a way that stole breath. Minato's eyes, but the fire behind them? That spark, that barely contained storm of emotion, that was Kushina. Through and through. Her fire, her tenacity, her unwillingness to back down even when the world seemed stacked against her. It hurt. Seeing them both so clearly in Naruto's face, in the way he stood, demanded answers. It made Jiraiya ache in places he'd buried for years. "What other reason?" Naruto asked, his tone sharper now. He'd stepped back, just slightly, but his gaze didn't waver. There was no fear in it, just expectation. "And hurt." Jiraiya exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair. "Because I'm not the parenting type, Naruto." The words were honest, unvarnished. "If I'd taken you with me after the Ninetales, your life would have been even harder. I'm always on the road. In and out of danger. Always one misstep from being hunted. That's not a life for a kid." His voice dropped slightly, rough at the edges. "You deserve better than that." Naruto's expression twisted, disbelief flashing first, then anger, then something far more fragile. His voice cracked when he spoke again, low and bitter. "So you left me in a village where people hate me instead?" The question landed like a kunai. Jiraiya flinched but didn't look away. He met Naruto's gaze head-on, unwilling to dodge the weight of that truth. "I won't make excuses," he said quietly. "I made the best decision I could at the time. But I know it wasn't enough." Then, slowly, he crouched, bringing himself to Naruto's level, not as a legendary shinobi, not as a Sannin, but as something simpler. Something real. "I'm here now, Naruto. I know I can undo the past. But I want to make things right. I want to train you, not just as a shinobi." His voice softened, sincere. "As your godfather." Naruto's eyes shimmered, not with tears, but with something harder to name. Conflict churned beneath the surface as he stared at the man in front of him. For a moment, Jiraiya braced himself, ready for a punch, or a shout, or even for Naruto to turn and walk away. But instead, the boy muttered under his breath, his jaw set. "Fine. But if you're training me, you'd better not hold back. I don't want any of that soft godfather stuff." Jiraiya blinked, then barked out a laugh, loud and unfiltered, echoing through the room like a burst of sunlight through clouds. "Deal, brat. Deal." The third Hokage watched the exchange with a faint, wistful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The boy's defiant resolve, Jiraiya's softening heart, it stirred something in him that had long been dulled by years of bureaucracy and regret. For the first time in longer than he cared to admit, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt something rare. Hope. Maybe, he thought, Naruto finally has the support he's always needed. That fragile sense of peace was short-lived. "Wait," Naruto blurted out, his voice cutting through the quiet that had settled. "What about Team 7? What's gonna happen to them if I leave?" The question hung in the air like a suspended breath. There was uncertainty in it, hesitation, but also something else. Attachment. Despite the tension, despite the stinging comments from Kakashi, despite the way Sasuke looked down on him or how Sakura barely acknowledged him outside of eye rolls, Naruto couldn't imagine not being part of that team. They were his first squad. His first place. The third Hokage exhaled slowly, folding his hands atop the polished surface of his desk. His aged face looked even older under the soft morning light, the creases around his mouth and eyes more pronounced than ever. "Naruto," He began, his voice steady but heavy. "Jiraiya overheard a conversation yesterday, between Kakashi and the other Jonin-sensei." Naruto's brows pinched together. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" The words hit something low in his chest, a tension that had always been there but now pulled tight, like a wire ready to snap. He wanted to be surprised. He really did, but he wasn't. Not completely. Kakashi never really looked at him the way he did Sasuke. During training, his size came quicker, his patience thinner. And when Naruto failed, missed a throw, botched a technique, he could feel it. That quiet disappointment. That look that said, "Why are you even here?" "It's not my fault," Naruto thought bitterly, his chest tightening. "How am I supposed to get better when everything's already stacked against me?" The memories rose like a tide, uninvited and unforgiving. Just getting basic ninja tools had been a nightmare. His kunai and shuriken were junk, dull-edged, off-balance, the cheapest stuff on the market. He remembered standing in the weapons shop, counting out crumpled real bills with shaking hands. That one set had cost him nearly 5 months' worth of rent. After that, it had been nothing but 1 cup of instant ramen a day, for an entire month. His fists clenched at his sides, jaw tight. "No one knows what I had to trade just to show up with the same gear as everyone else." And taijutsu? That was an even crueler joke. Every time he tried to mirror the standard academy forms, his body refused to cooperate. The stances felt off, forced, like trying to wear armor that didn't belong to him. He remembered the laughter, the taunts from the other students. "What kind of fighting style is that?" They said it with smirks, with sneers. No one ever told him what he was doing wrong. Eventually, he stopped asking. So he'd figured it out on his own. He moved the way he had to, rough, improvised, unrefined. A scrappy, brawler's rhythm born from instinct and desperation. It wasn't graceful. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. "Naruto," Jiraiya's voice cut through the storm of thoughts swirling in the boy's head. His tone was firm, blunt, with no room left for sugarcoating. "Kakashi said he doesn't think you're worth being on his team. Or even good enough to be a shinobi." The words landed like a kunai to the chest. Naruto froze. His breath caught in his throat as if someone had knocked the air from his lungs. His wide, disbelieving eyes locked onto Jiraiya's, searching for anything, that said it was a mistake. A cruel joke. A lie. But Jiraiya didn't flinch. Didn't soften. He stood solid, unwavering, because Naruto deserved the truth, even if it hurt. What?" Naruto whispered, the sound brittle, stripped of its usual boisterous energy. His voice cracked as it slipped past his lips, barely louder than a breath. Jiraiya continued, his expression resolute. "He doesn't see your value, Naruto. But that's his mistake. I do. That's why, from this moment forward, you're my student. Team 7 will continue without you. Kakashi can focus on Sasuke and Sakura." He paused, letting the weight of the moment settle. "You, on the other hand," he said, his voice quieter now but no less intense, "are coming with me." Naruto's head dropped. His shoulders sagged beneath the invisible weight pressing down on them. For a moment, he said nothing. The quiet was thick, filled only with the faint rustle of papers and the distant creak of the office windows shifting with the breeze. "I knew Kakashi-sensei didn't like me. But not worth being a shinobi?" The thought twisted inside him, cold and sharp. All his life, he'd clawed for recognition, pushed himself to the brink just to be seen. To matter. And now, even his own teacher, the one who was supposed to guide him, didn't believe in him. But then, something in Jiraiya's words broke through the haze. "He sees my value. He wants to train me." That single flicker of belief, real belief, sparked something within him. Naruto slowly lifted his head, and though his throat still burned, there was a fire growing in his eyes. Bright. Defiant. "Okay," he said, his voice clearer now, more solid. "I'll do it. I'll be your student, Uro-sennin." Jiraiya's brows twitched. "Uro-sennin?" he repeated, his moment of gravity promptly shattered. "Show some respect, brat. It's Jiraiya-sensei." A faint smirk curled at the edge of Naruto's lips. "You're not fooling anyone. You're still a pervert." Jiraiya sputtered, clearly caught between indignation and exasperated amusement. From behind his desk, the third Hokage cleared his throat, his calm voice cutting through the exchange like a bell. "Jiraiya," he said, drawing both their gazes, "if you're taking Naruto out of the village, what's your plan?" The moment shifted again, Sobering. Jiraiya straightened, the teasing edge vanishing from his face. His tone was all business now. "We'll be gone for a few months, minimum. I need to check in with one of my informants." And he paused, casting a glance toward the Hokage. Their eyes met, something unspoken passed between them. "And I need to consult with Tsunade about Naruto's health." Naruto's brows drew together, confusion etched across his face. "Huh? What does my health have to do with this?" The room had shifted again, this time into something more serious, something Naruto wasn't sure how to feel about. The pace of the conversation was moving faster than he could keep up with, and it left him feeling like he was 2 steps behind. His eyes darted between Jiraiya and the Hokage. "Wait, we're leaving the village? Like, leaving? For months?" Jiraiya turned to face him fully, his expression calm but unwavering. "Yes, Naruto," he said. "You've never been beyond the walls of Konoha, have you?" Naruto shook his head slowly. "No, but, what about Hiruka-sensei? And Ayame? And Tucci?" His voice dipped, unsure. "I don't know if I want to leave them behind for that long." Even now, after everything. Those were the few people who'd always been kind to him. Who made this place feel like home, even when the rest of the village didn't. Jiraiya's gaze softened at that, the faintest crease of empathy lining his face. "I get it, kid," he said gently. "It's tough, leaving people who actually care. But this is important. I need to take you to Tsunade." His tone darkened, serious now. The warmth in his eyes didn't fade, but it took on a weight Naruto hadn't heard before. "Especially after what I've read in those hospital reports." A cold, uneasy chill crept into Naruto's stomach. He knew, of course he knew, the hospital staff didn't like him. Most of them avoided eye contact. Some outright refused to treat him unless Iruka was there to press the issue. But hearing Jiraiya speak about it so plainly made that quiet truth feel bigger. Heavier. Naruto's voice wavered. "What reports?" It was the Hokage who answered, his tone composed but grave. "Naruto, there have been incidents in the past. Times where certain medical staff failed to treat your injuries correctly." He paused. "In fact," he continued, voice lowering slightly, "there were occasions where it appears they may have tried to harm you." Naruto's heart stuttered. "Tried to what?" he asked sharply, his voice rising with disbelief. The words hit like shrapnel, hot, sharp, unreal. Jiraiya's jaw tensed, his eyes narrowing. "Exactly," he said flatly. "That's why I'm taking you to Tsunade. I want to make sure there's no permanent damage. And I want to make damn sure no one ever gets the chance to hurt you like that again." The fire behind his words left no room for argument. It wasn't just concern, it was a promise. A threat to anyone who dared cross that line again. Naruto swallowed hard, his throat dry. He looked down, his hands curled into fists at his sides. Anger, confusion, betrayal, all of it swirled inside him, heavy and restless. "All this time. And no one told me?" It was like a curtain being yanked back, revealing just how deep the shadows had gone. The truth had been buried beneath years of silence. Now it stood in the open, raw and ugly. He didn't like any of this, but he could see it in their faces, Jiraiya's, the Hokage's. This wasn't a joke. It wasn't pity. It was real. Naruto looked up again. His voice was quieter now, but steady. "All right," he said, nodding. "Let's do it." Jiraiya's grin returned, wide and proud. He clapped a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder. "That's the spirit, kid. You and I are gonna show this village what you're really capable of." The third Hokage nodded, though the lines etched deep into his face spoke of burdens words couldn't express. His eyes followed Naruto as the boy disappeared down the hallway, the echo of his footsteps fading behind the swinging door. "Dunzo and the elders will have my head for this," Hiruzen thought grimly, his fingers curling slightly atop the desk. "But this is what's best, for Naruto, for his future. And for Konoha." "Meet me at the front gate in an hour, kid," Jiraiya said, tossing a small cloth pouch through the air. Naruto caught it with both hands, surprised by the unexpected weight. He blinked down at it, giving it a quick shake. The sound of coins clinking together immediately lit up his expression. "What's this?" he asked, curiosity already turning into excitement. "It's some cash," Jiraiya replied with a wave of his hand. "Enough for food and whatever else you need. Pack your things, enough for a few months. And grab some ramen before we leave." Think of it as a farewell bowl. A grin broke across Naruto's face, wide and boyish. "Got it, Uro-sennin," he said with mock precision, giving a playful salute before dashing out the door in a blur of orange and enthusiasm. The door creaked back and forth for a moment before settling shut behind him. The office was quieter now. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. His hands came to rest on the armrests, heavy with more than just age. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was loaded with everything that hadn't been said aloud. He turned to Jiraiya, his voice low. "I'll speak to Kakashi later," he said. "You just make sure Naruto stays safe." Jiraiya offered a crooked smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Don't worry," he said. "I plan to stick close to him. I've got some old informants to check in with, and Tsunade's going to need time to look Naruto over properly." His fingers scratched the back of his head, sheepish. "She's going to kill me for not telling her about Naruto sooner. Honestly, she might beat the crap out of me for it." Hiruzen gave a soft chuckle, though it was tinged with fatigue. "She won't stop with you. If she sees the hospital records, I wouldn't blame her for snapping my neck first." Jiraiya's smile faded, his face growing grim. "Yeah. Those records," he murmured. His jaw tightened. "I almost lost it reading them. The fact that nurses and doctors could look at a child and treat him like that, like he was disposable." His fists clenched at his sides. "They're lucky I didn't gut them." Hiruzen nodded slowly, each word heavy with guilt. "I should have stepped in sooner," he said quietly. "I let the council run too much. I let their fear and politics blind me. I won't forgive myself for that." The words hung in the air like the lingering scent of smoke after a fire. Jiraiya tried to break the weight with a dry smile. "Well, at least we'll get matching hospital beds when she's done pounding the hell out of us." That earned a real laugh from the Hokage, tired, weathered, but genuine. The kind that only came from two old friends who had survived too much together. They sat for a long moment in the stillness, a shared silence that spoke of regret, of understanding, and the faintest hope that maybe, just maybe, they were starting to put things right. Meanwhile, with Naruto sprinted through the village streets, the wind tugging at his jacket and the morning sun casting long shadows behind him. The rooftops of Konoha blurred past, familiar buildings standing like quiet sentinels as he raced toward his apartment. His door creaked open under the force of his entrance, and Naruto didn't slow down. He moved with practiced speed, pulling an old, faded book bag from the corner. The zipper stuck for a second, but he yanked it open and began stuffing it with the essentials: 2 changes of clothes, a patched-up jacket, and a well-worn scarf folded with surprising care. He tossed in Gama-chan, his trusted frog-shaped coin purse, giving it a brief squeeze before dropping it between the clothes. Then came his weapons pouch. He took a quick inventory, a few kunai, dulled at the edges from repeated sharpening, and several shuriken, some chipped, all old. Not much. But it was what he had. Naruto paused for a moment, standing in the middle of his room. The place was small, cramped. The wallpaper peeled at the edges, and the ceiling groaned when the wind picked up. But still, it was his. His stomach growled loudly, snapping him from the quiet. "Ramen first," he muttered, grabbing the bag and slinging it over his shoulder. Uro-sennin's orders. The streets were beginning to come alive as he made his way toward Ichiraku Ramen, merchants opening shopfronts, mothers calling after their kids, shinobi moving with urgency toward their assignments. But Naruto walked with something different in his step. Not urgency. Not even excitement. Purpose. The familiar wooden sign of Ichiraku came into view, and as always, the moment he stepped beneath the awning, he was met with a comforting aroma of broth, spices, and warm noodles. The scent wrapped around him like a welcome home hug. His face lit up. "Hey, Ayame-nichan. Old man Tucci," he called, slipping onto his usual stool at the counter. Ayame glanced up from behind the counter, her smile immediate and bright. "Good to see you, Naruto-kun." Her eyes flicked to the bag resting at his side, and a curious expression crossed her face. "Heading somewhere?" "Yup." Naruto grinned, leaning forward with pride swelling in his voice. "I'm leaving the village for a few months to train with my new sensei." Ayame tilted her head, her brow lifting just slightly. "New sensei? What about Team 7? Naruto's grin widened, pride swelling in his chest. The words were already forming on his tongue, ready to spill out in a triumphant announcement, until a voice cut through the air like a blade, cool and familiar, laced with that ever-present condescension. "What's this nonsense about a new sensei, Dobi?" The air seemed to shift. Naruto groaned aloud, the warmth in his chest immediately evaporating. Of course he had to show up now, he didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The tone, the timing, it was signature Uchiha. "What do you want, Sasuke team?" he muttered, his back still to the door. Sasuke strolled into the shop with the same effortless arrogance he always carried, his hands buried in his pockets, shoulders loose, eyes already narrowed with suspicion. "I came to drag you to the team meeting you forgot about," he said casually, though his smirk hinted he knew Naruto hadn't forgotten anything. "But now you're here, running your mouth with some ridiculous story. Kakashi-sensei didn't say anything about you getting a new sensei, let alone leaving the village." Naruto spun on the stool, the legs of his chair scraping the floor. His expression darkened, glare sharp beneath furrowed brows. "That's because I'm not on Team 7 anymore, idiot," he snapped. "I have a new sensei. And he's taking me out of the village to train." Sasuke's easy smirk faltered, "Not much, but enough." It flickered for the briefest moment before returning, tighter this time. Less amused. "What?" he said, flatly. "You're lying. No one would waste their time teaching the dead last." Naruto's fists clenched on his knees, knuckles whitening. There it is again. That old, familiar sting in Sasuke's voice. The way he always said dead last like it was Naruto's name. Like it defined him. "Well, it just so happens," Naruto growled, rising to his feet now, his voice loud and clear, "that my new sensei isn't just anyone. He's Jiraiya. One of the legendary Sannin." Ayame gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. From the back, Tucci glanced over with a knowing smile, saying nothing, but his eyes crinkled in quiet approval. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood motionless, the name hanging between them like a drawn blade. His smirk shifted, less of a grin now, more of a twitch at the corner of his lips. Something colder. Sharper. "There's no way," Sasuke snapped, the calm in his voice fracturing as something sharper flared behind his eyes. His smirk had vanished completely now, replaced with a dark scowl and a flash of unmistakable jealousy. "Why would one of the Sannin choose you? What could you possibly offer him?" His voice dripped with disbelief, but beneath that, just beneath, was a question he couldn't voice. "Why not me?" Naruto didn't turn around. He didn't need to. Instead, he waved a hand over his shoulder with casual defiance and leaned back against the counter, completely at ease. "Think whatever you want, team," he said with a grin. "Next time you see me, I'll be stronger than you. Just you wait." The words weren't loud, but they carried. Sasuke's fists clenched at his sides, tight enough that his knuckles cracked. "Stronger than me?" The thought struck deep, irritating and impossible to ignore. He'd trained harder than anyone, studied relentlessly, mastered techniques with precision. And yet Naruto, the fool, the dropout, the dead last, was getting personal training from a Sannin? It made no sense. "Why is this idiot getting the kind of training I need?" Sasuke's glare burned into Naruto's back, his mind already churning with plans, how to confront Kakashi, how to demand an explanation, a fix, anything. But before he could speak again, the soft thunk of a knife hitting wood snapped through the tension. Tucci had stepped out from the kitchen, a large chef's knife in one hand and a half-peeled carrot in the other. His face was calm, but his eyes held a warning. "No fighting in my shop, boys," he said evenly. The silence that followed was brief but biting. Sasuke's jaw tightened. He met the older man's gaze for a moment, then scoffed under his breath. "Whatever," he muttered, turning on his heel. "There's no way you'll ever surpass me, loser." He stalked out of the shop, the door swinging shut behind him with a sharp clang, already replaying the conversation in his head, already preparing for his next move. Naruto didn't even look up. He just smiled as Ayame placed a steaming bowl of ramen in front of him. "Thanks, Ayame-nichan," he said brightly, the irritation from a moment ago dissolving the instant the scent of miso and noodles hit him. "You're welcome, Naruto-kun," she replied, though her voice was a touch softer than before. Her smile lingered, warm but touched with worry as she watched him dive into his food. "I hope this new teacher can help him," she thought. "He's already been through so much." Training Ground 7. The late morning sun filtered through the canopy above, its golden light streaming in broken patterns across the clearing. The air was warm, The soft rustle of leaves carried on a gentle breeze that stirred the grass and fluttered the edges of the red training posts. Birds chirped somewhere in the distance, their melodies faint beneath the mounting tension in the air. Sakura Haruno stood near the edge of the clearing, arms folded tightly over her chest, one foot tapping out a rhythm of pure frustration against the dusty ground. Her gaze swept over the training field, though it wasn't focused on anything, or anyone. Her glare was simply there, aimed at the world. "Where the hell is Naruto Baka?" she snapped, her voice slicing through the stillness like a thrown kunai. Her shrill complaint echoed for a moment before being swallowed by the forest around them. A few startled birds took flight from the trees. The irritation on her face was palpable, her brows knitted, lips pursed in a tight frown. She shifted slightly, making sure she remained in the shade of a nearby tree. The sunlight glinted off her pink hair, casting a soft glow around her. But any trace of serenity was undone by the scowl on her face. Sweat clung to the back of her neck, and she brushed at it with a grimace. "I am not going to look like some sweaty pig in front of Sasuke-kun." Her indignation burned hotter than the sun overhead. High above, perched like a shadow in the crook of a tall tree, Kakashi Hatake sat with one knee bent, the other leg dangling lazily over the branch. A familiar orange book rested in his gloved hands, each a paradise, worn and well-loved, but his eye wasn't scanning the pages. Not really. He turned another page with robotic ease, though his gaze remained distant, unfocused. Despite knowing the book nearly word for word, he hadn't absorbed a single sentence since he cracked it open. Sakura's complaining didn't help, but it wasn't what unsettled him. It was something else. Something heavier. The rusty kunai. The thought crept in uninvited, dragging with it the sour taste of regret. His words from the night before echoed in the back of his mind, sharp, careless things born from irritation and sake. Words he hadn't meant to hit so hard. And yet, they had. "He doesn't belong on my team. He's not cut out to be a shinobi." The memory made his stomach twist. Sure, he'd been frustrated. Exhausted, even. But that didn't excuse how cruel it sounded when said aloud, how final. The bitterness in his voice hadn't just exposed his doubt. It had revealed a fracture in his role as a sensei. A fracture that, maybe, couldn't be undone. He exhaled through his nose, the wind stirring the pages in his book. Regret wasn't something he wore openly. But today, it clung to him like a second shadow. Kakashi sighed, the breath slipping out slowly as he turned another page of his book. The words blurred together, lines of text melting into shapes he didn't bother to decipher. His mind wasn't on reading. Still no sign of Naruto. "Where is that idiot?" shouted Sakura. He'd been gone all morning, and Kakashi had long since grown tired of Sakura's whining. Eventually, he'd sent Sasuke to track the boy down, hoping it might diffuse some of the tension in the clearing, or at least distract Sasuke from snapping at his teammate. Now, he could feel the Uchiha's chakra approaching from beyond the tree line, spiked and restless, laced with anger and something deeper, more volatile. Frustration, maybe. Jealousy. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura's voice rang out the moment he came into view, high-pitched and giddy with sudden excitement. Her irritation vanished like mist in the morning sun, replaced with syrupy sweetness as she ran up to him, practically bouncing on her heels. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her green eyes wide and shining. As if just seeing him was a blessing from the heavens. Kakashi landed lightly on the ground before them, dropping from the tree without so much as a stir of dust. His usual calm expression remained intact, though his eyes sharpened as he took in Sasuke's posture, the tension coiled in his shoulders, the fire behind his narrowed gaze. "Where's Naruto?" Kakashi asked, his tone deceptively casual. Sasuke didn't answer right away. He stopped a few paces from them, his fists clenched at his sides, jaw taut. Then, his voice, low and laced with fury. "Why the hell is he apprenticed to Jiraiya of the Sannin?" The words exploded from him like a detonated tag, echoing through the quiet forest. "What?" Sakura shrieked, her jaw falling open. She turned to Kakashi, eyes wide with disbelief. "You mean that Jiraiya?" Kakashi said nothing, but inwardly, the news hit with a weight he hadn't expected. Jiraiya took Naruto? That wasn't part of the plan. The Hokage had mentioned a reassignment. He assumed it would be a temporary transfer, maybe another Jonin stepping in, nothing more. But handing Naruto off to one of the most legendary shinobi in Konoha's history? Hiruzen didn't waste any time, Kakashi thought grimly. "Kakashi." Sasuke barked, stepping forward. His voice rose, cracking slightly under the weight of his emotion. "This is wrong. I'm the one who needs to train under Jiraiya. I'm the one who has to get stronger, not that loser." His breath came faster now, fists trembling at his sides, knuckles white. "That's right." Sakura chimed in quickly, her voice shrill and breathless. She stepped closer to Sasuke, nodding with fervor. "Sasuke-kun deserves to be the student of Jiraiya-sama." Her eyes sparkled, not with curiosity, but something far more manic, more hopeful. This is it, she thought, her mind already spiraling. With Naruto gone, Team 7 can finally be what it was meant to be. Just Sasuke-kun and me. I'll be the only one by his side. It's destiny. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed as it shifted toward Sasuke, studying him with quiet intensity. "Who told you this?" Sasuke didn't hesitate. "The loser himself," he snapped, his voice clipped and sharp. "He was at that ramen shop he always hangs out in, bragging about it like he's some kind of big shot. Said he's leaving the village to train. Outside the village." His lip curled slightly, as if the words tasted bitter coming out. Kakashi didn't miss the edge in his voice, the way it cracked beneath the surface. It wasn't just anger. Not entirely. There was something deeper. A flicker of panic. Jealousy. Fear. Sasuke, the pride of the Uchiha clan, the boy burdened with impossible expectations, was unraveling at the thought of Naruto, a boy he'd written off as weak, being chosen for something greater. Someone else might surpass him. And that terrified him. "I'll be right back," Kakashi said, his tone low but firm, leaving no room for questions. He didn't explain further. He didn't need to. Whatever was going on, he needed to hear it from Naruto himself. "Sasuke, Sakura," he added, glancing between them. 15 laps around the training ground. Then spar until I return." Before either of them could protest or respond, he vanished with a flicker of movement, silent, fast, and final. Sasuke stood frozen for a moment, fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms. His jaw tightened. Why Naruto? His mind refused to accept it, cycling through the same thought again and again like a mantra. Why him? The idea of Naruto being trained by a Sannin, Jiraiya, no less, felt like an insult. Like a mockery of everything Sasuke had worked for. Everything he had sacrificed. If anyone deserves that kind of power, it's me. I'm the one who has to kill my brother. I'm the one who has to be the strongest. Nearby, Sakura was paying little attention to Sasuke's seething fury. Her mind had already floated somewhere else entirely, swept up in a rose-tinted daydream. With Naruto gone, she thought, a dreamy smile beginning to tug at her lips, I can finally focus all my energy on Sasuke-kun. Just the two of us. She imagined them training side by side, locked in some poetic, moonlit sparring match. Their eyes would meet. He would finally see her. Really see her. He'll realize I've always been there for him. He'll confess his love. He'll propose. And we'll have the most beautiful wedding in all of Konoha. Her cheeks flushed pink as her fantasies grew more elaborate. 10 children, she mused with giddy delight. 5 boys, 5 girls. All with perfect Uchiha blood, half pink hair, half black hair. Everyone will say they're the most beautiful children in the village. And Sasuke will call me the best mom ever. Sakura, Sasuke's voice cut through her thoughts like a blade. She blinked rapidly, startled. Huh? Oh. Yes, Sasuke-kun, she said, snapping to attention like a soldier awaiting orders. I'll do whatever you say. Sasuke didn't respond. His gaze was locked on the horizon, eyes narrowed, expression stormy. Kakashi better fix this, he thought, his frustration curdling into something darker. I don't care what it takes, Jiraiya is mine. Naruto slurped down the last of his 15th bowl of ramen, the warm broth sliding down his throat like liquid comfort. He leaned back on his stool with a satisfied sigh, patting his full stomach and grinning up at the ceiling like he'd just accomplished a great feat. Ah! That hit the spot, he said cheerfully, though the brightness in his voice dimmed slightly as he reached for his pouch. He slid the coins Jiraiya had given him across the counter, watching them clink together before Ayame scooped them up with a smile. Take care of yourself out there, Naruto-kun, she said gently, placing a small, neatly wrapped package in front of him. And don't forget to eat something besides instant ramen. Real food, okay? From behind the counter, Tucci chuckled as he wiped down a cutting board. She's right, kid. You're growing. Can't live on cup noodles forever, no matter how good they are. Even the best ramen in the world needs variety. Naruto scratched the back of his head, his sheepish grin returning in full force. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, old man. Thanks, Ayame-nichan. He tucked the package carefully into his bag, adjusting the straps with practiced ease. One last wave, and he was off, ducking beneath the red curtain of Ichiraku and stepping into the late morning sunlight. The streets of Konoha buzzed with activity, but to Naruto, it all felt slightly muted, like he was watching the village through a pane of glass. The warmth from the ramen lingered in his stomach, but the glow of it began to fade as he made his way toward the village gates. That was when the looks began. It started subtly, quick glances, furtive whispers. Then came the not-so-subtle ones. Civilians turned to stare, their expressions cold and openly hostile. Some whispered behind raised hands, others didn't bother hiding their disgust. A woman clutched her child closer as he passed. A vendor narrowed his eyes and spat on the ground. Same old, Naruto thought, bitterness coiling in his chest like smoke. He kept walking, shoulders squared, chin up, but his grip on the strap of his bag tightened until his knuckles whitened. It didn't hurt like it used to. Not the same way. But the sting never really went away, it just buried itself deeper, like an old scar that throbbed in the cold. Then, one man, a little bolder than the rest, sneered at him from across the path, muttering something under his breath. Naruto didn't hear it, but he didn't have to. Without stopping, he flicked his forehead protector with a single, casual motion, the metal glinting in the light. I'm a shinobi now, he muttered, just loud enough. Try something. I dare ya. The man paled, flinching slightly before turning away, his voice a low grumble as he retreated into the crowd. As the towering gates of Konoha came into view, standing firm and familiar beneath the mid-morning sun, Naruto's pace quickened. The path beneath his sandals was dappled with shifting shadows from the tall trees overhead, and the scent of dust and pine filled the air. Near the entrance, Jiraiya stood casually, leaning against the guard booth as he chatted with the two shinobi posted there. His booming laugh carried on the breeze, easily recognizable even from a distance. Naruto broke into a light jog, waving as he approached. Sorry, Uro-sennin. Old man Tucci and Ayame-nichan wouldn't let me leave without packing extra food. He grinned, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish chuckle. Like I'd only survive on ramen cups. Jiraiya turned to meet him, a chuckle rumbling in his chest. Good to see you're prepared, brat. Let's. He stopped mid-sentence. In an instant, the amusement vanished from his face. His shoulders squared, eyes sharpening. A faint shift in the air, a familiar chakra, had drawn his focus like a blade at his back. In a blur of swirling leaves, Kakashi Hitake materialized before them, hands tucked casually into his pockets. His arrival was quiet, controlled, but the tension that followed him said more than words. His single eye, sharp beneath his forehead protector, settled on Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, he said evenly, though his voice carried a quiet weight. Why didn't you speak to me before pulling Naruto from my squad? Jiraiya didn't flinch. He regarded Kakashi with calm, but the curve of his jaw had tightened. His gaze narrowed, not with surprise, but with challenge. Maybe, he said coolly, because I heard everything I needed to at the rusty kunai. Kakashi's brow creased. Jiraiya's tone sharpened like steel drawn across stone. Or did you forget what you said? I wish I never got Naruto on my squad. Or better yet, the Hokage only passed him because he felt bad for him. He's not meant to be a shinobi. He paused. Ring a bell? The words hit the ground like thunder. Naruto's feet came to a halt behind Jiraiya. The warmth in his chest from earlier, the laughter, the food, the excitement, drained away in an instant. He stood frozen, lips parted slightly as if the air had thickened. Slowly, his head turned toward Kakashi, blue eyes wide and disbelieving. The ache in his chest started as a hollow pinch. Then it twisted, sinking deeper. So that's how it is, he muttered, voice low and trembling. You hated me all along. Kakashi blinked, visibly taken aback. Naruto, that's not, no. Don't even try. Naruto's voice cracked, his anger igniting beneath the sorrow. It makes sense now. No wonder you always made me do the worst parts of the D-rank missions. You didn't care if I was exhausted. You didn't even look at me most of the time." His fists trembled at his sides. "All you ever cared about was Sasuke and Sakura." Kakashi winced. The venom in Naruto's voice was something he wasn't prepared for, sharp, unfiltered, and drenched in pain. He'd seen the boy angry before, loud, defiant, reckless, but never like this. Never so raw. "Naruto, he began, but the words fell flat, hollow even to his own ears. But Naruto wasn't finished. "And don't think I forgot about our first day as a team," he shouted, stepping forward. His fists clenched tighter, his voice cracking with every word. "You tied me up with ninja wire, so tight I couldn't move. I couldn't even use the replacement jutsu. And then you just left me there." The memory surged up, bitter and vivid, playing out in Naruto's mind like it had happened yesterday. "If it wasn't for that purple-haired lady, Anko, I think, you would have left me out there all night," he spat. Jiraiya's gaze flicked sharply toward Kakashi, his jaw tightening. His expression darkened, eyes narrowing. "Anko, huh?" he thought grimly. "I'll have to thank her for that." Without a word, he stepped forward and placed a steady hand on Naruto's shoulder, not to silence him, but to ground him. The boy was shaking now, with fury, with grief, with years of unspoken hurt finally spilling free. "Kakashi," Jiraiya said, voice low but resolute, "you've made it pretty damn clear that you don't see Naruto's potential. That's fine. You're entitled to your opinion." His tone shifted, losing all pretense of patience. "But don't you dare act like you were doing him some kind of favor by keeping him on your team." Kakashi stood stiffly, his breath caught in his throat. The weight of Jiraiya's words hit harder than he expected, because deep down, some of it was true. "I didn't," he tried again, weakly. "You failed him," Jiraiya cut in, sharper this time, like a blade honed on fury. "You failed me, Naruto." Kakashi flinched, the name striking deeper than anything else could have. "He asked you to watch over Naruto. He trusted you. And this is how you honored that?" There was no room for defense. No excuse that wouldn't sound pitiful in comparison to the truth hanging between them. Jiraiya's hand tightened briefly on Naruto's shoulder, steady, protective. "Don't worry," he said coldly. "I'll do what you clearly couldn't. I'll make sure Naruto becomes the shinobi Minato would have been proud of." His voice lowered, each word heavy with quiet condemnation. "You focus on Sasuke. That's all you've cared about anyway. Right?" Naruto's brow furrowed, the storm in his eyes dimming with confusion. He looked up at Jiraiya, the name lingering in the air like smoke after a fire. "Minato?" he asked quietly. "Who's that?" For a moment, something shifted in Jiraiya's face, his anger giving way to a softness rarely seen, an old sorrow tucked behind the lines of his grin. He placed a gentle hand on Naruto's back and began to guide him toward the gates. "Not now, kid," he said, voice low and steady. "We'll talk on the road." He paused once more at the threshold, glancing over his shoulder. His gaze locked onto Kakashi with a finality that spoke louder than any shouted condemnation. It was not cruel. It was not angry. It was simply done. "Goodbye, Kakashi." And just like that, he turned and walked away. Naruto followed without hesitation. He didn't look back, except for one last glare cast over his shoulder. The kind that wasn't fueled by childish resentment, but by something deeper. Something that said, "You don't get to hurt me again." Then he turned his back on Kakashi. And didn't look again. Kakashi stood frozen, the dust of their departure swirling around his feet. The morning sun had climbed higher, casting long shadows behind the trees, but he felt no warmth. Just the echo of Jiraiya's words, ringing louder than any battle cry. "You failed me, Minato." The words coiled around his chest, tightening with every breath. "Minato-sensei. I failed you. Again." He didn't move. Not right away. Not even when the guards glanced his way with uncertainty. He just stood there, caught in the weight of what he hadn't said, what he should have said. By the time he finally turned away, the dust had long settled. His steps were slow, his frame heavy with silence. The third Hokage would be waiting. Likely with questions. Maybe even reprimands. Kakashi didn't argue with that. He knew he deserved them all. A few days later, the village nestled just beyond Konoha's outer forests was a modest place, small enough that its borders could be walked in under an hour, yet vibrant in a way that made it feel alive in every corner. Narrow cobblestone paths crisscross through the village like veins, guiding locals from home to market, smithy to shrine. The buildings, though time-worn, stood with humble dignity, walls painted in soft pastels now slightly faded by the sun, rooftops sloping like sleepy hats over wooden frames. The late afternoon sunlight draped over the village in golden sheets, casting long shadows and making the scent of grilled meat and fresh bread even more inviting. Stalls lined the main square, colorful cloth canopies fluttering in the breeze. Vendors called out with cheerful voices, their tables overflowing with ripe fruits, skewered yakitori, and hand-carved trinkets strung with crimson thread and beads of jade. Naruto walked alongside Jiraiya, his steps steady but cautious, his bright blue eyes constantly scanning the scenery. He couldn't help it. Years of life in Konoha had trained him to expect sneers, muttered insults, or, worst of all, those heavy, hateful silences. But here? No one was glaring. No one was whispering. No one pointed fingers like they'd just spotted a plague in human form. The villagers moved around him naturally, offering the occasional glance, curious, yes, but without malice. It felt strange. And in that strangeness, a flicker of something warm stirred in his chest. Is this what normal feels like? He wondered. No stares. No cold shoulders. Just peace. His book bag bounced gently against his back with every step, the straps pressing into his shoulders, but it was a familiar sort of weight. He exhaled slowly, mostly out of habit, and tilted his head to glance at the tall man walking ahead of him. "Oi, Uro-sennin," he muttered, his voice low enough that it didn't carry to anyone else on the street. "You sure about this? I mean, aren't those, like, really expensive?" Jiraiya came to a stop just ahead, in front of a narrow little shop squeezed tightly between two larger buildings. Its wooden sign creaked lazily in the breeze, faded characters painted across the surface reading Yoshida's Armory. The glass windows were polished to a shine, and beyond them, the shop's walls gleamed with neatly arranged weaponry. Rows of kunai and shuriken hung with care, glinting like ornaments under the warm light. Naruto stepped closer and caught sight of the display just behind the glass. His eyes widened slightly. There, resting on a velvet-lined shelf, was a pristine set of throwing knives, each blade perfectly balanced, their black hilts wrapped in lacquered red thread. It looked more like a collector's set than something you'd actually toss at a target. He let out a low whistle, half impressed, half resigned. "That," he said, pointing at the set behind the glass. "You know how much something like that would cost in Konoha? That's like a year's rent. No way I can afford something like that." He tried to laugh, but it came out hollow, more forced than amused. Jiraiya glanced at the display, then turned to Naruto with a quirked brow. "What are you even talking about, brat?" Naruto gestured more emphatically, frowning. "That. It's gotta cost a fortune, right? I'm not made of money, you know." For a second, Jiraiya just stared at him. Then, with an exasperated sigh, he reached into his robe and pulled out a small, worn leather notebook. Flipping it open, he began scribbling something down with a piece of charcoal. "You've been overpaying," he said flatly, eyes never leaving the page. Naruto blinked. "Huh?" "The shopkeepers in Konoha," Jiraiya went on, glancing up at him with a knowing look, "they've been ripping you off. Badly." Naruto stood frozen for a beat. Then he frowned, arms crossing defensively over his chest. "DCH. Figures." His voice was bitter, and he didn't try to hide it. He'd always suspected it, how his ramen cost just a little more than anyone else's, how his gear was always second-rate unless he really pressed for the good stuff. But to hear it confirmed like that, so casually, it stung more than he expected. Jiraiya closed the notebook and tucked it back into his robe. "Don't worry about it. You're with me now. Things are gonna be different." Naruto looked at him then, really looked at him. The man's tone was light, almost careless, but the promise in his words was solid, unshakable, like the earth beneath their feet. Different, Naruto thought. I could get used to that. He turned back to the shop window, his gaze lingering on the weapons behind the glass, not with envy this time, but with something else. Hope. The door creaked softly as they stepped inside. The air was cooler here, laced with the clean scent of oiled steel and cedarwood. Polished weapon racks lined the walls, each carefully curated with deadly precision, rows of kunai and shuriken arranged by size, weight, and craftsmanship. The far wall held coils of ninja wire and shelves of scrolls sealed with red tags. There was a soft hum in the space, the kind of quiet that felt reverent, like a shrine for those who lived by the blade. Naruto's breath hitched slightly. So this is what a real armory looks like. He'd been in weapon shops before, sure. The ones in Konoha always made him feel like an unwanted stray, hovering by the cheap bins near the back while the shopkeepers watched him like he might steal something. Here, no one scowled. No one even batted an eye. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with a scar running down the side of his jaw, salt and pepper hair pulled into a neat knot. He glanced up as the door closed behind them and gave a nod, respectful, professional. "Jiraiya-sama," the man greeted. "Didn't expect you back so soon." Jiraiya raised a hand in casual acknowledgement. "Had to pick up a few essentials for the kid." The man's eyes shifted to Naruto, scanning him with a craftsman's eye. No judgment. Just an honest assessment. Naruto resisted the urge to shift under the scrutiny. The shopkeeper hummed thoughtfully. "Got the look of someone who's finally getting proper training." Naruto blinked. That was not what he expected to hear. Jiraiya chuckled. "You're not wrong. He's got potential, just needed someone to stop treating him like a liability." Naruto glanced up at the older man, startled by the bluntness of that comment. But Jiraiya wasn't teasing. There was no grin on his face, just calm certainty. He really believes that, Naruto realized. The warmth that spread through his chest was quiet but powerful. The shopkeeper nodded once. "Well then, let's get you outfitted." Jiraiya stepped aside and motioned for Naruto to take the lead. "Go ahead," he said. "2 full sets, kunai, shuriken, senbon. We'll need trap gear, tripwire, explosive tags, smoke pellets. And see if he's got beginner sealing kits too." Naruto hesitated, his feet rooted in place for half a second before he moved forward. His hands hovered over the display trays with reverence, eyes wide as he scanned the gear. Everything was top quality, sharp edges, balanced weights, wrapped hilts. Not a chip or crack in sight. He reached for a kunai, his fingers brushing against the cool steel. It was heavier than the ones he'd used before, but in a good way. Solid. Real. Not the dull, hand-me-down junk he'd been using since the academy. "Pick it up," the shopkeeper said simply. "See how it sits in your hand." Naruto did. The weapon nestled in his grip like it belonged there. For a brief moment, he just stared at it, unmoving. "I've never had gear this good before." He turned the blade over once, then gave it a slow, testing twirl between his fingers. No awkward drag. No uneven weight. This was something he could trust in a fight. Behind him, Jiraiya crossed his arms, watching with a satisfied nod. "You're not going to be a half-baked shinobi anymore, Naruto. I'm going to make sure of it." Naruto looked up, expression unreadable. Then slowly, he smiled. Not the unusual loud, cocky grin, but something quieter. Something real. "Thanks, Uro-sennin." "Don't get mushy on me," Jiraiya grumbled, though the smirk tugging at his lips betrayed him. Naruto turned back to the counter. "So, how much is all this going to cost?" Jiraiya slapped a pouch of Ryo onto the counter with a solid thunk. "Already taken care of. Consider it an investment." Naruto blinked. "Wait, what? You're buying it?" "Of course I am. You're my student now, remember?" Jiraiya said matter-of-factly. "It's about time someone actually invested in you." Naruto's throat tightened. He didn't know what to say. No one had ever said that before, not like this. Not without strings. Not without conditions. He looked back down at the kunai in his hand. "Maybe I really can start over." The sun had climbed higher, casting long beams of gold through the slowly parting clouds. The warmth settled over the cobbled village like a soft blanket, making the air smell of sun-warmed earth, sizzling meat from a nearby stall, and faint wood smoke curling from distant chimneys. The streets bustled with quiet life, vendors called out gentle greetings, children darted between stalls with wooden swords, and somewhere, someone was playing a shamisen, its notes rising above the chatter like a lullaby. Naruto practically bounced at Jiraiya's side, a grin stretched wide across his face. The scroll now tucked under his arm held the sealed gear they had just purchased, top-tier kunai, shuriken, and even a compact set of senbon tucked into a fitted case. Not to mention the tripwires, smoke pellets, and blank ceiling tags that made him feel more like a real shinobi than he had in years. He glanced over his shoulder at the shop they had just exited, its modest wooden sign swinging gently in the breeze. Warm yellow light still spilled from its windows, as if it had left a piece of its glow inside him. "Man," Naruto said, practically glowing, "the prices here are way better than in Konoha. Maybe the taxes are lower or something?" Jiraiya gave a short chuckle. "Yeah. Maybe." But his laugh didn't carry joy, just the hollow edge of someone who knew better. If only it were that simple. His gaze drifted ahead, narrowed slightly. He didn't answer Naruto's innocent theory, because the truth was heavier than the boy deserved to carry. He remembered the looks. The subtle sneers. The way merchants in Konoha would double the price when they saw blonde hair and blue eyes walk through the door. No one said it aloud, but Jiraiya knew. He'd seen it. Konoha still had people worth saving. That was undeniable. But the village had grown cracks, silent fractures filled with rot. Hatred wrapped in polite smiles. Dismissal disguised as discipline. And Naruto had borne the weight of all of it without even understanding why. Minato, Kushina. I should have done more, he thought, guilt biting deep. I should have been there sooner. Maybe then he wouldn't have had to grow up wondering why no one looked at him with kindness. Next to him, Naruto turned the scroll over in his hands, inspecting the red wax seal and admiring the tight calligraphy etched into the surface. His fingers traced the markings with something like reverence, like he couldn't quite believe it was his. Real gear. Gear that hadn't been thrown out or passed down or dumped in the bargain bin. And Jiraiya watched him quietly, anger curling hot beneath the calm of his expression. They never even gave him a chance. And he still smiles like this world never heard him. Oi, Uro-senin. Naruto's voice snapped him out of it, filled with excited energy. So, what's next? Jiraiya smirked, that familiar cocky glint returning to his eyes. Next? He echoed, drawing out the word. We train. He paused dramatically, just long enough to watch Naruto's expression light up. Time to put that shiny new gear to use. Naruto's reaction was instant. His face split into a grin so wide it looked like it might break his cheeks, and he threw his fist into the air. Finally, he shouted, loud enough that a nearby old lady startled and dropped her basket of plums. I've been waiting for this forever. You've also been eating non-stop and sleeping in like a spoiled brat for 2 days, Jiraiya muttered with mock exasperation, though the amusement in his voice betrayed him. Don't think I didn't notice you sneaking those rice balls last night. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Hey! Those don't count as a midnight snack if they're technically leftover breakfast, right? Jiraiya just shook his head. You've got stamina, kid, but you're still sloppy. That's what we're fixing starting today. Naruto fell into step beside him again, still grinning. So where are we going? Training ground? Forest? Mountain? Volcano? Jiraiya gave him a sidelong glance. Someplace quieter. And no, not a volcano. Yet. Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You said yet? That means there's a volcano later, doesn't it? The older man sighed. Just try not to die before we get to the cool parts, alright? As they made their way out of the village center, the stone roads gave way to packed dirt trails that wound between trees and streams, and Naruto couldn't stop the excitement bubbling in his chest. This was it. Nude gear. Real training. Someone beside him who actually saw him, not as a nuisance, not as a burden, but as a shinobi worth teaching. Yeah, he thought, gripping the scroll tighter. Later, training field. The clearing sat nestled at the edge of the forest, surrounded by tall trees swaying gently in the breeze. Late afternoon sunlight poured through the gaps in the canopy, scattering patterns of gold and green across the grass. The cicadas hummed a lazy rhythm in the background, like nature's own metronome, keeping time as the wind stirred the high grass and rippled through the leaves overhead. It was peaceful, almost deceptively so. Jiraiya stood with his arms crossed at the far edge of the field, watching silently as Naruto moved into position. His posture was casual, but his eyes were sharp, tracking every twitch of movement with the precision of a seasoned shinobi. Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet, full of restless energy. His new gear was strapped neatly to his belt, and for the first time in years, maybe ever, he held real kunai. Not dented. Not cracked. Not the hand-me-downs from some bored chunin tossing their leftovers into the bargain bin. These were sleek, properly balanced, crafted to be wielded by someone who mattered. Naruto's fingers curled around the hilt with something close to reverence. This is what real ninja tools feel like, he thought, heart pounding. No excuses now. "Alright, brat," Jiraiya called out, his voice cutting through the quiet like a command and a challenge all at once. "Show me what you've got. Kunai first. Then Shuriken." Naruto nodded, the grin falling from his face, replaced by focus. He reached down and, out of reflex, drew one of his older kunai. It was instinct, muscle memory. Something familiar. His fingers barely noticed the difference until the blade was already in hand. He narrowed his eyes at the wooden target across the clearing, tongue slipping out at the corner of his mouth as he lined up his shot. With a sharp exhale and a yell, he flung the kunai forward. It sailed through the air, then wobbled mid-flight, dipped awkwardly, and buried itself in the edge of the target with a dull thunk. Barely holding. Naruto frowned. He pulled another from his pouch, moving faster this time. He threw it before doubt could settle in. This one didn't even make it halfway. It hit the dirt with a clatter, rolling harmlessly through the grass. Naruto's shoulders tensed. His jaw clenched. Behind him, Jiraiya's brow furrowed. He uncrossed his arms and stepped forward, the dry grass crunching beneath his sandals. Something was wrong, off, about the way those kunai had flown. It wasn't just Naruto's aim. The weight distribution was all wrong. The arc, the balance. None of it felt right. "Hold up," he said, his voice firmer now. Crossing the clearing in a few long strides, he knelt beside the nearest target and pulled one of the embedded kunai free. The moment it left the wood, his suspicion was confirmed. The blade was a joke. Warped metal. Dull edge. The handles wrapping frayed. The weight was uneven, the center off by just enough to throw everything out of alignment. It wasn't even a training weapon, it was a liability. He turned it over in the light, letting the sun catch the pitted steel. "You've been using these?" Jiraiya asked, his tone sharp now. Naruto scratched the back of his head, cheeks coloring faintly. "Yeah. I mean, they were the cheapest ones I could afford. I didn't really have a choice." Jiraiya didn't answer right away. His face darkened as he stared at the kunai, jaw tightening. "He's been training with garbage. Fighting with garbage. And no one said a damn thing. No teacher. No examiner. No instructor ever took a second look. They'd let him flounder, fight with tools that were meant to fail. They set him up to lose." Still silent, Jiraiya held the warped kunai between two fingers and threw. It twisted in the air, wobbled, and thudded into the target, off-center. He grabbed another and threw. Same result. Out of 5 throws, only 3 even made contact. None of them clean. He dropped the last one into the grass with a scowl. "These aren't kunai," he muttered. "They're scrap metal with a death wish." Naruto winced, rubbing his neck. "I didn't really know any better," he admitted, voice low. "I just thought I sucked at throwing. Figured if I practiced more, I'd get the hang of it." Jiraiya turned to him, expression serious now. "It wasn't your fault." Naruto blinked. "You didn't fail the tools, Naruto," Jiraiya said firmly. "The tools, and the people who gave them to you, failed you." The words hit harder than they should have. Naruto looked down at his hands, the same ones that had been cut and blistered trying to make junk work like it was worth something. He'd always blamed himself. Always thought it was just him not being good enough. Never once had he thought that maybe, he was doing the best he could with what little he had, and it just wasn't fair. Jiraiya let out a long breath, the fire in his voice cooling slightly. "Now that you've got the real thing, let's see what you can do." Naruto glanced at the scroll on his hip, the one filled with the gear they'd bought just that morning. He reached for it slowly, unsealing the scroll with practiced fingers. A small puff of smoke, and there they were, perfect kunai, shining under the sun like they'd been waiting for him. This time, when he picked one up, it felt like an extension of his arm. Balanced. Solid. Right. He squared his stance again, eyes narrowing as he fixed on the target. "All right," he muttered, voice steady. "One more time." Naruto hesitated, drawing a slow breath through his nose. The clearing had gone still again, the only sound the rustle of leaves and the faint whisper of wind threading through the trees. It felt like everything had quieted, just for this moment. His fingers curled around the pouch at his waist, and he drew one of the new kunai. The steel gleamed in the sunlight, bright and unapologetic, catching the light like it wanted to be thrown. Unlike the others, The ones that had dulled and bent with every failed attempt, this felt alive in his palm. Balanced. Sure. He stepped forward, narrowed his eyes on the bullseye nailed to the tree across the clearing, and exhaled. Then he moved. The kunai sliced through the air with a clean whistle and struck dead center, burying itself in the exact middle of the target with a sharp, satisfying thunk. Naruto blinked, stunned. Whoa! Before the awe had time to settle, he reached for another, and another, fingers moving faster now, every throw guided by instinct rather than hesitation. Steel flew, one after the other, each kunai carving the air with clean precision. There was no wobble, no uneven drag, just perfect flight, perfect balance. By the time he was finished, 10 kunai stood buried in the targets like an artist's brushstrokes. Not scattered. Not clumped. Centered. Dead on. Jiraiya didn't speak, just watched, arms crossed and mouth drawn in a thoughtful line. Naruto wasn't just doing well. He was nailing it. And then came the shuriken. Naruto moved on, grabbing the slim stars of steel, fingers now sure in their grip. His first throw landed true, followed by a second, then a third, each one weaving through the air like it had a mind of its own. By the end, 10 shurikens sat embedded in the wooden boards, each one lodged with crisp, even spacing. Precise. Clean. Naruto lowered his hand, chest rising and falling as he stared at the targets in disbelief. Did I really just do that? He couldn't tear his eyes away. These weren't just lucky shots. They were good. He was good. All this time. It hadn't been him. Jiraiya nodded slowly, a quiet pride glinting behind the usual gruffness in his eyes. See? He said, voice low but certain. Told you. Those bastards back in Konoha were ripping you off. Naruto looked down. In his left hand, still curled tight, was one of the old kunai, the rusted, uneven ones he'd used since he was 8. The hilt, once familiar, now felt wrong. Too light. Untrustworthy. It was the same blade that had bounced off tree trunks, slid out of his grip mid-practice, missed targets by meters. How many times had he thought it was his fault? How many times had he stayed late at the training field, trying to fix himself, throwing until his fingers bled, convinced he just wasn't good enough? The realization hit like a slap. So, he said quietly, voice barely more than a breath, it wasn't just me. Jiraiya stepped beside him, his shadow falling long and steady across the grass. His hand landed on Naruto's shoulder, firm, solid, real. No, brat, he said, gaze steady as stone. It wasn't just you. Naruto stared down at the kunai in his hand for a moment longer. Then, without a word, he loosened his grip. The weapon slipped from his fingers and dropped into the grass with a soft thud. Forgotten. Dead weight, finally put to rest. He didn't need it anymore. Jiraiya gave his shoulder a final squeeze before stepping back with a breath. The moment lingered, heavy in its honesty, but then, as always, it passed. Come on, he said, rolling his shoulders with a grin that didn't quite hide the emotion behind it. We're not done yet. Naruto turned toward him, something brighter burning behind his eyes now, like the flame that had been smothered for years was finally getting air. Jiraiya smirked. Time to see what you've got in taijutsu. Naruto grinned back, cracking his knuckles with a renewed sense of confidence. Oh, you're on, Uro-sennin. They moved to the center of the clearing, the grass already flattened beneath their pacing. It was a wide space, ringed by tall trees that filtered the fading sunlight through their leaves, casting dappled shadows across the open field. The cicadas have quieted, replaced by the occasional chirp of birds returning to their nests. Jiraiya stood opposite Naruto, arms folded loosely across his chest. His stance looked casual, but the way his eyes locked onto Naruto told a different story. He wasn't just watching. He was evaluating. All right, he said, tone calm but expectant. Show me the standard academy stance. Naruto shifted, blinking once before stepping into position, or at least, what he thought was the right one. Feet spread. Arms raised. Knees bent. Jaw set. He held it for barely a second before Jiraiya's frown deepened. The boy's center of gravity was off, his weight favoring one side without realizing it. His arms were too wide, elbows unguarded, and his hands were open, an open invitation for someone to break his guard. His knees were bent too much, robbing him of speed, and his whole form felt more like a vague impression of a fighting stance than the real thing. Jiraiya rubbed the bridge of his nose with a tired sigh. Kid. He muttered, this isn't a stance. It's a cry for help. Naruto immediately deflated, arms dropping to his sides as his shoulders hunched. I tried, he mumbled. Back at the academy, I'd watch the others and copy them. But it always felt weird. Off. His voice dropped even lower, almost a whisper. And whenever I did try, people just laughed. Said I looked stupid. The words lingered in the air like smoke, light, but choking all the same. He looked away, eyes focused somewhere near the ground. So I stopped. Just started fighting however I wanted. Didn't think it mattered. Jiraiya's expression didn't soften, but something behind his eyes shifted, like an old wound pulling taut. He'd expected Naruto to be rough around the edges, sure. But this? No foundation, no form, not even the most basic fundamentals taught correctly. What the hell were they doing in that damn village? All right, Jiraiya said, exhaling. Sit down. Naruto blinked. Huh? Sit, Jiraiya repeated, already reaching into his coat. Still a little unsure, Naruto dropped to the ground, crossing his legs and waiting. The grass tickled his calves, cool and damp from the shaded earth beneath. He watched as Jiraiya pulled out a tightly sealed scroll and, with a practiced flick of his wrist, unfurled it across the grass in front of them. Lines of ink spread out like flowing calligraphy, elegant, almost artistic. Silhouettes of figures moved through taijutsu forms, their poses captured mid-motion in swirling brushstrokes. Arrows detailed shifts in weight and positioning, while margin notes, some written hastily, others neatly, offered instructions and corrections in bold, fluid strokes. This, Jiraiya said, tapping a figure in one of the poses, is called the humming style. Naruto leaned in, squinting. Humming? A taijutsu form built on rhythm, fluid movement, and deceptive strikes, Jiraiya explained, voice steady. It's adaptable. Fast. Built to mislead your opponent with timing and unpredictability. The academy doesn't teach it. Hell, most Jonin wouldn't recognize it if it hit them in the jaw. Minato had crafted it himself. Naruto tilted his head, eyes following the graceful shapes drawn on the scroll. It looked different. Less rigid than the academy stuff. It flowed like a dance. Or maybe a song. Wait, Naruto asked, brow furrowing. You said this is what Minato used? Jiraiya's hand paused over the parchment. For a moment, he didn't respond. The breeze picked up slightly, rustling the paper and tousling his hair. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter. Yeah, he said. Minato was someone important. There was weight behind those words. Heavy. Final. Like a door had been quietly shut. Naruto didn't press. He didn't know who Minato was, only that Jiraiya said his name like it mattered. Like it hurt. That was enough for now. The older man cleared his throat, shaking off whatever emotion had crept into his expression. He rolled his shoulders, returning to the here and now. Anyway, Jiraiya said, forcing lightness back into his tone, this form isn't easy. You're gonna trip over your own feet at first. Maybe even fall on your face. Naruto grinned, perking up again. Yeah? Sounds like fun. Don't get cocky, Jiraiya warned, though the corner of his mouth twitched into a faint smirk. You screw up the timing, and someone'll sweep your legs faster than you can blink. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, fire rekindled behind his eyes. Then I'll just learn to blink faster. Jiraiya chuckled, folding up the scroll and tucking it back into his coat. Alright, smartass. Let's see how much rhythm you've got. Naruto stood tall, well, as tall as 5 foot nothing and full of determination could look, his brows drawn in tight concentration. Across from him, Jiraiya took his place with the smug air of a man about to enjoy himself way too much. Alright, Jiraiya said, cracking his knuckles. The humming style is all about rhythm, fluidity, and misdirection. You need to move like you're dancing. Naruto gave him a blank look. Like dancing? Yeah, Jiraiya said, shrugging. If you can't sway your hips, you're going to get decked. Naruto blinked, face wrinkling in horror. I don't sway. You do now, Jiraiya replied with an evil grin. Naruto groaned but stepped into the first stance shown on the scroll, left foot forward, knees slightly bent, arms raised. He tried to flow into the next motion, a sideways pivot with a half-step hand. Wham! His foot caught on a stray root. He stumbled forward and flailed for balance, pinwheeling his arms like a baby duck on ice before collapsing in a heap. From behind his crossed arms, Jiraiya snorted. "You call that rhythm?" He laughed. "You've got the grace of a drunk tanuki." Naruto groaned from the dirt. "This is your fault. Who designs a fighting style that makes you move like a backup dancer?" "Minato did." "Okay, but why?" Jiraiya just smiled like a proud dad watching his kid fail a school recital, amused and vaguely disappointed. "Because he didn't need brute strength. He used speed, angles, and timing. You can't just charge in yelling and throwing punches forever." Naruto rolled over onto his back, arms splayed in defeat. "But yelling and punching is, like, my whole thing." Jiraiya walked over and offered a hand. Naruto took it, half expecting to be pulled up gently. Instead, Jiraiya yanked him into a spin and let go mid-pivot. "Now that's more like it." The Sannin cackled as Naruto stumbled again, barely catching his footing. "You're enjoying this way too much," Naruto grumbled, wobbling back into a defensive stance. "Damn right I am. Come on, again. Step, pivot, twist, not like that. Don't plant your heel, Yuli." Slip. Naruto's legs slid out from under him, and he went down for the third time. A puff of dust rose around him like a sad little cloud of failure. "I hate this style," he mumbled from the grass. Jiraiya leaned down just enough to grin at him. "The style hates you too. But you'll get there." "You're supposed to be encouraging me, you know," Naruto muttered. "I am encouraging you. Encouraging you to stop flopping around like a carp and move like you've got bones in your legs." Naruto pushed himself up to one knee, scowling. "You're the worst teacher ever." "And yet, here we are." Jiraiya stepped back. "Now get up, brat. You're gonna practice this until the trees start humming back at you." Naruto grumbled under his breath, something about pervy old men and stupid dancing, but rose anyway. His legs ached, his pride was bruised, and he had grass stuck to his cheek, but he got back into position, stubborn fire lighting up behind his eyes. Because despite the flops and fumbles, somewhere between the spins and faceplants, he kind of liked it. It was fast. Sneaky. It had a rhythm to it, like moving in sync with his heartbeat. And if it was something Minato had used, then he'd damn well figure it out. Even if it did make him look like he was in a bad musical. Naruto sucked in a breath, his body aching from the dozen, or was it 2 dozen? Failed attempts to master the footwork. His hair was full of leaves, his knees were scraped, and his pride had taken more hits than his body. But he hadn't quit. He was stubborn like that. This time, he narrowed his stance, recalling the flow Jiraiya had shown him earlier. Instead of forcing the movement, he let it happen, let his body feel the rhythm instead of overthinking every motion. He stepped forward with a pivot, twisted at the hip, and rolled his foot just right, and it clicked. His body moved like water bending with the current, one step flowing into the next. His weight shifted naturally, and his momentum turned with him instead of against him. Jiraiya's eyes widened, just slightly. There it is. Before Naruto even realized it, he had spun around behind where Jiraiya had been standing a second earlier, his movements unpredictable, fluid. A full rotation, sharp and low, ended with him slamming his palm forward in a textbook opening strike, one meant to create space. Jiraiya, caught between surprise and habit, pivoted just in time to block it with his forearm. But Naruto's motion had been clean. Real. He hadn't just flailed into a lucky hit. He meant to move like that. The Sannin blinked, and for a flicker of a second, it wasn't Naruto he saw. It was a younger man, golden-haired and faster than thought. A shinobi with eyes like burning daylight and a smile like a storm. "Minato?" Jiraiya snapped back to the present just in time to feel Naruto's fist slam into his chest, not hard enough to do damage, but solid. Precise. He took the hit, boots digging into the earth as the force pushed him back half a step. Naruto froze, eyes wide. Jiraiya looked down at the spot where the blow had landed, then up at the boy. A beat passed. Then he smirked. "Well," he said, cracking his neck, "would you look at that?" Naruto blinked, still not sure if he was about to get yelled at or praised. Was that good?" Jiraiya's smirk widened. "You just earned yourself a real fight." The next second, he blurred forward. Naruto barely had time to throw his arms up before Jiraiya's leg swept toward him from the left. He twisted with a panicked yelp, narrowly ducking under the strike, the wind of it brushing past his hair. He staggered back, feet scrambling to find footing. Jiraiya pressed the advantage. He came in fast, feinting a jab before spinning low. Naruto jumped, flipped backward, and landed sloppily, but upright. His pulse thundered in his ears. "You said we were practicing," Naruto shouted. "This is practice," Jiraiya called back, lunging again. Naruto barely managed to block the next strike, their forearms colliding with the crack of impact. He twisted his hips, trying to remember the pivot step. He stepped wide, rolled low, and let the rhythm take over. His body responded before his brain could catch up. He moved under Jiraiya's arm and shoved with both hands. The Sannin slid back, boots skidding through the grass. Jiraiya's grin was fierce now. "There it is, brat. That's the humming style." Naruto breathed hard, sweat running down his temple, adrenaline lighting him up from the inside. He wasn't just throwing punches anymore. He was dancing. He surged forward again, fists up, and the clearing came alive with movement. Strike for strike, block for block. Jiraiya moved with the calm, seasoned grace of a master, but Naruto was learning, adjusting, pushing back harder with each exchange. The rhythm was rough, clumsy, but it was there. And Jiraiya couldn't stop the rush in his chest, the thrill, the pride, the ache of recognition as Naruto came at him with Minato's footwork and Kushina's fire burning in his eyes. Their feet tore across the flattened grass as the spar escalated, Naruto ducking, pivoting, blocking, moving with a rough but growing rhythm. Jiraiya tested him with every step, jabs that came faster, footwork that cornered him, kicks that forced Naruto to react or get laid out. But Naruto was adapting. His breath came in sharp bursts, his limbs aching, but his mind was focused, locked into the rhythm of the fight. His instincts burned brighter with every clash. Another strike came, Jiraiya's elbow angled for his ribs. Naruto twisted away, letting the blow graze air, then dropped low and rolled to the side, his sandal skidding across the grass. He caught himself mid-spin, planted his feet, and surged back toward Jiraiya like a spring released. A left feint, a high right. Jiraiya blocked both, but only just. His grin widened. The brat was learning fast. But Naruto wasn't finished. Jiraiya stepped into a counterattack, classic weight shift, leading with his back foot, and that was the moment Naruto saw it. His eyes flicked down. Jiraiya's weight was leaning too far forward. Unbalanced. Naruto didn't even think. His body moved before his brain did, acting on instinct, on something that felt familiar, like a whisper passed down through blood. He used Jiraiya's momentum against him, sidestepped with a pivot, mirrored the angle in reverse, and pulled. Jiraiya's balance gave out. The older man stumbled, not fully off his feet, but enough that he exposed his left side. Naruto's arm swung out, and his fist connected right in Jiraiya's ribs. The sound of the impact rang out across the field, sharp, clean, undeniable. Jiraiya staggered back a step, not hurt, but surprised. Naruto froze. His eyes went wide. I hit you," he blurted, stunned. "I actually hit you." He looked down at his fist like it had just cast a jutsu on its own. Jiraiya stood straight, rubbing his ribs, a familiar smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. "Huh. That was almost exactly like what Minato used to do." Naruto blinked, still processing, until he saw Jiraiya shift his stance again. Wait, too late. In that brief window of shock, Naruto had dropped his guard. And Jiraiya punished it. With one fluid motion, he stepped in, grabbed Naruto's wrist, and swept his legs from under him in a blur of motion. Gah! Naruto hit the ground with a soft thud, air leaving his lungs in a surprised wheeze. The sky spun above him as he lay flat on his back, dazed, blinking up through the rustling leaves. Jiraiya stood over him, grinning. "First rule of taijutsu, kid," he said, offering a hand down. "Don't stop moving just because you landed a hit." Naruto groaned, lifting his head. "That's a dumb rule." "Yeah," Jiraiya agreed. "But now you'll remember it." He pulled Naruto up with one firm tug. The boy wobbled, still catching his breath, but his face was flushed with more than just exertion. There was something else there, something fierce. He'd landed a real hit. Not luck. Not charity. Skill. And that flicker of stunned disbelief had given way to something new. Pride. "Again?" Naruto asked, cracking his neck. Jiraiya arched a brow. "Now you're asking for it." Naruto grinned, swaying slightly in his stance. "Yeah," he said. "I think I kinda like this stance." "No, we will begin with something new." The clearing had quieted again. The sun dipped lower through the trees, casting longer shadows across the flattened grass. The light had softened into a golden hue, wrapping the world in warmth, but Jiraiya's mood was anything but calm. He pulled a thin strip of parchment from a small pouch at his hip. It was a chakra-sensing tag, etched with delicate, curling black lines and layered with precise Fuinjutsu seals that shimmered faintly when caught in the sun. "All right, next test," he said, stepping forward with a neutral tone. "Hold still." Naruto blinked, still catching his breath from their spar, but obediently stood up straight. Jiraiya pressed the tag gently to Naruto's forehead. The seals flared for a moment, activating with a quiet pulse of chakra. "We'll start with the basics," he said. "Academy-grade techniques. Transformation first." Naruto cracked his knuckles and grinned. "Easy." He puffed out his cheeks, gathering chakra, and with a practiced clap of his hands, a poof of smoke burst outward. When it cleared, Jiraiya found himself staring at himself. The replica standing before him wasn't just close. It was exact. Long white hair. Red-lined eyes. The same posture, the same cocky smirk, even the subtle fold of his arms was mirrored perfectly. Jiraiya blinked once. Then again. Slowly, he stepped forward, eyes narrowing at the chakra tag still stuck to the doppelganger's forehead. The readings were stable. More than stable, balanced, fully formed chakra distribution across the entire body. "This isn't an illusion," he muttered. "This is a full-body transformation. Chakra stable. Structure reinforced across the entire frame." He leaned in. Not a crack. Not a shimmer. No flicker of chakra misalignment. "This isn't even academy level." The transformation popped away in a puff of smoke. Naruto stood there grinning, hands on his hips like he'd just performed a magic trick. "Pretty cool, right?" Jiraiya's expression didn't change. "This is B-rank level," he said flatly. "At least. Do you know how hard it is to make a transformation that holds under scrutiny? Let alone moves properly?" Naruto tilted his head. I just practiced a lot, I guess." He shrugged. "People always said I was weird. But not, like, wow, your jutsu breaks the rules weird." Jiraiya pinched the bridge of his nose. "This kid." "Never mind," he muttered, waving it off. "Replacement next." Naruto nodded and vanished before the sentence had even finished. There was a blur of movement, a faint pop, and in his place stood a log. Clean cut. Sharp seal mark. Textbook. Jiraiya turned, scanning the clearing. Naruto reappeared 10 meters away, waving casually. "Yo!" Jiraiya grunted, pulling the tag from the log and checking the readout. His brow twitched. "You used 25 times more chakra than necessary," he said under his breath, the paper crinkling slightly in his hand. He turned back toward Naruto, eyes narrowing. "Who the hell told you to do it like that?" Naruto scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. One of the academy chunin? They said if I pumped in a ton of chakra, it wouldn't fail. So I kinda always did that." Jiraiya's hand twitched at his side. "Of course they did." He closed his eyes and briefly imagined tossing a nameless, faceless academy instructor off the Hokage monument. Maybe twice. They told a Jinchuriki with chakra like a damn tidal wave, to overload a precision-based technique. Were they stupid? No. That was too generous. They were dangerous. He said nothing. His jaw just tightened as he let out a slow, controlled breath through his nose. "Last one," he said, voice a little sharper now. "Clone jutsu. The standard one." Naruto groaned. "Ugh, that one's lame." "Do it anyway." "Fine, fine." He brought his hands together, focusing. His chakra swirled, unstable at first, then it surged outward. Poof! 2 clones popped into existence beside him. Both immediately keeled over. One had no legs. The other looked like it had seen a ghost and then become one. Jiraiya stared. "What the hell is that?" Naruto winced. Yeah, that one's never worked. They always end up like that." The half-formed clone twitched pitifully before vanishing. Jiraiya looked at the tag again. The chakra flow was ridiculous, too much at first, then none at all. An uncontrolled surge followed by an instant drop. He exhaled, scratching the back of his head. "Let me guess. No one ever told you why it wasn't working?" "Nope," Naruto said cheerfully. "They just failed me a bunch and said I was hopeless." "Wonderful," Jiraiya muttered, rubbing his temples. "A B-rank transformation. A perfectly executed replacement, overloaded to the point of absurdity. And a clone jutsu so broken it looked like the result of a chakra-based horror story." Jiraiya sighed, muttering under his breath, "You've been training with crap tools, crap instruction. and sheer dumb luck. And somehow, you're still standing." He looked at Naruto, who was now poking one of the fallen clone's arms like it was a science experiment. "I'm amazed you're not dead." Naruto gave him a wide grin. "I'm too stubborn to die." Jiraiya huffed. "No kidding." He looked at the chakra tag one last time, then pocketed it. "The damage is deeper than I thought," he mused grimly. "But the potential's even greater." "All right," he said, clapping his hands once. "That's enough testing. We've got our work cut out for us." Naruto raised a brow. "So, do I pass?" Jiraiya smirked. "You pass, barely. Now I get to tear you apart and put you back together properly." Naruto pumped his fist. "Heck yeah, wait, should I be worried?" "Yes." The afternoon light had cooled into amber, stretching shadows long across the clearing. The breeze whispered through the treetops, gentle now, as if the forest itself had quieted in respect. A hush settled between them, the kind that only came after a hard day's training and a harder truth. Jiraiya knelt beneath a tree at the edge of the clearing, his cloak shifting slightly with the breeze. From deep within its folds, he pulled out a small, worn notebook. The leather cover was scarred with scratches from years of travel, stains from ink, weather, and the occasional spilled sake. The pages inside were filled with notes, tactics, secrets, and regrets. With a flick of his wrist, he opened to a fresh page. The pen moved smoothly, though each stroke carried weight. Not just from the ink, but from the conviction behind it. Investigate and eliminate anyone who sabotaged Naruto. Ensure Kakashi gets the verbal beating of a lifetime from Sensei. Find a way to pay these bastards back for everything they've done. The words bled into the parchment with silent fury. Sharp. Controlled. Intentional. Jiraiya stared at the list for a moment, the ink drying under the golden light. This wasn't just neglect. It was coordinated. Quiet. Intentional. A child doesn't end up trained like that by accident. Someone had let him fail. Made sure he would. And he, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, the goddamn gallant, had let it all happen from a distance, believing the village would do right by Minato's son. His throat tightened. Minato. Kushina. If you saw this now. The bitterness in his chest curled into something darker. It settled low, heavy like stones in his gut. Smoldering beneath his ribs. He hadn't just failed Naruto. He'd failed his students. But just as the weight of it began to pull him inward, spiraling into guilt too old and too sharp to voice, a voice cut through the air like sunlight slicing fog. "Hey, Uro-senin." Jiraiya blinked. He looked up. Naruto was standing in the middle of the clearing, grinning from ear to ear, arms raised high like he'd just beaten a boss in a video game. There, stuck to his forehead, fluttering slightly with every breath, was a single, stubborn green leaf. "I stuck the leaf," Naruto declared, beaming. The grin he wore was wide, unfiltered, and full of light. Joy, simple and pure. And it hit Jiraiya like a punch to the chest. Because after everything, the isolation, the neglect, the failures no one took responsibility for, Naruto still smiled like the world hadn't tried to break him. Still believed in himself. Still tried. Jiraiya's grip on the notebook loosened. His expression softened, the hard lines around his mouth easing just a touch. "Good job, brat," he said, rising to his feet, his voice low but laced with something gentler now. "Let's call it a day. Dinner's on me." Naruto let out a victorious whoop, throwing a triumphant fist into the air like he'd just won the Chunin exams. "Yes. Ramen, here I come." He bolted ahead, leaf still stuck to his forehead, laughing as he went. Jiraiya chuckled under his breath, tucking the notebook back into his cloak as he followed. The forest around them hummed softly with the sounds of nature settling into evening, cicadas buzzing, leaves rustling, the warm chirp of birds in the distance. Shadows stretched across the trail as the sun began its descent, painting everything in gold and rose. Jiraiya glanced down at Naruto, who had slowed to walk beside him, the scroll of training supplies slung over his back, dirt smudged on his cheeks, and a smile still dancing on his lips. "He's been through hell," Jiraiya thought, watching the boy out of the corner of his eye. "And he still manages to look at the world like it hasn't crushed him." It made something tight curl in his chest, part awe, part guilt, and something painfully close to pride. "Hey," Naruto said suddenly, glancing up. "You think I'll be able to do that clone thing right one day?" Jiraiya smirked. "If you don't blow yourself up first." "Hey!" And just like that, the silence broke again. with laughter echoing through the trees as master and student walked toward the fading sun, side by side. A few days later, Four-Leaf Clover Town. The air was alive with color, scent, and sound. "Wow, this place is awesome." Naruto's voice rang out like a burst of sunlight, cutting through the chatter and clamor of the busy street. He spun in place, head tilted back, wide-eyed as he took in the towering buildings around them, his expression a mixture of childlike awe and barely contained energy. His sapphire eyes darted from one storefront to another, drinking in the riot of lights and movement with the hunger of someone who'd lived too long in gray spaces. Each building seemed louder than the last, painted in bright, clashing colors, some adorned with gilded edges, others glowing with flickering neon kanji that blinked promises of riches and escape. The street beneath their feet was paved in smooth cobblestone, the kind that had been worn by time and footsteps. Music floated through the air, upbeat, quick-tempoed, blending seamlessly with the sounds of clinking coins, dice tumbling across tables, and voices raised in cheer or complaint. Laughter spilled from the open doors of taverns and casinos, mingling with the scent of grilled meats, fried dumplings, and sugary pastries thick in the breeze. Street performers cartwheeled through crowds, trilling streamers and bursts of confetti. Fire breathers and illusionists performed at intersections, drawing small circles of enthralled onlookers. Rich nobles passed by in lacquered carriages, flanked by bodyguards dressed in black, while merchants sparked deals from behind stalls loaded with trinkets, scrolls, charms, and rare spices. "Second most visited place in all the Land of Fire," Jiraiya said from beside him, voiced casual as he walked with his hands tucked into his sleeves. His expression was relaxed, almost amused, but his eyes never stopped moving, watchful, sharp beneath his laid-back grin. Naruto tore his gaze from a window display where a crystal chandelier spun under a rotating light, throwing tiny rainbows across the glass. "Seriously? Not even the fire capital gets this many people?" "Nope," Jiraiya replied with a chuckle. "The capital's for politicians, suits, scrolls, court meetings, and a whole load of people who forgot how to smile." He gestured lazily to the boulevard in front of them, where another flash of color exploded from a nearby club entrance, a pair of dancers twirling ribbons into the night sky. "But this is a dream town. A getaway. People come here to lose themselves in lights, luck, and fantasies. It's not about power. It's about forgetting everything for a little while." Naruto nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on a pair of kids laughing as they chased a puppet dragon weaving through the air, its wings trailing paper flames. It felt unreal. The noise, the lights, the freedom. No whispers. No suspicious glares. No heavy silence when he passed by. For once, he didn't feel like an outsider. Like someone who needed to shrink himself to fit the room. Here, everyone was too busy chasing something of their own to care who he was. "It's like a whole different world," he thought, the weight in his chest lifting with a strange kind of lightness he wasn't used to. Jiraiya watched him out of the corner of his eye. He didn't say anything, not yet, but the faint tug at the corner of his mouth said plenty. Let the brat have this moment. Let him feel the world without chains. "Hey," Naruto said suddenly, walking ahead a few steps and spinning around to grin at him. "Are we actually staying here? Like, for real?" "Stay close." Jiraiya's voice cut clean through the chaotic rhythm of the boulevard, firm and precise, like a thread tugging Naruto back to earth. It wasn't shouted, wasn't angry. Just sharp enough to carry weight. The kind of voice that came from someone who had seen too many people vanish in crowds just like this. Who knew how quickly a moment of wonder could turn into regret. Naruto blinked and looked up, startled from his thoughts. The lights, the smells, the laughter, it had all pulled him in like a tide. But now Jiraiya's words anchored him again. "This place is a maze," the old man continued, his eyes scanning the ever-moving crowd. "One wrong turn and you'll be 3 streets over without realizing. And I'm not in the mood to chase you through back alleys and gambling dens." Yeah, I get it, Uro-sennin," Naruto muttered with a roll of his eyes, but his feet fell in step beside Jiraiya's all the same. His gaze still bounced around like a pinball, taking in the flashing signs, the chattering tourists, the aroma of every food stall they passed. A row of them stretched out along the sidewalk like a miniature food festival, sizzling noodles tossed in tall iron woks, sweet buns puffing with steam, skewered meats roasted over open flames. Smoke and spices clung to the air like perfume. It was impossible to ignore. Naruto's stomach let out a low, insistent growl. Jiraiya arched a brow. Hungry again already? But Naruto didn't reply. He'd stopped walking. His eyes weren't on the skewers, or the dumplings, or even the perfectly crisp fried fish. They were locked on something deeper in the shadows, just past the stall, in a narrow alley between two tall buildings, where the light didn't reach. Jiraiya's smile faded the moment he followed the boy's gaze. Half hidden behind a stack of broken crates, a woman and a small boy huddled near a dented metal bin. The woman was gaunt, her face pale and drawn with the kind of exhaustion that went deeper than sleepless nights. Her sleeves hung loosely off stick-thin arms as she dug through discarded scraps. The child beside her clutched at her leg, wide eyes staring out from beneath a tangled curtain of dark hair, watchful, silent, and hollow with hunger. Jiraiya didn't speak. Didn't need to, because Naruto was already moving. The boy stepped up to the food stall and, without hesitation, slapped a few coins on the counter. He grabbed the warmest roll of bread and the largest piece of fried fish he could carry. Steam still curled from them as he walked, slowly, carefully, toward the alley. "Oi, Naruto," Jiraiya called, but the words came out soft, not sharp. He didn't stop him. He just watched. Watched as the boy he was supposed to be teaching knelt down in front of two strangers and held out everything he had. "Here," Naruto said quietly, scratching at the back of his head. His voice was small, not shy, just gentle. "You need it more than I do." The woman froze. Her eyes darted between the food and Naruto's face, like she didn't know whether to believe it. Slowly, with shaking hands, she reached out. As she accepted the bread and fish, her eyes began to glisten. Then Naruto did something else. He pulled open the coin pouch tied to his belt and pressed the rest of his money into her hand. No hesitation. No ceremony. Just gave. For a breathless moment, the woman said nothing. Then she collapsed forward, dropping to her knees, clutching the meal and the coins to her chest, and Naruto, too. She pulled him into a tight embrace, burying her face in his shoulder as her voice cracked through the alley. "Thank you. Thank you, thank you." Naruto stiffened instantly, his arms awkwardly hovering in the air like he'd been hit by a jutsu he didn't recognize. His face flushed red, his mouth twitching like he wanted to say something but didn't know how. Hey, it's no big deal," he mumbled. One hand patted her back, hesitant but sincere. "Really? It's fine." Jiraiya watched from the mouth of the alley, unmoving. The noise of the street faded around him, muffled by the depth of the moment playing out in front of him. There was no spotlight, no cheering crowd, no reward waiting at the end. Just a boy who had grown up with nothing giving what little he had without question. And in that instant, Jiraiya didn't see Naruto the prankster. Or Naruto the Jinchuriki. Or Naruto the student who still couldn't manage a proper clone. He saw Minato. The same quiet kindness. The same instinct to help. But as pride swelled in his chest, it was swiftly overtaken by another feeling. Darker. Sharper. Unforgiving. And yet Konoha turned its back on him. They let him starve. They let him hurt. They let him believe, for years, that he was less. And now, he was out here in the back alleys of a foreign town, doing what no one had done for him. Jiraiya's hands curled into fists at his sides, his face unreadable beneath the shadow of his hair. "You deserved better," he thought bitterly, watching Naruto slowly pull away from the woman, his face red but his eyes steady. "You always did." Naruto returned a few moments later, jogging lightly back to Jiraiya's side, his footsteps barely audible over the noise of the street. That familiar smile was back on his face, but it had changed. It wasn't just excitement or curiosity anymore. It was something gentler. Softer. Like the quiet glow of a lantern in the dark. There was pride in it. Not loud or boastful. Just a small, steady light burning behind his eyes. The kind that comes from doing the right thing even when no one's watching. "Okay, Uro-sennin," he said, voice lighter now as he matched pace beside him. "Who are we looking for again?" Jiraiya blinked, the remnants of bitter reflection still clinging to the edges of his thoughts. He shook them off with a practiced tease, though the shadow in his eyes hadn't quite vanished. He plastered on a grin, one of those big, ridiculous ones that usually came before trouble or teasing, but this time, it didn't quite reach all the way. "We're here to find Tsunade," he said simply, sliding his hands into the sleeves of his robe as they walked. "One of my old teammates. Legendary Sannin. Medical genius. Gambling disaster. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious. Tsunade, huh? What's she like? Jiraiya let out a long, theatrical sigh, part wistful memory, part pure showman. He clasped his hands behind his head and tilted his chin skyward like he was reminiscing over a long-lost love. Beautiful, he said dramatically, eyes gleaming. A vision of unmatched grace and charm. Naruto squinted at him. And absolutely terrifying, Jiraiya added a beat later, grin turning sheepish. She once broke my ribs just for looking at her the wrong way. Naruto snorted, amused, but didn't press further. He didn't need to. He'd learned by now that second-hand stories rarely painted the whole picture. People always filtered their memories through emotion, fear, love, pride, regret. They saw what they wanted to see, remembered what suited them. I'll decide for myself, he thought, gaze flicking up to the blinking signs overhead. No one ever really saw me either, after all. Not really. Just what they expected. The crowd thickened as they turned onto another main street. Music blared from somewhere up ahead. A group of performers tossed glowing sticks into the air, and coins clinked into a collection bowl on the ground. The scent of roasted chestnuts and honey tea hung in the air, making Naruto's stomach grumble again. Jiraiya led the way without missing a beat, weaving through the crowd with a traveler's ease. Naruto followed, eyes sharp now, his earlier wonder tempered by a deeper purpose. They weren't just sightseeing anymore. This town, with all its lights and noise and chaos, had suddenly taken on a new shape, a starting point. A crossroads. Somewhere in the noise and neon, one of the legendary Sannin was hiding. And Naruto was going to find her. Searching for Tsunade. The sun had long begun its slow descent, dipping beneath the rooftops and casting the sprawling streets of four-leaf clover in hues of deep amber and molten gold. But even as dusk rolled in, the town didn't sleep. If anything, it came alive. The light shifted, from warm daylight to flickering neon. Glowing kanji signs blinked in shades of red, blue, and violet, painting the cobblestones beneath Naruto's feet an ever-changing color. Every casino they passed seemed louder than the last, pulsing with laughter, music, and the metallic clatter of dice and coins. The scent of grilled meat mingled with perfume and cigarette smoke, carried on a breeze thick with life. Street lamps flickered to life, their lantern glowed dim compared to the riot of color spilling from taverns and gambling dens. Naruto walked just behind Jiraiya, caught in the sensory overload but adjusting quickly. The crowd pressed in around them, tourists, merchants, locals, performers, all swept up in their own worlds. It reminded Naruto of a river, loud, fast, impossible to control. He kind of liked it. She's got to be around here somewhere, Jiraiya muttered as they ducked into yet another bar, his voice low but certain. His sharp eyes moved quickly, scanning every face and corner like a hawk circling above a field. According to one of my spies, she arrived last night. The bar was dim, filled with the low hum of conversation and a haze of smoke that clung to the ceiling like fog. Round tables were scattered across the floor, their surfaces cluttered with half-empty glasses, crumpled betting slips, and the occasional ashtray. A trio of musicians played a slow, jazzy tune near the corner stage, blending into the murmur of voices and the clinking of glass. Naruto leaned against the doorway, arms folded across his chest. His eyes swept the room once, lazily, but with focus. A group of card players laughed raucously at a table in the back, while a waiter moved between tables balancing drinks with effortless ease. There were gamblers, drinkers, and hustlers aplenty, but no sign of a blonde medic nin with a reputation for broken tables and bigger debts. "You sure your spy didn't screw up?" Naruto asked, glancing sideways at Jiraiya with a skeptical tilt of his brow. "Positive," Jiraiya replied, not missing a beat. "If there's one thing Tsunade can't resist, it's gambling. Trust me. It's not if she shows up, it's when." Naruto gave a small, resigned shrug and let his eyes wander again. It had been a long day of walking, searching, asking questions, and always just missing her by a few hours or a few streets. Still, there was something peaceful in the chaos around him. For the first time in what felt like forever, he didn't feel watched. He didn't have to keep his guard up for whispers or glares. No one here cared about the Nine Tails. No one saw him as anything but another kid passing through a busy town. It was strange and nice. As they stepped back out into the streets, the neon lights hit them again like a wave. A parade of colors shimmered across Naruto's face as he stretched his arms over his head and yawned. Jiraiya ran a hand through his thick white hair and let out a long sigh. "All right, kid," he said, his voice carrying a trace of fatigue. "Let's take a break. She'll turn up soon enough." Naruto's stomach growled before he could answer, loud enough that a nearby couple glanced over with mild amusement. "Hey! Guess I'm starving again," Naruto muttered, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Jiraiya chuckled and reached over, ruffling his hair with a calloused hand. "Come on. Let's get you fed. You've earned it." Naruto grinned, already imagining dumplings, noodles, and something fried, very fried. He jogged ahead toward a row of food stalls lining the next block, the scent of roasted garlic and soy sauce easing him forward. Behind him, Jiraiya followed with a slower pace, eyes still scanning the crowd, senses tuned to every detail. "She's close," he thought. And when they found her, the real work would begin. The restaurant was modest, tucked quietly into the corner of a side street where the noise of the main boulevard softened into something calmer, gentler. Paper lanterns bobbed in the warm breeze just outside, their soft glow casting long shadows across the aged wooden exterior. The sign above the entrance was faded, its paint chipped and worn by time, but the warm light spilling from the windows spoke of comfort, not neglect. Naruto's stomach gave an impatient growl as they stepped inside. The air hit him like a wave, grilled meat, simmering broth, spices he couldn't name but desperately wanted to eat. The inside was cozy, filled with mismatched tables and soft chatter. Locals and travelers alike hunched over bowls of steaming ramen or clinked glasses of sake in quiet celebration. Laughter drifted from the far corner, muffled by the wood-paneled walls and thick paper dividers, but as Naruto crossed the threshold, his smile wavered. His footsteps slowed. His eyes swept the room, not with curiosity, but with caution. It was subtle. The way his shoulders pulled inward, the way his hand tightened slightly around the strap of his bag. His gaze flicked to the kitchen staff, then to the nearest table, his mouth set in a careful line. Jiraiya, already halfway to the hostess stand, turned and noticed the hesitation immediately. "You good?" he asked, voice quiet but firm. Naruto shrugged, not looking at him. "Yeah. Fine." His tone was light, but his stance was too guarded. Like he was waiting for someone to sneer. To point. To tell him he didn't belong here. It hit Jiraiya like a gut punch. He'd seen this behavior before. In war orphans. In Jinchuriki. In kids who learned early that people didn't want them taking up space. Damn Konoha, he thought bitterly. How many times did they toss him out of places like this? But then Naruto stopped. Not in discomfort, something else. He turned toward the front window, just past a small booth, his head tilting slightly. His shoulders eased. The tension melted like mist beneath sunlight. "What's up?" Jiraiya asked, stepping beside him, following his line of sight out through the fogged glass. The street outside was still alive, people bustled past, vendors packed up their carts, lanterns lit one by one. It looked the same as before. But Naruto leaned in, one hand resting lightly against the window frame. His brows furrowed in quiet focus. "I think I found your teammate," he said finally. Jiraiya blinked. "You what?" Naruto nodded toward the street. "Out there. By the fountain." Jiraiya peered through the window, squinting, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just a slow-moving crowd. No flash of blonde hair. No commanding presence. No telltale voice shouting at a dealer for cheating. "You sure?" he asked, skeptical. "And how would you even know what Tsunade looks like?" Naruto tilted his head, squinting again. "You said she's blonde. Honey brown eyes. And you, kind of wouldn't shut up about how beautiful and terrifying she is." Jiraiya chuckled, amused despite himself. "Fair enough," Naruto continued, tone thoughtful. "But mostly? I can feel her chakra." That made Jiraiya pause. Naruto didn't say it dramatically. It was casual, offhand, like he was talking about the weather. "It's huge. Like yours. Dense. It's heavy. Feels like it's pushing down on everything nearby. Hard to miss." Jiraiya's amusement vanished. He turned fully toward the boy now, watching him with a new kind of focus. "You can sense her chakra?" he asked slowly. "Like that?" Naruto shrugged, fidgeting with the strap of his bag. "Yeah. I mean, not always. But when it's strong and close. Yeah. I feel it." Yours too. Even mine, sometimes. It's weird, but it's been like that for a while. Jiraiya's jaw tightened. Untrained. Raw. A natural sensor, and no one ever noticed. Not Kakashi. Not the instructors. Not anyone. They'd ignored it. Just like everything else. Another wasted potential buried under years of neglect and bare minimum survival. Before Jiraiya could say anything else, Naruto added, with absolute deadpan delivery, "Oh. And also while we were walking around, you kept going on and on about her chest. Said no one compares to her. I figured if someone matched that description and had a massive chakra signature, it was probably her." For a moment, the restaurant went very, very quiet in Jiraiya's head. A single blank. Jiraiya stared. "You really didn't have to say that part out loud, you know." Naruto blinked innocently. "You really didn't have to say it 8 times. Out loud. In public." "I was making a point." "You were making people stare." Jiraiya groaned and dragged a hand down his face. "Remind me why I'm taking you seriously again?" Naruto grinned, stepping away from the window. "Because I found your teammate, and you didn't." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. "You're getting the cheap bowl of ramen." "Hey!" With Tsunade. The afternoon air hung heavy over the streets of Four-Leaf Clover Town, thick with the mingling scent of roasting meats, sweet perfume, hot oil, and the acrid tinge of smoke wafting from the rows of vendor carts. The low hum of the crowd was a constant, like the town itself breathed in rhythm with the golden haze settling over the rooftops. Lanterns flickered to life one by one as the sun slipped lower, their soft glow bouncing off glass and polished stone. The world was alive with color and noise, but for Tsunade, the day had already curdled into irritation. Her strides were long, lazy, but held an unmistakable tension. Hands stuffed deep into the pockets of her green haori, she moved through the crowd like a force of nature unwilling to part for anyone. Her expression was flat, the kind that warned others not to speak unless they had something particularly smart, or suicidal, to say. Another casino. Another million Rio lost. Just like that, gone with a smirk and the turn of a card. Worse, the sleazy manager had leaned in afterward, breath reeking of sake and ego, to offer her a private game. "Strip poker," he whispered, with a wink. "Winner gets a special prize," he said. Her knuckles had cracked so loud it cut through the music. She hadn't put him through the wall, though she'd wanted to, but the drink she'd hurled at his face had earned her some satisfaction. Still, satisfaction didn't pay debts. And she was rapidly running out of places that hadn't blacklisted her. Now, walking the neon-lit street, she was looking for Shizune, or more accurately, looking for someone to nag into giving her more cash. Her long blonde hair slipped loose from its ties, catching the breeze, and her heels clicked against the worn stone road in a sharp, even rhythm. She sighed, brushing a strand behind her ear, her patience thinner than rice paper. So when something tugged gently at the hem of her coat, she turned on instinct, ready to snap. Her gaze dropped. It wasn't a drunk. Or a beggar. Or even some starry-eyed fanboy. It was a kid, maybe 12 or 13 at most, with bright, messy blonde hair that practically defied gravity. His skin was tanned, his face round but sharp with mischief. What caught her off guard, though, were the marks, 3 whisker-like lines etched into each cheek, like scars or birthmarks that gave him a fox-like edge. But more than that were his eyes. Clear. Bright. Blue as a summer sky at noon. And filled not with fear or awe, but curiosity. Tsunade blanked. "What do you want, kid?" she asked, her voice gruff out of habit but not cruel. "If you're here to collect a debt, I'm broke." The boy tilted his head, not bothered in the slightest. "Debt collector? Nah." He scratched the back of his neck. "I just wanted to ask you something." That caught her off guard. She arched a brow, crossing her arms. "Oh? All right then. Ask." He looked up at her, gaze steady. "Are you Tsunade?" The question was simple. But there was weight in the way he said it, like it mattered. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly. She took him in again, this time slower. There was something about his presence that tugged at the back of her mind. Familiar in a way she couldn't place. The hair. The eyes. And something else. Something deeper. "Yeah," she answered, cautious now. "I'm Tsunade." "Who's asking?" The boy shifted awkwardly, as if he'd just stepped over an invisible line and wasn't sure how far he wanted to go. "My sensei told me about you," he said, eyes flicking away for a beat. "Jiraiya." At the sound of the name, Tsunade's brows twitched. "Of course he did. she thought with an exasperated sigh. That old fool would have to be nearby. Probably lurking behind a street lamp or spying from a rooftop, waiting for a dramatic moment to show up and announce himself like some wandering sage in a storybook. At the mention of the name, Tsunade's posture shifted, just barely. It was subtle, a slight tightening of her shoulders, a faint stillness in her breath. Anyone else might have missed it. But years of war and wandering had trained her well. She could smother a reaction in a heartbeat. Bury instinct beneath indifference. Then something flickered in her chest, something old and deeply buried. Her eyes fell on his face again. The roundness of his cheeks, the brightness in those impossibly blue eyes. There was a warmth to them, a fire she hadn't seen in years. Something stubborn and proud and so achingly familiar. Kushina? The name came unbidden, startling her. But then, just as quickly, she saw it, his hair, the shape of his eyes, the natural tilt of confidence in his stance. Minato. Both of them. He was a walking echo of people she had lost. Her thoughts were interrupted when the boy suddenly smiled, completely oblivious to the storm he was stirring in her chest. "You're really pretty," the boy said, without hesitation, his voice warm and impossibly sincere. Tsunade blinked. The words struck so hard and fast she almost laughed. "What?" "My sensei wasn't lying," Naruto went on, grinning. "You've got really beautiful eyes." There was no flirtation. No sleaze. No game. Just a compliment offered with the same ease as someone pointing out the color of the sky. Pure. Blunt. Honest. Tsunade stood still, stunned by how simple it was. She'd spent years drowning in sleazy remarks, in men whose eyes dropped to her chest before ever meeting her gaze. She was used to catcalls and crude jokes, and even Jiraiya, especially Jiraiya, had spent decades pretending to be charming while saying the dumbest things imaginable. But this was different. It reminded her of how Kushina used to blurt out praise like it was a reflex. Or the way Nawaki used to tug at her sleeve just to say she was the prettiest sister in the world. Her cheeks warmed, a faint flush rising to the surface before she smothered it under a crooked smirk. "So that's your game, huh?" she said, folding her arms with mock suspicion. "Jiraiya sent you ahead to butter me up?" Naruto shrugged, still grinning. "Not really. You just looked kinda mad. Thought a compliment might help." So casual. So utterly unfazed, like he hadn't just made her heart stutter for a full beat. Tsunade huffed and opened her mouth to reply, only to pause as her eyes flicked past his shoulder. And there he was. Speak of the devil. Jiraiya was striding down the street like a man who believed every step deserved applause. Arms wide, grin wider, moving like the years had changed nothing. He walked with that same infuriating ease, like the world would catch him if he ever bothered to fall. "Tsunade!" he called, loud enough to turn a few heads nearby. "It's been far too long." She didn't even pretend to smile. "And you're still alive," she replied flatly, voice sharp enough to cut glass. "Shocking, really." Jiraiya slowed to a stop beside Naruto, seemingly unfazed by the glare leveled at him. "What do you want this time?" she asked, eyes narrowing. "Don't tell me you're here to blow another fortune on rigged dice and cheap sake." He chuckled, brushing non-existent dust from his sleeve. "Tempting," he said with a wink. "But no. I've got something better in mind." Her brow arched. What could possibly be better than rigged dice and bad decisions? Jiraiya gestured toward Naruto with a grin that was half pride, half mischief. He needs a medical checkup," Jiraiya said, tone more serious now, anchored by something older than duty. "Thought it was time he met my old teammate." Tsunade's eyes drifted back to Naruto, but this time, she looked closely. Not just at the surface, at the whiskered cheeks or the bright, sun-roughened skin. She looked past the grin, past the charm, straight into the fire that sat behind those eyes. And it was there. Hot. Defiant. Familiar. "A medical checkup, huh?" she repeated, arching a skeptical brow. "And what's so special about him?" Jiraiya didn't answer right away. His smile faded into something quieter. "More thoughtful." "More than you'd think," he said. She narrowed her eyes, ready to press further, but Naruto beat her to it. He stepped forward, shoulders square, fists loose at his sides. The boyish grin had faded, replaced with something steady. "Real." "I don't know if I'm special or anything," he said, voice even and clear. "But I'm gonna be Hokage one day. That's a promise." Tsunade blinked, caught slightly off guard. She'd heard those words before, too many times, spoken by brash students with stars in their eyes and no idea what it meant. But this kid, he didn't sound arrogant. He wasn't trying to impress her. His voice held no doubt. Only conviction. It stirred something in her chest, something buried under grief and dead in the weight of too many names carved into stone. She sighed. Long. Exhausted. And then she turned on her heel. Follow me. She didn't say she was interested. She didn't have to. Naruto grinned behind her, already moving, but Jiraiya, unfortunately, couldn't let the moment pass quietly. Behind them came that giggle, that infamous, unmistakable, high-pitched wheeze of perversion that sounded like someone had just discovered a hidden hot spring behind a women's changing room. Tsunade stopped. Her steps halted mid-stride. She didn't even look. "Hey, kid," she said, glancing down at Naruto with a sideways look. Her voice was calm, controlled. "Dangerous." "What's your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto," he replied cheerfully, flashing a full, toothy grin. "What's up?" And just like that, the name hit her like a punch to the lungs. Uzumaki. The syllables rang in her head louder than any bell. Her expression didn't move, but something deep beneath it cracked. The name slipped under her skin, coiled around her spine. Uzumaki. The hair. The grin. The eyes. It was all but confirmed. This kid. This boy. Was Minato's son. Kushina's son. And no one told her. Not the elders. Not the third. Not even Jiraiya. Her hands clenched slightly at her sides, nails digging into her palms. They kept him from me. There were names. Many names. And every one of them had just been written onto a new list in her mind. A list she'd be dealing with when the time came. But not now. Not yet. She exhaled slowly, loosening her fists before anyone could see. "Hey, Naruto," she said lightly, glancing over her shoulder again. "Think you could walk behind me and make sure this idiot doesn't stare at my ass?" Jiraiya made a strangled sound, clutching his chest like she'd run him through with a katana. "Tsunade. How could you accuse me, of such unrefined behavior? Your words wound me deeper than any blade." She didn't even blink. Naruto didn't either. They both turned their heads slowly, matching, synchronized, deadpan. Unimpressed. Unamused. Utterly, terrifyingly united. Jiraiya deflated, his exaggerated horror shrinking into a sheepish grin. But a glimmer of something soft flickered behind his eyes. That look. That sarcasm. That shared glance of exasperation. Just like Kushina, he thought, heart-twisting. Exactly like her. She used to turn and glare at him the same way, calling him super pervert with the kind of tone that should have qualified as a genjutsu. Now here was Naruto. Shoulders squared. Chin up. Sarcastic as hell. Mirroring her. Mirroring both of them. "Sure, I gotcha," Naruto said, giving a casual thumbs up as he moved behind Tsunade. "I'll make sure he doesn't do anything gross." Tsunade smirked, clearly pleased. "Good. At least one of you has manners." Jiraiya threw his arms up, exasperated. "You know, for the record, I'm still a respected Sannin." "Debatable," Naruto muttered. "Extremely," Tsunade added. They kept walking, down the narrow street, under the soft glow of lanterns that swayed above them, framed in the quiet laughter of strangers and the low hum of a city in motion. The streets of Four-Leaf Clover Town were alive with the hum of twilight. Lanterns swung gently above the cobbled roads, glowing with soft golden light as dusk settled like a warm blanket over the town. The aroma of grilled skewers, spiced tea, and sweet pastries drifted lazily through the air, tangled with the sounds of laughter and music spilling from open tavern doors. The town pulsed with energy, free, loud, and untamed. Naruto walked just behind Tsunade, his hands behind his head in a loose, lazy posture. His eyes flicked occasionally to the side, not at the glowing signs or the dancing streetlights, but at Jiraiya, keeping careful watch like a self-appointed pervert patrol. But after a few blocks, Naruto noticed something weird. People were staring at him. Specifically, girls. At first, he figured they were looking at Tsunade. That made sense. She stood out like royalty, tall, beautiful, commanding. She had the kind of presence that made people turn their heads twice. But then it kept happening. Two girls near a flower stand whispered behind their hands and giggled, eyes flicking toward him. A trio of older teens passed by and one of them bit her lip before bursting into laughter with her friends. Naruto blinked. "What the?" He scratched at the back of his neck, brow furrowed. His steps slowed a little as confusion crept in. "Why are so many people looking at me?" he mumbled under his breath, not really expecting an answer. But Jiraiya heard it. The old man cast a look over his shoulder, and a sly grin curved across his face almost instantly. "Well, he said, chuckling low in his throat. "Looks like you're a hit with the ladies, kid." Naruto nearly stumbled. "What?" "It's the whiskers," Jiraiya said, waving lazily at his face. "The blue eyes. The energy. You've got that same troublemaker charm." Naruto stared at him blankly. "That's not a thing." "Oh, it is," Jiraiya said smugly. "Back in the day, my last student had the same problem. You ever heard of Minato Namikaze?" Naruto's face lit up with recognition. "Oh yeah. You mentioned him before. He was your student, right? The fourth Hokage." "That's the one," Jiraiya nodded proudly. Girls couldn't stop staring at him when he was your age. Sharp, talented, dangerous, but totally clueless about flirting. It's like déjà vu. Naruto's face went red on cue, his hand flying up to shield his expression. There's no way they're looking at me like that. They're probably just laughing at my clothes or something." Jiraiya gave him a long look. "Kid. No one laughs that hard at clothes. Except maybe me." He let his gaze travel pointedly down to Naruto's bright orange jumpsuit. "I mean," Jiraiya said, voice carefully neutral, "you are dressed like a walking emergency flare." Naruto flinched. "Hey! Orange is awesome. It stands out." "Exactly. Like a target," Jiraiya said, already grinning. "You're basically asking enemy ninja to spot you from a mile away." Naruto crossed his arms defensively. "It's my thing, okay? Besides, it's not like I have a lot of options." "That's why we're changing that," Jiraiya replied. "Eventually. No student of mine's gonna dress like a safety cone forever." "DCH. Traitor," Naruto muttered, slouching just enough to sulk dramatically. Jiraiya chuckled again, watching the boy from the corner of his eye. He didn't say it out loud, but the resemblance was there. The grin. The spirit. The conviction. Minato's energy. Kushina's fire. And Naruto, completely unaware, just kept walking, with girls staring, the lights shining, and a future none of them fully understood yet stretching out before him. The trio's path eventually brought them to the edge of the entertainment district, where the lantern-lit chaos gave way to something quieter, more refined. Nestled between two old timber-framed buildings stood a sleek, modern inn that looked like it had been transported from another world. Its clean, glass-paneled facade gleamed softly under the golden twilight, framed with polished metal accents and glowing signage and elegant calligraphy. It radiated luxury, subtle and stylish. Naruto stared at it, squinting. "This place looks really fancy," he muttered, his nose practically pressed to the glass. "Are we even allowed in here without wearing suits or something?" Tsunade didn't even slow down. She strode through the doors with the confidence of someone who either owned the place or was daring anyone to stop her. Jiraiya followed casually, hands in his sleeves and a smirk already playing at the corner of his mouth. Naruto scrambled after them, still trying to understand what counted as inappropriate behavior. The lobby was sleek and serene, obsidian floors, soft lighting, delicate floral arrangements, and the faint, luxurious scent of sandalwood and lavender in the air. It was the kind of place Naruto figured rich people stayed in while doing mysterious rich people things, like sipping tea and judging wallpaper. A woman behind the desk, sharp bob haircut, flawless skin, and a smile honed by years of customer service, looked up and immediately brightened. "Welcome back, Lady Akame," she said with a warm, respectful bow. Naruto blinked. "Lady? Who?" he turned to ask, only to feel Jiraiya's hand land firmly on his shoulder. A subtle shake of the head followed. "Don't." Tsunade offered a polite nod and walked forward. "Just some guests," she said smoothly. Naruto watched, slack-jawed, as her hair darkened a few shades and her eyes shifted subtly from honey gold to a soft, cooler blue. A perfect transformation, so fast and seamless he almost missed it. The receptionist glanced between Jiraiya and Naruto, her eyes briefly widening. Her professional smile didn't falter, but something about it changed. "Oh," she said, her voice now laced with something else. "Guests. Of course." She leaned in slightly, her tone dropping in pitch. "Don't worry, Lady Akame. I'll let the staff know not to disturb you and your companions. Full privacy. No interruptions. Just how you like it, Tsunade blinked. Wait, what? The woman gave her a wink and a thumbs up. I hope you three have a lovely night together. Naruto smiled cheerfully. Thanks. The place smells really nice, by the way. Tsunade's brain short-circuited. She processed it all in a flash, the receptionist's wink, the loaded tone, the companion's comment. And then came the mental image. Her. Jiraiya. And Naruto together, alone, in a suite. Her face went crimson faster than a triggered explosive tag. Hey! That's not. But the receptionist was already gone, disappearing behind a sliding door, humming happily. Tsunade stood frozen for a moment, fists clenched at her sides, jaw twitching with suppressed horror. Meanwhile, Naruto looked around the elegant lobby, nodding approvingly. This is way fancier than the places me and Uro-sennin usually stay at, he said innocently. Last one had a leaky ceiling and smelled like pickled fish. Yeah, Jiraiya added casually, lips twitching, but that one didn't come with implied threesomes. Naruto blinked. Implied what? Tsunade didn't answer. She just turned very slowly to face Jiraiya with the cold, deadly calm of someone mentally calculating the square footage required to bury a body. Jiraiya took one step back, hands raised. Hey, don't blame me. I didn't say anything. I just, not. Another word. Naruto, still confused, glanced between them. Did I miss something? Tsunade massaged her temples with both hands. Just go pick a bed, Naruto. Sweet. Do we get those little chocolate mints on the pillows? Jiraiya snorted. Tsunade sighed like a woman already regretting every life decision that brought her to this moment. I don't get adults, Naruto muttered to no one in particular, rubbing his temple like he was already too tired to try. It's like all of you are speaking in riddles or something. Tsunade let out a tired huff and mirrored the motion, pressing two fingers against her own forehead. Kid, if you stick around Jiraiya long enough, you'll stop trying to make sense of anything. It's better for your sanity. Hey! Jiraiya barked, sounding more amused than insulted. He struck a dramatic pose, one hand over his chest like he'd just been accused of treason. I'll have you know I am a model of wisdom, guidance, and long-suffering mentorship. Tsunade didn't even spare him a glance. Sure, she said flatly, tone as dry as kindling. Naruto chuckled despite himself, the tension of the long day slipping from his shoulders. He kicked his feet gently from where he sat on the edge of the ridiculously fluffy bed, looking more relaxed now than he had since arriving in town. Guess I've got a lot to learn, huh? Tsunade glanced sideways at him. The corners of her mouth twitched, just barely. That laugh. That grin. It was pure Kushina. And yet, the quiet resilience behind his eyes, like he'd seen more than most boys his age and kept smiling anyway, that was Minato all over. You've got so much to learn, kid, she thought, watching him with a gaze more thoughtful than amused. But if anyone's stubborn enough to survive it, it's you. Before she could speak, a soft creak echoed from the door at the far side of the suite. The adjoining room opened slowly, and a familiar figure stepped into view, dark eyes alert, posture practiced, calm, and composed. Shizune. Her short black hair was pulled neatly back, her medic nin uniform crisp despite the travel. Tonton peeked out from her arms, the tiny pig's snout twitching at the unfamiliar scent in the air. Shizune took one look at the trio, and stopped dead. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Not aggressively, but enough to say I know trouble when I see it. Her gaze flicked to Tsunade for a beat, then back to Jiraiya. And finally, it landed on the strange blonde boy who had made himself entirely at home, flopped on the inn's pristine bedding like he'd grown up in luxury. The silence stretched. Lady Tsunade, she said slowly, evenly. What's going on here? There was no panic in her voice. But her stance shifted, just slightly. Feet bracing, shoulders squaring. It was subtle, born of long years at Tsunade's side, of watching her get pulled into half-baked chaos in high-stakes situations. Of being ready to step in if the wrong shadow ever followed her inside. Her hand moved instinctively, sliding Tonton into the crook of one arm as the other dropped casually to her side, close enough to her pouch for sedatives, scalpels, or a paralysis tag. Just in case. Jiraiya, still leaning near the doorframe with all the smug confidence of a man who'd survived too many assassination attempts to take anything seriously, lifted both hands in mock surrender. Easy, Shizune, he said, smiling that infuriating, lazy grin of his. No missions. No poison. No ambush. Cross my heart. You've crossed a lot of things, she muttered. He gave a mock gasp. Wounded. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. Shizune, stand down. He's not here to drag us back. Just to make everything more complicated. Tsunade let out a slow, long breath through her nose, folding her arms beneath her chest in a quiet show of agreement. She knew that look in Shizune's eyes. Sharp. Alert. 1 second away from taking over the situation if things went sideways. She'd trained her to be that way. Counted on it, but right now, it wasn't needed. Not yet. Jiraiya, for once, seemed to sense it too. He adjusted his stance, his usual slouch straightening ever so slightly. His grin faded as he purposefully kept his gaze locked at eye level, well away from Tsunade's narrowed, suspicious stare. "Smart man, we need to talk," he said at last. The humor bled from his voice in an instant, replaced by something heavier. Worn. Serious in a way that made the room feel smaller. Without another word, he reached into his coat and pulled out a thick scroll. It was old. The edges frayed, the inkwork faded in places, but the seals engraved along its surface glowed faintly with the shimmer of a recent refresh, like someone had spent hours recharging the chakra layers just to preserve the contents. He held it out to her. Tsunade took it with a furrowed brow, her grip steady even as something colder settled in her chest. "What is this?" she asked. Jiraiya's voice was quieter now. "Medical records. Naruto's. Everything they've kept on him in Konoha." Her eyes narrowed. "How much is in here?" His answer came without hesitation. 12 years. Her breath caught, the words echoed in her ears. 12 years. Her fingers tightened around the scroll. It felt heavier now. Not just physically, but spiritually. Like it carried the weight of every moment she hadn't been there. Every scar no one had healed. Every failure they had let stack up on the shoulders of a child. 12 years, she repeated, the number scraping at the back of her throat like broken glass. "Yep," Jiraiya said, his tone grim. "They kept everything. Even the stuff they thought no one would ever look at." Tsunade didn't speak. Not immediately. With a flick of her fingers, she unsealed the scroll. There was a soft crack of chakra discharge, and a thick folder slid free, heavy with embedded seals and protective layers. The top sheet bore a single glowing kanji, full. Like a warning. Like a verdict. She didn't open it. Not yet. She just stared, the paper trembling ever so slightly in her hands. Across the room, Shizune's gaze had drifted to the boy. Naruto. He was currently lying on his stomach on the plush rug, legs swinging lazily behind him as he poked at the edge of the fabric with a kind of focused curiosity, like the weave might be some kind of puzzle. He looked up at the sound of his name. He asked, blinking. "Naruto?" Shizune asked gently, her voice softer now. She wasn't interrogating, just searching. Studying him. He beamed at her like she'd just offered him a bowl of ramen. "That's me. Naruto Uzumaki," he said brightly, grinning with all the confidence of someone who didn't know the sky was about to fall behind him. Shizune blinked. The name hit her like a ripple through still water. Uzumaki. Her breath hitched, so subtle she almost didn't notice it. Memories stirred. A whirl of crimson hair. A laugh loud enough to shake windows. A woman who had once run through the Hokage's office barefoot because she'd forgotten her shoes and hadn't cared. Kushina. Shizune's smile faltered, just slightly, as her eyes slid from Naruto to Tsunade. And for a moment, neither woman spoke. Because they both felt it now. That unmistakable weight. Naruto wasn't just a boy. He was a living reminder. Of promises made. Of people lost. Of a village that had let too much slip through the cracks. Tsunade's eyes hadn't left the folder. But her jaw tightened. Her shoulders squared. She was already building a list. Tsunade hadn't said a word. But her face. Her face said everything. Her honey brown eyes, usually so sharp, so steady, had gone wide. Locked on Naruto with a look that was something between shock and devastation. The open scroll lay across her lap, the parchment unrolled but unread beyond the first few pages. Her fingers hovered above the surface, trembling faintly, as if she wasn't sure whether to keep reading or set the whole thing on fire. The silence was thick. Heavy. Pressed into every corner of the room like a warning. Shizune's eyes flicked between them, her medic instincts prickling. "Lady Tsunade?" she asked carefully. "What's wrong?" But Tsunade didn't answer. Her gaze was pinned to the records, scanning, reading, absorbing. With every line, her expression changed. The disbelief gave way to something colder. More dangerous. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Her brows drew tight. Her breath came sharp through her nose. Naruto, oblivious to the war building behind her eyes, let out a small sigh and scratched the back of his head. "It's probably just my medical records," he said, voice oddly casual. Like it was routine. Like he'd long since stopped expecting people to react any differently. "Jiraiya-sensei said you'd want to look at them. He said he doesn't trust anyone else to do a real checkup. Not just the physical stuff, but..." He tapped the side of his head. "What's going on up here, too?" His smile followed a beat later. Small. Lopsided. Fragile. It didn't quite reach his eyes. And that, somehow, broke something inside her. Tsunade's eyes snapped up from the scroll, locking onto him. "This," she said, and her voice cracked. "Just a little. This is just his first year." The fury in her tone was quiet, but suffocating. Like the moment right before thunder. Shizune stepped closer, peering over her shoulder. Her breath hitched. 38 assassination attempts?" she whispered, horror creeping into her voice. "Multiple fractures, untreated concussions, broken fingers, chronic malnutrition? Staff negligence?" She looked up, pale. That's criminal." Tsunade's hands were trembling now as she gripped the edges of the scroll. "That's Minato's orphanage." Her voice cracked again, but this time, it wasn't from sorrow. It was rage. "He built that place himself. After the Third War. It was supposed to be safe. It was supposed to be a sanctuary. How did this happen under our noses? In his own village?" The words weren't directed at anyone. Not exactly. But they cut through the room like blades. Naruto didn't flinch. He didn't look surprised. He just stared at the carpet, his expression unreadable, his voice quiet. "Yeah," he said softly. "That sounds about right." There was no bitterness in it. No anger. Just a quiet resignation that didn't belong in a boy his age. Shizune looked at him, truly looked at him, and saw the scars that didn't show. The kind you couldn't heal with chakra. Jiraiya stood off to the side, arms crossed, his usual teasing gone. His face was carved from stone. "And that's just year one," he said quietly. "I only made it to his 10th birthday. It doesn't get better. It gets worse." The room fell still. Tsunade's grip shifted. She slammed the folder shut with a snap loud enough to make Tonton flinch. The sound echoed like a slap across stone. She closed her eyes, her shoulders rising with a deep breath she didn't release for several seconds. Her fists curled atop the scroll, knuckles white with pressure. The rage was there. Growing. Coiling like a serpent beneath her ribs. It wasn't explosive, not yet, but it was rising. Slow and sharp. The kind of fury that built in silence and ended in ruin. They let this happen in Minato's village. To Kushina's child. When she opened her eyes again, they were dry, but they burned. Her thoughts were a tangle of names and faces, some beloved, some bitter. Minato. Kushina. Nawaki. And now, Naruto. But the ones that twisted deepest weren't the dead. They were the ones still alive. Mikoto. Her name surfaced in Tsunade's mind like acid, the syllables tasting like betrayal. "Where the hell were you? You were supposed to be Kushina's closest friend, her confidant. If anyone knew Kushina's wishes, it would have been you. You had to know. She would have made you godmother. She would have trusted you with his life. And yet. Nothing. No protection. No whisper of intervention. Just silence." And then, Sume. The name struck like a blade through memory. "You two were inseparable in the academy. The infamous pair, Kushina and Tsume, Storm and Fang. She loved you like a sister. And you? You let this happen?" "You all let it happen." Her fingers curled into fists atop the scroll. Trembling. White-knuckled. She reached for the sake bottle on the low table beside her with sharp, jerking motion. The cup filled too fast, sloshing slightly over the edge. She didn't care. She downed it in one gulp. The burn tore through her throat, harsh and unrelenting. But it couldn't drown the fury. Couldn't silence the roaring in her ears. Still, she said nothing, because if she spoke now, if she gave voice to the chaos building inside, she wasn't sure if she'd scream or cry. So she stared at the wall. At nothing. Her expression unreadable. Her emotions not. Jiraiya waited. He didn't interrupt. He knew better than to fill silence that heavy with words. Finally, her voice came, low, tight, coiled like a spring on the verge of snapping. "What do you want me to do?" Jiraiya exhaled softly, some small knot of tension in his chest loosening. She hadn't thrown the sake bottle at him. Or punched him through the wall. She was furious, rightfully, but she was still listening. "That was enough. For now, I need you to give him a full evaluation," he said, his voice stripped of its usual playfulness. "Everything. Physical. Mental. Chakra structure. Brainwave patterns. Bones, nerves, muscle damage. Memory resilience. All of it." He paused, watching her carefully. "Fix what you can. And if you find something you can." His eyes hardened. "Tell me. No sugarcoating. No protecting me from the fallout. I want the truth." Tsunade's gaze slowly shifted back to him, sharp and unreadable. Her fingers tapped once, twice, on the table beside the scroll. "How long?" "1 month, Jiraiya said. "Maybe 6 weeks. Depends on when the intel hits." She arched a brow. "Intel?" "I've got a deep cover report coming in," he said, his voice quieter now. "One of my spies is pulling something from underground, black market chakra trafficking. Organs. Stolen jutsu scrolls. Root-level corruption." Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "That the reason you can't take him with you?" Jiraiya nodded. "It's too dangerous. I'd rather be able to move fast. I can't afford to be distracted. And..." He hesitated, just briefly, "he's not ready." Her brow lifted slightly, but she didn't push. "Not yet." She leaned back in the chair, the old wood creaking faintly under her weight as she studied him across the quiet space. The bottle sat between them, the records curled at the edge of the table like a wound still waiting to be opened. She said nothing. Not yet. But in her silence, she was weighing everything: Naruto's smile, the bruises in the file, the names of people she once trusted, and the weight of a promise not yet spoken. "You're sure about this?" Tsunade asked at last, her voice quieter now, but no less firm. "Leaving him with me?" Her eyes flicked toward Naruto, who was still hugging the carpet like it had answers, the scroll resting in front of him like a newly discovered artifact. "You do realize I'll probably have to skip town again in a few days." "I know," Jiraiya said with a slow nod. "But Naruto's got the summoning contract now. I can track him anywhere, and you, if it comes to that." Tsunade sighed and closed her eyes, dragging a hand through her blonde hair, fingers knotting briefly in frustration before slipping free. "Fine," she muttered, voice lined with reluctant acceptance. "But you owe me for this, Jiraiya. Big time." His grin was weary, but it reached his eyes. "Anything you want." Tsunade cracked one eye open and raised a brow. "Careful what you promise." "I mean it," he said, and this time there was no grin, no deflection, just quiet sincerity. "Anything." She crossed her arms again, her posture relaxing just slightly. The glint in her eye wasn't soft exactly, but it wasn't sharp either. It was something in between. Familiar. Old. A warning, and a reminder. And Jiraiya understood it without needing it said. There was a silence then, brief, but full. A moment passing between two people who had survived far too much, lost too many, and still managed to stand in the same room without shattering. Then Jiraiya turned. "Naruto." The boy looked up immediately, alert and ready. Jiraiya reached into the folds of his coat and pulled out a smaller scroll bound in red thread, worn but clean. He flicked it over with casual ease, but his expression was anything but light. "Here, kiddo. This is everything I want you to work on while I'm gone. Training schedules, chakra drills, some notes on what you still suck at." Naruto huffed. "And a beginner's guide to Fuinjutsu," Jiraiya finished with a grin. Naruto's eyes went wide. "Really?" He breathed, already clutching the scroll like it was made of gold. "You're actually letting me learn sealing stuff?" "Don't make it sound like I've been hiding the secrets of the universe from you," Jiraiya said, ruffling his hair. "You weren't ready before. You are now." The words hit harder than they should have. "Ready." Not a burden. Not a mistake. Ready. Naruto's back straightened, hands tightening around the scroll with quiet reverence. "I won't slack off. I promise. I'll get stronger." Jiraiya crouched down slightly in front of him, voice dropping into something gentler. "And remember, no training on Sundays." Naruto blinked. "Huh?" "I mean it," Jiraiya said. "That's your day off. Rest. Eat something good. Sleep in. Pull a harmless prank if you want. Recharge. You burn out, you break." Naruto stared at him and slowly nodded. Okay. He sounded surprised. Like no one had ever told him it was okay to stop trying. Just for one day. Jiraiya pulled Naruto into a brief, firm hug, one arm slung around his shoulders with all the quiet weight of everything I'd said. It wasn't long, just a moment. But it was enough. Take care, brat, he murmured near his ear. I'll be back before you know it. Naruto didn't say anything. He just nodded, the scroll pressed tightly to his chest like a promise. Jiraiya straightened and turned to Tsunade, his usual smirk replaced by something more grounded, earnest. He's in your hands now, he said. I trust you. Tsunade arched a brow, giving him a smirk that didn't quite hide the weight behind her own eyes. You're lucky I like kids. Otherwise, this would have cost you a hell of a lot more. Jiraiya chuckled under his breath, gave one final look between the two of them, and then, gone. In a whisper of wind and swirl of chakra, he vanished from the suite, leaving nothing but the faintest shimmer in the air behind him. The silence in his absence lingered for a moment. It stretched long and thin, like the quiet after thunder, when the world is still waiting to see what's left behind. Naruto stood frozen in place, the scroll still clutched in both hands. His eyes didn't move from the spot where Jiraiya had disappeared. Then, slowly, he turned. His gaze shifted to Tsunade, blue eyes steady but tinged with uncertainty now that the laughter had faded. The scroll lowered slightly in his grip, as if it had just begun to feel heavier. So, he said, quieter now. What happens next? Tsunade didn't answer right away. She studied him. Really studied him. The way his posture, though proud, was still too tense for someone his age. The way his knuckles stayed wide where they gripped the scroll. That grin of his, cocky, confident, bright, it was armor. She recognized it now. She knew it. And she could see the cracks. He was a boy. Still a boy. Despite the chakra in his bones and the beast in his belly. Despite the weight of Konoha's blind neglect and Jiraiya's hopes. But he stood there, unflinching. Still ready. Tsunade's expression softened, just slightly. Now, she said gently, we start with that checkup. Her smirk returned then, sharper this time. Familiar and just a little wicked. And after that, we'll see just how tough you really are. That was all Naruto needed to hear. His grin returned full force, wide, cocky, and brimming with challenge. Bring it on, Granny Tsunade. There was a beat of stunned silence. Then the table beside her exploded. Granny? Tsunade roared, slamming her fist down with such force the wood cracked, split, and detonated into a spray of splinters and dust. Naruto yelped and stumbled back, laughing even as he ducked behind the nearest chair. It was a compliment. You're like a really strong, terrifying grandma. That's not better. Across the room, Shizune sighed, a long, world-weary sound, and opened the nearest cabinet with the practiced calm of someone who'd long accepted her life choices. She began pulling out antiseptics, chakra diagnostic tools, and a scroll packed with medical files, her motion smooth and efficient. Tonton oinked softly from her side, as if in agreement. This is going to be a long month, Shizune thought, resigned but steady. And yet, a small, reluctant smile tugged at her lips. Maybe, just maybe, it wouldn't be such a bad one either. Back in Konoha, the morning sun crept slowly over the tiled roofs of Konohagakure, its golden rays painting the village in warm hues of orange and gold. The sky was impossibly blue, as if the heavens themselves had decided to bless the day. To the ordinary eye, it was just another morning in the Hidden Leaf. But to those who lived there, to the merchants, the shinobi, the civilians, it felt different. Lighter. As though the village had been holding its breath for years, and now, finally, it could breathe. Naruto Uzumaki was gone. Children raced through the streets, their laughter louder than usual. Shopkeepers stood taller behind their stalls, calling out prices with newfound enthusiasm. Even the onward patrols seemed more relaxed, their eyes less guarded. Whispers filled the air like pollen in spring. Can you believe it? They finally sent him away. About time. Should have done it years ago. He's probably making some other village miserable now. The bitterness in their voices wasn't hidden, it was paraded like a badge of honor. An invisible weight had been lifted from their chests, and they wore their relief openly. To them, the boy with the whiskered cheeks and sun-bright hair had been nothing more than a walking curse. A reminder of a night soaked in blood and flame. A reminder of what they had lost. In the market square, a celebration of sorts had quietly erupted the night before. Nothing official, of course, No banners, no fireworks, but the joy was unmistakable. Bottles of sake had been passed around. Laughter spilled from taverns. Even the usually stoic shinobi guards had allowed themselves smirks. The demon brats finally gone, someone had declared, glass raised high. The cheer that followed was loud, almost cathartic. But not everyone joined in. Beneath the laughter, behind the clinking of cups and smug toasts, there were whispers, darker ones. He was born the night the Nine-Tails attacked, wasn't he? You think the Hokage lied to us? Covered something up? I heard he doesn't even know. The rumors spread like oil on water, quick, uncontrollable, and dangerous. The Hokage's decree, the one forbidding any discussion of Naruto's origins, had kept the truth buried for years. But with the boy no longer in sight, the fear that once muzzled tongues began to fade. And that was a mistake. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the aging third Hokage, had ruled for decades with a deceptively gentle hand. But he was no fool. And he had not grown old in the world of ninja by being soft. The first body was found 2 days later. A minor clerk who'd bragged too loudly after too much sake. Found slumped over his desk, eyes wide, mouth slightly parted. No sign of struggle. No forced entry. Just gone. The second, a retired shinobi, was found with his head against the wall. The blood had dried into the grain of the wood. Neighbors said he'd been ranting in the streets just the night before. The message was clear, though never spoken aloud: some silences are sacred. Break them, and you break yourself. And so, the village fell quiet again, but not out of respect. Out of fear. And confusion. The hate they had poured so freely into the boy's absence now curdled in their hearts. They didn't understand what was happening. They never had. And so, as always, they blamed the only thing they could. Naruto. Even in his absence, he was the scapegoat, the poison in the well, the darkness under their beds. The streets below bustled with forced cheer, merchants shouting louder than usual, children playing louder than necessary, shinobi moving with feigned normalcy. It was as if the whole village had agreed to pretend. Pretend that everything was fine. Pretend that nothing was missing. Pretend that Naruto Uzumaki had never existed. His departure had been announced quietly, a long-term assignment, the council said. A mission far from the village, supervised by a senior shinobi. No details. No fanfare. Just absence. And the village exhaled. It wasn't relief they felt. No, it was something deeper. A kind of ugly satisfaction. Like a wound that had festered for too long had finally been cut away. The whispers came first, and then the open laughter. Cheers broke out in the marketplace the moment the news spread. Stalls closed early. Bottles were passed around. Toasts made. The demon's finally gone, they said. Good riddance. We're finally safe. It wasn't official, but it might as well have been a festival. But when joy ran dry, as it always did, something else crept in. Restlessness. Discontent. The kind that festers in people who built their comfort on hate. And with the boy gone, with no one left to sneer at on the streets, they needed something else. So they turned their eyes to what was left of him. His footprint. His scent. His home. A cramped, lonely apartment tucked between two rusting buildings at the edge of the residential district. The one everyone avoided but always noticed. Its windows had long since stopped glowing at night. Its door no longer creaked open before sunrise as Naruto sprinted out in a blur of orange. It was a ghost house now. Empty. Unattended. But not untouched. The fire started just before dawn 3 days ago. The official report named it an accident, a faulty wire, maybe a stove left on. Something mundane. Something forgivable. But everyone knew better. The neighbors didn't hear an explosion. They didn't smell gas. There was no cry for help. Just smoke, thick and black, curling into the sky like a signal. No, a warning. And then the flame swallowed it whole. By morning, all that remained were charred walls and cracked concrete. Ash fluttered through the air like snow. The landowner stood at the edge of the wreckage with a smile too smooth and excuses too well rehearsed. Necessary renovation, he told the press. We'll build something cleaner. Brighter. The villagers clapped. Cheered, even. A fresh start, they called it. They moved on with disturbing ease. No memorial. No moment of silence. No one bothered to check what possessions might have remained inside. No one asked where he might have gone or if he'd ever come back. To most of them, Naruto Uzumaki had never been more than a stain. Now scrub clean. And so the village pretended once more. Pretended he had never lived there at all. But not everyone forgot. Not everyone looked away. Training Ground 7, once a place of cautious teamwork and grudging progress, had descended into a battlefield of sheer chaos and barely contained tempers. What used to be structured sparring and teamwork drills was now a daily reenactment of a three-way civil war. The harmony was gone. In its place? Screaming. Lots of it. Sakura Haruno's voice cracked across the clearing like a kunai thrown at Mach speed. Sigh. You baka. Get down here and take your punishment like a man. Her fury was unfiltered, raw, and loud enough to scare birds out of nearby trees. She charged forward, fists clenched so tight her knuckles looked like they were trying to escape her skin. Her face was beet red, not from training, but from the overwhelming urge to commit murder. High above, perched on a thick branch like the world's most annoying pigeon, Sai reclined with all the grace of someone who knew he was untouchable. Legs swinging, back against the trunk, that same artificial smile glued to his face like he'd bought it at the discount emotion store. Punishment? He echoed, tilting his head innocently. Haruno, I must decline. You strike like an enraged farm animal. Frankly, I'm concerned you might be a man. With your lack of feminine assets, it's becoming difficult to tell. That was it. Sakura's scream shattered the air. Somewhere in the distance, a window cracked. Probably unrelated. Maybe not. Her fists hit the ground hard enough to leave divots in the dirt. You're dead, you ink-smelling twig. Meanwhile, not too far away, Kiba Inuzuka, mid-spar with Shino, froze as the sound reached them like a banshee's war cry. He flinched, dropping into a crouch and slapping his hands over his ears. What the hell is going on over there? Akamaru barked once in agreement, then immediately whimpered and tried to crawl into Kiba's hoodie. Back in the tree, Sai raised a finger to his lips, mock thoughtful. Are you deaf now, too? How unfortunate. It seems your own screeching has rendered you partially incapacitated. A medical issue, perhaps? You should see a healer before your brain leaks out of your ears. Sakura's response was another shriek, raw, guttural, and very nearly demonic, as she launched herself up the tree like a woman possessed. Leaves scattered in her wake, fluttering down like the forest itself was backing away from the unfolding disaster. Her hands were already curled into fists, chakra flickering along her knuckles in warning. Murder was not just a possibility. It was the plan. Sai, still perched like some smug little bird, barely flinched. With practiced ease, he sidestepped to another branch, gliding from one to the next like he had all the time in the world, and none of the survival instinct. That smile, fake, frozen, infuriating, never left his face. Such hostility, he said, with all the detached interest of someone observing a mildly inconvenient weather pattern. Perhaps menopause is affecting your mood swings? Silence. Dead silence. Even the birds stopped chirping. Somewhere in the distance, a squirrel dropped the acorn it was holding and fled the scene. Sakura made a noise that no human throat was meant to produce. What? Her face went a color scientists had yet to name. Whether it was embarrassment, unholy wrath, or chakra-induced combustion was anyone's guess. But the next second, she exploded off the branch like a missile, fists glowing and aimed squarely at Sai's smug face. She wasn't going to hit him. She was going to delete him from existence. Meanwhile, on the far side of Training Ground 7, another storm was brewing, quieter, but no less volatile. While Sakura roared threats up a tree and Sai calmly invited death with every word, Sasuke Uchiha moved like a blade with a cracked edge, sharp, dangerous, and just a little off. He threw himself into the sparring match with the full force of his frustration, fists slicing through the air with speed and power. But it was wild. Unfocused. Every strike carried more anger than precision, more desperation than control. Around them, the training field swayed gently in the breeze. Tall grass rustled, trees whispered, and the sky above glowed soft with the afternoon sun. But there was no peace here, not for him. Not when the void still lingered where Naruto used to stand. Sasuke's foot slammed into the ground as he launched forward again. Muscles coiled tight with purpose. I have to be faster. Stronger. His mind echoed with the same looping thought, over and over like a curse. I can't fall behind, not to him. Not again. But Kakashi was water. Fluid. Cold. Effortless. He moved like he wasn't even trying, slipping around Sasuke's attacks with the grace of experience. Where Sasuke was all jagged fire and wounded pride, Kakashi was cool silence and measured rhythm. Too slow, the Jonin murmured, barely audible, just before he ducked beneath another punch and countered with a flick of his wrist, a jab to the side, just enough to knock the air from Sasuke's lungs. Sasuke stumbled, his footing shaky, sweat gluing his shirt to his skin. His breath came fast, shallow, angry. But he didn't stop. He couldn't. He shot forward again. Jaw clenched, fists tighter. His heart pounded like a war drum, echoing the bitter mantra burning in his head. Stronger. 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 Kakashi exhaled quietly, almost like a sigh, and stepped aside once more. His legs swept out, low and sharp. Sasuke's feet left the ground for half a second before his back met the dirt with a solid thud. Dust puffed up around him in a choking cloud. "That's 10 for me," Kakashi said, brushing his hands together, voice dry and detached. "0 for you. Take a break, Sasuke. You're overthinking every move, it's making you sloppy." But Sasuke barely heard him. The world felt distant, muted beneath the roar of failure ringing in his ears. He pushed himself up slowly, arms shaking. Dirt clung to his hands, his knees. His bangs hung low, shadowing his eyes. But when he looked up, those eyes burned. Not with shame, not with sadness, with fury. "I can't stop," he rasped. His voice was hoarse, tight, and low. "I need to get stronger. I have to." His voice cracked at the end, just slightly, just enough. But he swallowed it down, masked it with clenched fists and the iron-hard set of his jaw. Behind him, Sakura's shrieks rang through the air again, followed by the splintering sound of a tree branch snapping. Sai's laugh echoed faintly. Kakashi glanced over his shoulder, sighed, and muttered something that sounded suspiciously like "I should have stayed in bed." But his gaze returned to Sasuke, and for a moment, just a moment, there was something in Kakashi's lone visible eye. Not judgment. Not annoyance. Worry. Because the fire in Sasuke's gaze. It was too familiar. It was the same look he'd once seen in another boy, long ago, before everything burned. From across the field, Sakura's voice cut through the rising tension like a kunai through paper. "Sasuke-kun. You can do it. One more time." She had paused her pursuit of Sai just long enough to cheer, her voice ringing with blind, unshakable devotion, like nothing in the world could shake her belief in the boy dragging himself across the dirt like a vengeance-fueled corpse. High above, lounging atop the tallest branch like a predatorless cat, Sai tilted his head. One leg swung lazily beneath him, his brush tucked behind one ear like some twisted parody of an artist at peace. He peered down at Sakura with detached curiosity. Is she suffering from some undiagnosed condition? He mused, watching her whiplash between homicidal rage and dreamy encouragement with clinical detachment. Bipolar disorder? Hormonal imbalance? He made a quiet mental note to include the observation in his next report to Danzo. Haruno, emotionally unstable. Prone to mood swings. Potential liability to team cohesion. He could already hear the faint sound of Danzo's dry approval, like a ghost coughing behind an eye patch. Down below, Kakashi exhaled long and slow, reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose. A dull ache bloomed behind his Sharingan eye, not from any jutsu, not from the sparring. Just from this. All of it. The noise. The chaos. The sheer unrelenting absurdity of watching his team fall apart one scream and ego at a time. His gaze shifted to Sasuke, who was forcing himself upright again with the grim determination of someone who didn't know how to stop. His feet dragged slightly as he returned to the center of the field, fists tight, shoulders squared, like a soldier too stubborn to admit he was bleeding. But Kakashi wasn't watching his form. Not really. His eye flicked instinctively to the spot where Naruto used to stand. Off balance. Loud. Persistent. A whirlwind of optimism and dumb courage who somehow held them together by sheer force of will. That space now felt hollow. Like a page had been torn out of a familiar story, and no one dared to look at the gap. This team's a mess, Kakashi thought, not unkindly, just tired. Sasuke's unraveling, Sakura's emotionally compromised, and Sai. His eye lifted to the tree again, where Sai still lounged, likely contemplating whether human emotion was contagious. Sai's sigh. He sighed again, deeper this time, and turned the page of his mental resignation letter. His mind, traitorously, drifted back to that moment. To Naruto's voice, raw, wounded, brittle with anger. "You got what you wanted, Kakashi-sensei. You can focus on Sasuke now." The words echoed like the slow toll of a distant bell, hollow and inescapable. They had caught him off guard, not because Naruto was wrong. No, that was the worst part. He'd been right. Kakashi hadn't answered then. He couldn't. Not with anything honest. Because hearing it spoken aloud had stung more than he wanted to admit. Like being caught in a lie he'd never meant to tell. He blinked, trying to shake the memory loose. "Sasuke. Take a break." His voice came out sharper than intended, no longer the lazy, half-interested drawl, but a command. Sasuke didn't even hesitate to argue. "I don't need a break." He was panting now, every breath shallow, ragged. The Sharingan spun in his eyes, fast and frenzied, red against white like a storm building behind glass. Kakashi's gaze narrowed, steel beneath the cloth. "That's an order, not a suggestion." Silence stretched. For a second, Sasuke didn't move, his entire frame pulled taut like a bowstring, as if disobedience was coiled just beneath the skin. But slowly, reluctantly, his muscles eased. He stepped back, face tight, lips drawn in a snarl he didn't bother to voice. His fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. Then he dropped to the ground with a rough exhale, elbows on his knees, drenched in sweat and silent rage. His head stayed low, not out of shame, but because the frustration was a storm, and if he looked up, it would spill out of him like lightning. No matter how hard he pushed himself, it wasn't enough. It was never enough. He could almost feel the space beside him where Naruto used to stand, loud, annoying, infuriatingly persistent. Across the clearing, Sakura finally gave up her pursuit, stopping back toward the others with twigs in her sleeves, leaves knotted in her hair, and murder still glinting faintly in her eyes. Her fists were clenched, her scowl firmly in place, until she saw him. Sasuke sitting on the ground, sweat slicked, eyes dark and distant. And just like that, the fire drained from her expression. The sharpness in her gaze softened, lips parting with something like breathless awe. "You're amazing, Sasuke-kun," she said, her voice dropping to that quiet, reverent tone she always reserved for him. "You're going to get so strong. I just know it." High above, Sai lay sprawled across a branch like a cat observing lesser beings. He tilted his head, the artificial curve of his smile unchanged, unblinking. "Ah," he said thoughtfully, as though logging notes into a mental journal, "the endless devotion of the Haruno species. Fascinating to observe. Yet entirely unproductive." Sakura's head snapped up. "Shut up, Sai!" she barked, her face turning bright red again, whether from fury, flustered embarrassment, or the general emotional whiplash of being her was anyone's guess. Sai merely blinked, unbothered, and resumed studying clouds with the detached serenity of someone who had no idea how close he was to a concussion. Kakashi, leaned against the trunk of a nearby tree, watched them all in silence. One hand in his pocket, the other lazily flipping his orange book shut. But he wasn't reading. His visible eye narrowed slightly. "This isn't working." Sai was a scalpel shoved into a wound still trying to close. He didn't understand the bonds that once tied this team together. Didn't feel them. Didn't even pretend to. And Sasuke? Kakashi's eyes shifted, tracking the boy who now sat stiffly in the dirt, jaw clenched, eyes burning holes in the horizon. Sasuke wasn't just driven anymore. He was drowning. The thirst for power that once simmered beneath the surface had boiled over. It was no longer quiet. It was a riptide, and Sasuke wasn't swimming. He was letting it take him. And Sakura? Kakashi sighed, dragging a hand back through a silver hair. "She's still chasing ghosts." The boy she saw in Sasuke, the gentle prodigy, the distant hero, the teammate who maybe, just maybe, would smile at her someday, that boy had been gone for a long time. She just hadn't realized it yet. "All right," Kakashi said at last, his voice slicing through the tension like a blade dulled by years of overuse. "That's enough for today. We'll regroup tomorrow. Go home. Rest." No argument followed. Sasuke didn't respond. He didn't even acknowledge the words. His gaze stayed fixed somewhere beyond the tree line, staring at something only he could see. Or maybe nothing at all. Somewhere Kakashi couldn't reach. Sakura gave a small nod, but her eyes stayed on Sasuke, watching him like he might disappear if she blinked. Her mouth opened like she meant to say something, but whatever words she wanted wouldn't come. They never did. Sai dropped from his perch with the fluid grace of someone entirely disconnected from the tension he was walking into. He landed lightly, straightened, and casually dusted off his pants with a neat flick of his wrists. "This team is quite the circus, wouldn't you say, Sensei?" he said cheerfully. That same glassy smile curved across his face, empty as ever. Sakura shot him a glare sharp enough to cut steel, but she didn't bother replying. "Not worth it." Kakashi said nothing. He didn't move. His eye drifted toward the clearing again, settling on the fourth spot in their old formation. The one that used to be filled with orange and noise and too much talking. A blur of blue and gold and stubborn, reckless fire. That spot had been silent for weeks now. Maybe this team was broken from the start. Sakura trailed after Sasuke slowly, her sandals whispering through the grass. She kept a respectful distance, but not so far that she couldn't be heard. "Once Naruto Baka comes back to the village," she muttered, arms crossed tightly, "I'm going to kick his ass for leaving the team." The words came out annoyed more than anything, like Naruto's absence had inconvenienced her personally. Like she still didn't understand why he'd left. Sasuke didn't answer at first. His stride quickened, barely, but the message was clear. He didn't want to talk. Not to her. Not now. Maybe not ever. "I don't care," he muttered finally, voice flat. Empty. And he didn't. Not about her complaints. Not about her overreactions, or the way she tried to pretend everything was normal when it wasn't. When it hadn't been for a long time. Her presence grated on him these days. Like a pebble in his shoe. He wasn't sure when it started, maybe after the bell test, maybe after their first mission. But ever since Naruto had left, it had only gotten worse. Without the idiot's noise to drown it out, everything else had become unbearable. Including her. He still remembered that first day. He hadn't meant to listen, not really, but her voice had carried, just loud enough for the words to sink in like poison. Now that Naruto's finally gone, Sakura had whispered to Ino, the annoyance sharp in her tone, maybe Team 7 can actually function for once. He was always ruining everything. Always holding us back. She had laughed afterward. Soft, smug. Sasuke had said nothing. Hadn't even flinched. At the time, he told himself he didn't care. But now the silence felt different. The echo of her words followed him long after her voice had faded. They clung to his thoughts like burrs, irritating and impossible to ignore. And though the anger still pulsed in him like a second heartbeat, it wasn't aimed at Naruto. Not anymore. It was envy. A deep, gnawing frustration that chewed away at him from the inside, slow, constant, merciless. Why him? Why had he, the dead last, been chosen? Why was Naruto the one Jiraiya had taken? Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. The legendary Sannin. The man who had taken an orphan, Minato Namikaze, and turned him into the Yellow Flash. A boy with nothing, who became everything. And now, history was repeating itself. Another orphan. Another nobody. And Sasuke? Sasuke had Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake. An elite jonin. A genius. Famous, feared, respected. But distant. Cold. He taught just enough to keep up the illusion of mentorship. Enough to say he tried. Enough to keep the team functioning. But never enough to satisfy the hunger gnawing at Sasuke's spine. Never enough to push him. He never looked at Sasuke the way Jiraiya looked at Naruto. Like he mattered. Like he was worth investing in. Sasuke's jaw clenched as he walked, hands shoved deep into his pockets, fingernails biting into his palms. He didn't need lectures. He didn't need distractions. He didn't need a teammate who tripped over his own feet or a girl who still followed him around like a puppy begging for scraps. He needed power. Real power. The kind Jiraiya was giving Naruto. The kind that made legends. And he'd find it. One way or another. Power waited for those bold, or desperate, enough to take it. And Sasuke was rapidly running out of reasons to wait. Behind him, Sai walked in silence, his steps light, unassuming. Observant. His dark eyes flicked to Sasuke's back. The Uchiha's posture was deceptively calm, shoulders squared, spine straight, but his movements were too controlled, too precise. The kind of restraint that came from holding back something volatile. But it was his eyes that told the truth. There was violence simmering there. Coiled beneath the surface like a blade waiting to be unsheathed. Cold. Growing darker with each step, each breath, each imagined slight. Danzo-sama was right to be concerned, Sai mused. His lips curved slightly into his practiced approximation of a smile, polite, hollow, empty. It's only a matter of time. Sasuke would seek out power, one way or another. And when Kakashi failed him, as he inevitably would, Sasuke would turn to someone who would, whether that was Danzo or an enemy of the village. Either way, he'll cross the line, Sai thought. His expression didn't change, but the thought that followed came like a whisper of steel, and when he does, he recalled the standing order. Quiet. Absolute. If Uchiha Sasuke betrays the village, he is to be eliminated on sight. Sai didn't flinch. He didn't hesitate. He'd accepted worse. The Uchiha was a variable. And variables didn't last long under Danzo's watch. The three continued down the path in tense, brittle silence. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch behind them like reaching hands. Sai's quarters were located near the outer edge of the old Uchiha compound. Logically, his presence made sense. His direction. His distance. But logic did nothing to soothe the irritation curling in Sakura's chest. She didn't say anything, but her arms were crossed tightly, her footsteps just a little sharper than before. She didn't trust Sai. She didn't like the way he looked at Sasuke, not with admiration, not even with rivalry. No, it was something colder. Like he was watching a ticking clock, waiting for something to go off. Sakura rounded on him, eyes narrowed into slits. Her patience, already worn thin from the day's chaos, finally snapped. "Why the hell are you following us, Saibaka?" Sai didn't even blink. He continued walking with the same casual stride, his smile plastered across his face like it had been drawn there with ink. "My residence happens to be near Sasuke's apartment complex," he replied smoothly, tilting his head in that way he did when pretending to be curious. "Besides, you do know he doesn't like you, right?" The words hit like a senbone to the chest. Sakura froze mid-step, fury and embarrassment flashing hot across her face. Her hand twitched, fist trembling at her side, ready, so ready, to swing. But she didn't. Not because she didn't want to, but because it was pointless. Sai always dodged. Or worse, used the damn replacement technique. Last time she'd gone after him, he'd switched places with Sasuke mid-punch and, her stomach twisted at the memory. She'd hit Sasuke. Right in the face. His perfect face. She still hadn't forgiven Sai for that. Honestly, she wasn't sure she ever would. Her grip tightened, knuckles going white. And then, just as she opened her mouth to snap back, an all-too-familiar voice rang out from across the street. Smug. Sharp. Unwelcome. Well. If it isn't Forehead Girl and her delusions. Sakura groaned audibly. "Ino pig," she muttered through clenched teeth. And there she was. Ino Yamanaka. Arms full of fresh flowers, hair immaculate, smirk turned up to 11 as she strolled across the road with all the grace of someone who knew exactly how to press every single one of Sakura's buttons. Her eyes swept over the trio, and the smile faltered, just slightly. She had expected something. A splash of orange. A loud greeting. A ridiculous declaration of love shouted across the village square. But there was only silence. No Naruto. The street felt too still. Too quiet. And for the briefest moment, something shifted in Ino's expression. Not quite confusion. Not quite concern. Just a flicker of realization. Something, or someone, was missing. "Where's the baka?" Ino asked at last, folding her arms and scanning the street with a mixture of annoyance and curiosity. "I don't see him begging for Forehead Girl's attention anywhere. And where's Hinata? She usually tails him like a lovesick puppy." Sai took a step forward, his expression unchanged, still wearing that smile like a mask glued in place. "Naruto-san has been removed from Team 7, he said plainly. "He's joined Lord Jiraiya as his newest apprentice. I took his place." Ino blinked once, twice, then slowly turned her head, eyes flicking between Sai and Sasuke like she was trying to solve a math problem with no numbers. "Excuse me?" she said sharply, her voice barely rising above a hiss. Without warning, she reached out, grabbed Sakura by the collar, and yanked her bodily toward the nearest alley. "We need to talk. Now." Neither Sasuke nor Sai even turned to look. Sai gave a faint shrug and continued walking, already scanning rooftops and corners for ideal surveillance points near Sasuke's apartment. He had work to do. Observation. Reporting. Quiet control. Sasuke didn't spare them a glance either. His mind was elsewhere, on seals, on speed, on strength. On power. Good, he thought. The less noise around him, the better. Meanwhile, in the shadowed alley. "What the hell is wrong with you, pig?" Sakura hissed, yanking her collar free and scowling as she straightened her shirt. "I swear, you nearly dislocated my neck." Ino jabbed a finger at her, eyes blazing. "Why the hell are you on a team with two absolute hotties? Do you even realize how unfair that is?" Sakura blinked, caught off guard. "Are you serious right now?" "Dead serious," Ino snapped. "You've got Sasuke and this weirdly pretty mystery boy with no eyebrows, and I'm stuck babysitting Choji and Shikamaru." Sakura scoffed, folding her arms. "Sigh? You're kidding. He's not hot. He's an asshole who keeps calling me a beast and a man." Ino blinked once, then promptly doubled over with laughter. "He called you a man?" she gasped, clutching her stomach. Oh my god, her laughter echoed off the alley walls, full-bodied and merciless. Her shoulders shook as she leaned against the brick for support. Sakura's eye twitched dangerously. "You're dead." Their foreheads collided with a loud crack, the sound echoing through the narrow alley. "Guess he wasn't into your preteen boy body." Ino snickered, her smirk wicked. "We have the same body type, dumbass," Sakura snapped back. "Nope," Ino said smugly, lifting her chin. "I actually have boobs. Unlike you." Sakura's eyes narrowed to lethal slits. "That's because you're getting fat." The insult landed like a slap. Within seconds, both girls had each other by the wrists, locked in a furious grapple. Foreheads slammed together in rhythmic thud-thud-thuds, neither willing to back down. Teeth gritted. Feet dug into the dirt. It wasn't elegant, but it was war. And they were evenly matched. Not far from the chaos, the world moved at a different pace. Kurenai stood at the edge of the training field, arms folded loosely across her chest as the late afternoon sun filtered through the trees, casting shifting shadows on the grass. In the center clearing, Kiba and Shino sparred in near silence. No insects, no chakra-enhanced strikes, no Kiba shouting half-formed insults. Just clean, controlled taijutsu. It was a deliberate choice. She designed the exercise to strip them of their usual tools, forcing them to focus on instinct, rhythm, and precision. And they rose to it, moving with a steady, grounded energy that spoke of quiet growth. But Kurenai's mind wasn't on the sparring. Her gaze drifted to the far edge of the field. Hinata sat quietly in the grass, legs folded neatly beneath her, fingers whirring the hem of her jacket sleeve with slow, nervous tugs. Her posture was hunched, defensive. But it wasn't just shyness. There was a weight to her that hadn't been there before. A soft sadness clung to her like morning mist, subtle, but unshakable. Her eyes didn't follow the match. They were distant, unfocused. As if she were watching something else. Someone else. Kurenai sighed and rubbed her chin, troubled. It had been just over a week since Naruto left with Jiraiya. And the shift in Hinata had been immediate. The light in her eyes dimmed. She still trained. Still smiled politely. But her heart? That was somewhere else. Far away. She didn't blame her. Naruto's departure had been abrupt, sudden and strangely silent, with no goodbyes and no warning. What came after made it even harder to process. His apartment, what little home he'd ever had burned. Reduced to ash and charred memories. Most of his belongings lost in the fire. And yet, Hinata had gone there. Quietly. Alone. Slipping through the smoke-stained ruins in search of anything that might remain. Anything she could carry back. She'd returned with two things. A pair of scratched, old goggles he used to wear back in the academy. And a half-burned red scarf. Kurenai had seen her working on it more than once, the scarf spread across her lap, her hands trembling slightly as she threaded a needle through its worn fabric. Like the act itself gave her something solid to cling to. Something that wouldn't slip away. A piece of him. A thread of hope. Kurenai exhaled gently and walked across the grass, her sandals whispering against the earth. Without a word, she sat down beside Hinata, folding her legs beneath her. "He'll be back soon," she said, soft and warm, her voice like a calm breeze. Hinata startled at the sound, her head snapping up. Her eyes widened, still doe-like, still shy, but there was a pink flush already rising to her cheeks. I know, she whispered. I just wish I could have seen him off." Her fingers rubbed the back of her head, brushing through strands of inky hair as her gaze dropped once more. Her voice wavered, fragile and sincere. Kurenai smiled faintly, eyes soft with understanding. "From what I heard, she said, her tone dipping into quiet amusement. "You might have seen him glaring daggers at his old sensei if you had." That gave Hinata pause. Her brows knit together, ever so slightly. A flicker of something sharp passed through her eyes at the word sensei. Brief, but unmistakable. Kurenai noticed it. It was subtle, but it was new. The kind of expression that didn't belong to the same girl who used to faint just hearing Naruto's name. It was something else now, something more aware. More steady, more determined. Kurenai reached out and gently patted the top of Hinata's head, her fingers brushing over silky dark hair. "He'll be different when he returns," she said with a quiet chuckle. "Stronger, for sure. Hopefully not more of a pervert than he already is." Hinata giggled softly, the sound light and delicate, like a small bell chiming in the fading light. Her hands drifted back to the half-mended scarf resting in her lap, fingers toying with the frayed edge. Her gaze dropped once more, and a soft blush crept into her cheeks. I am pretty sure. Naruto-kun doesn't even know the difference between a man and a woman yet," she murmured, voice just above a whisper. Kurenai blinked. "Huh? What makes you say that?" Hinata hesitated, pressing her index fingers together, the classic sign. Nervous. Embarrassed. But still willing to speak. "Well. Back in the academy," she began, pausing to gather her courage, "when he used his sexy jutsu. There were always those cartoon clouds covering certain places." Her blush deepened to a full bloom. "I think the only reason he made it like that is because he's never actually seen the differences. They used to kick him out of class during sex education." Kurenai's expression froze. Her eyes widened, slowly. Horrified understanding dawned in stages. "Oh no!" A cold shiver crept down her spine, settling like ice beneath her skin. "He's alone. With Jiraiya." The same man who once tried to peep on the women's hot springs while delivering a lecture on chakra flow. The man who had at least 3 volumes of each banned in multiple countries for moral indecency and questionable physics. The man who described himself as a research enthusiast with a straight face. Naruto was out there with that man. Unsupervised. "Oh no," Kurenai muttered under her breath, her face visibly paling. "Kurenai-sensei?" Hinata looked up, concern flickering in her soft voice. Her eyes were wide, worried, startled by the sudden shift in her teacher's demeanor. Kurenai blinked, then plastered on a smile far too cheerful to be believable. "Ah. And nothing for your pretty head to worry about," she said brightly, waving it off with manic energy. But in her mind, a full-blown emergency protocol was already forming. "I need to talk to Anko, Hana, Yugao, maybe even Tsume." Every kunoichi in the village needed to be alerted. They would need meetings, coordination, training, defense drills. Because if Naruto Uzumaki returned as the second coming of the super-ultra pervert, they were all in danger. Oh. Okay," Hinata murmured, blinking uncertainly, though she seemed reassured by the forced smile. Kurenai nodded, far too quickly. Her eyes darted upward, scanning the rustling treetops like the sky might drop a warning at any second. A chill breeze passed through the leaves, brushing over her arms like a bad omen. Her lips pressed into a grim line. What kind of training is Jiraiya even putting him through? She wondered, crossing her arms tightly. Because if that man teaches Naruto a single perverted technique, I swear, I'm rounding up every kunoichi in Konoha and organizing an intervention. With weapons. The mental image hit her like a genjutsu gone wrong. Naruto, now taller and cockier, striking a pose mid-air, his sexy jutsu upgraded to a technique involving multiple shadow clones, sparkles, and the worst lines lifted straight from Icha paradise. Kurenai visibly shuddered. This wasn't training. This was corruption in real time. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, deep within a sun-dappled clearing surrounded by whispering trees. "I'm not gonna eat those green things," Naruto declared, arms crossed and legs stubbornly folded beneath him like a gremlin in protest. He sat in the grass like someone being personally wronged by the very concept of nutrition, glaring at the plate in front of him like it was laced with poison. His nose wrinkled in dramatic disgust. "They taste like sadness. Why can't I just have ramen?" Shizune sighed through her nose, the tight smile on her face doing an admirable job of concealing the storm of inner screaming. 12, she reminded herself, eyes twitching. He's 12. Not 5. 12. She crouched beside him patiently, trying to channel every ounce of her nurse training into calm diplomacy. "Naruto-kun," she said gently, "you have to eat your vegetables. They're important for your development." Naruto scowled at the broccoli like it owed him money. And then he unleashed them. Those big, shimmering cerulean eyes. Eyes filled with manufactured heartbreak and weaponized cuteness. The puppy eyes of doom, a forbidden technique rumored to override reason, logic, and the will of even the strongest medic nin. Shizune faltered. Her fingers hovered over the plate. Her medical ethics wavered. Why does he look like a tiny baby fox? This is emotional warfare. I am a trained professional. I've seen battlefield trauma. This is not the hill I die on, and yet, her hand trembled. She was so close to giving in. Just a quick switch for a rice ball. Maybe a little soy sauce. A tiny compromise. Hold it. The voice cut through the clearing like a scalpel through stubborn stupidity. Cold. Sharp. Unimpressed. Shizune froze mid-reach. Naruto froze mid-pout. Both turned, slowly, like children caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Tsunade strode into view with all the gravitas of a battle-hardened medic prepared to wrestle an entire surgical team into obedience with a clipboard and a glare. Her eyes scanned the scene, Naruto sulking like a gremlin mid-tantrum, Shizune visibly cracking under the strain of emotional warfare. "I knew it," Tsunade muttered, arms folding as she loomed like a storm front. "You weren't prepared for the full might of the Uzumaki expression array." Shizune looked up guiltily, a weak laugh slipping from her lips. "Lady Tsunade. I was just thinking maybe we could let him have something else. Something less vegetal." Tsunade stared at her like she'd sprouted a second head and it was quoting anti-vaccine pamphlets. "Shizune. You were the one who pointed out his serum albumin levels were critically low, and that his micronutrient panel looked like a malnourished civet cat." "Yes, but he's in a state of chronic undernutrition," Tsunade continued, voice sharp. "His BMI is borderline cachectic. His calcium, magnesium, and iron reserves are so depleted I'm amazed he doesn't pass out every time he stands up too fast." Shizune winced. "Okay, yes, but..." "No buts." Tsunade jabbed a finger toward the untouched plate. "That boy needs dietary rehabilitation with actual phytonutrients. Not sodium-laced noodles soaked in questionable broth with mysterious slabs of pork product." From his spot on the grass, Naruto blinked slowly. "What's a phyto whatever? Can I summon it?" "No," Tsunade deadpanned. "You chew it." Naruto slumped even deeper into the grass, cheeks puffed out like an offended squirrel refusing to cooperate with the laws of winter. "Why can't I just have ramen with vegetables?" he grumbled, forcing the last word out like it physically wounded him. He tried not to look green just saying it. Truth be told, Naruto had a history with vegetables, and not the good kind. The first time he'd eaten broccoli, he'd been bedridden for 2 days. Spinach twisted his stomach like a Chunin exams trap room. Celery? That had been a betrayal on a cellular level. Every time, the symptoms were the same: nausea, vomiting, a high-grade fever, and a dramatic vow never to betray his taste buds again. He could go weeks in the dead of winter without catching so much as a sniffle, but one serving of peas, and he was writing his will in crayon. Vegetables, to Naruto Uzumaki, were punishment food. A sign from the universe that he was being targeted, an attempted assassination by chlorophyll. But he'd never told anyone that. Not Iruka, not the Hokage, definitely not Ayame Nichan at the ramen stand. She'd never look at him the same. Because, let's be honest, it sounded crazy. Across from him, Tsunade watched his expression twist and contort like he was reliving past trauma. And then, without warning, her gaze softened. Just for a moment. In the clearing, the boy sitting in front of her blurred, faded, and in his place, she saw a girl with wild, fiery red hair, cheeks puffed out in rebellion, violet eyes sparking with resistance. Face round with mischief. Stubborn to her core. Kushina. Tsunade bit back a laugh. "Kami help me," she thought. He's just like her. Same scowl. Same cross-armed pout. Same mule-headed refusal to accept the treachery of healthy food. Shaking the memory loose, she schooled her expression into something unreadable and turned her back. "Okay, don't eat it," she said casually, shrugging as if it didn't matter in the slightest. Shizune nearly choked. Her head snapped toward Tsunade so fast it was a miracle her spine didn't audibly crack. "Lady Tsunade?" she gasped, eyes wide. "What about the micronutrients?" What happened to the intervention protocol? But Naruto's ears perked like a fox hearing the crinkle of a treat bag. He blinked up at Tsunade, eyes narrowed suspiciously. Wait. Really? Sure, Tsunade said over her shoulder, already walking off with a smug little smirk. Just don't blame me when you stay a shorty for the rest of your life. No veggies, no height. That's how it works. Naruto froze completely. His brain short-circuited. And then, what? The cry echoed through the clearing like an ancient jutsu activation. Trees rattled. Birds scattered in a panic. Somewhere in the distance, a squirrel lost its grip and plummeted to the forest floor. Naruto scrambled to his feet, gripping the broccoli like it had just declared itself the final boss of his arc. Wait, hold on, wait a second. He yelped, voice rising. That's not true. Right? Right, Shizune? He turned to her, eyes wide with soul-shattering dread, the kind of look kids give when they realize Santa Claus isn't real, and all the presents came from stressed-out, budget-conscious ninja with back pain and a gambling problem. Shizune blinked. Oh no! He was already halfway to spiraling. She hesitated, but then gave him a gentle smile, her voice as soft as a kunai to the heart. Actually, it's kind of true, Naruto-kun. Proper nutrition, especially during development, does affect growth. Height included. The light in Naruto's eyes died a little. He stared at her. Then slowly, very slowly, looked down at himself, as if only now realizing his legs barely cleared the grass. Tsunade, biting the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing, leaned in with an overly sweet smile. But hey, don't feel bad, she cooed. You can still be Hokage. The shortest Hokage in history, sure, but hey, maybe they'll build you a little step stool for the ceremonies. Naruto groaned, rubbing the back of his scalp like he could physically scrub the image out of his brain. DCH. Fine, he muttered, the words thick with reluctant doom. The tone of a man signing a peace treaty with a nation he very much wanted to punch. I'll eat the stupid thing. He dropped to the ground with a dramatic flop, the bento box landing in his lap like it weighed 1,000 tons. Gripping the chopsticks with exaggerated dread, he hovered over a piece of broccoli as though it were laced with explosive tags. Tsunade and Shizune exchanged smug, victorious looks for a second. Then his fingers started to tremble. Just a little. But if I start getting sick again, he murmured, the words low and quieter now, it's your fault. Tsunade blinked. Her smirk faltered. Huh? Shizune frowned, concern slipping in. Naruto. What do you mean again? He didn't look up. Didn't lift his gaze from the vegetables. His voice was flat. Distant. Back at the orphanage, he said, almost like he was just remembering it himself. They used to make me eat all the vegetables. No matter what. The other kids didn't have to. But they'd watch me. Make sure I ate every bite. His grip tightened around the chopsticks. Afterward, I always got sick. Real sick. Fever. Throwing up. Stomach pain so bad I couldn't move sometimes. One time I threw up blood for an entire day. He let out a quiet breath that might have been a laugh. But there was no humor in it. Thought it was normal back then. The clearing fell silent. Tsunade's smile vanished. Shizune's breath hitched. And just like that, the pieces snapped into place. This wasn't a food intolerance. This wasn't picky eating. It was poisoning. And Naruto's expression, that quiet, hollow resignation, wasn't because of broccoli. It was the look of someone who had stopped expecting to be believed a long time ago. Tsunade's eyes darkened, her jaw tightening as a storm gathered behind her golden gaze. Poisoning a child. Repeated exposure. And no one caught it? No one said a word? Her fists clenched at her sides. Shizune crouched beside Naruto, her hand light on his shoulder, gentle but firm. Naruto-kun, she said softly, you don't ever have to eat anything that makes you feel sick. Not until we run some tests. Okay? He blinked at her, almost surprised, then gave a slow, uncertain nod. Tsunade stepped forward, her voice low, calm, and cold as steel. And after that, she said, we're going to find out exactly who fed you that poison. She smiled, but there was nothing kind in it. And believe me, her voice dropped, full of quiet wrath, they'll wish they'd never been born. He sat cross-legged on the grass, holding his now empty bento box in his lap. Grilled fish, white rice, miso soup, and even a variety of vegetables had been neatly packed inside, thanks to Shizune, of course. The odd, dark green drink she insisted he finish had been less appetizing, But he downed it anyway, grimacing through every gulp. Still, his stomach was full. His body sore. And strangely, he felt good. No more orphanage food, he thought, stretching his arms overhead with a quiet groan. This actually feels like something real. Like I'm not just surviving anymore. He pushed himself up, cracked his neck, then brought his hands together in a familiar cross-shaped seal. In a faint puff of smoke, 4 shadow clones appeared around him, all exact copies, but each with a purpose. From the side, Shizune watched with quiet interest while Tsunade arched an eyebrow, her arms folded loosely as she leaned back against a tree. Naruto pointed at the clones with a commanding nod. "All right, guys, you know what to do." The clones didn't speak. They just nodded, then split off without hesitation. One sprinted toward the thickest tree in the clearing, already focusing chakra into his feet as he began walking vertically up its bark, step after steady step. Another clone darted into the trees, moving between branches with surprising fluidity as he began placing tiny targets in various positions. Without missing a beat, he pulled out kunai and started launching them while on the move, his trajectory constantly changing in speed and direction. A third clone dropped into a basic taijutsu stance, beginning to cycle through slow, deliberate movements, correcting posture with each repetition. The fourth knelt on the grass, laying out scrolls, a brush, and a bottle of ink. His brow furrowed as he carefully traced kanji onto the parchment, adjusting strokes when they looked even slightly off. Tsunade's sharp gaze lingered on the one copying kanji. So he's refining his brushwork. Prepping for proper seal writing. She gave a quiet hum of approval. Smart. Clumsy handwriting leads to sloppy fuinjutsu. And sloppy fuinjutsu gets people blown up. The real Naruto, meanwhile, reached down and began strapping weights to his arms and legs. He tightened the weighted vest over his torso with a grunt, then set off at a light jog, circling the wide perimeter of the training grounds. The rhythm of his footsteps was uneven at first, but soon evened out, his body already adapting to the resistance. Tsunade sank down onto the grass beside Shizune with a quiet exhale, her legs folding beneath her. "Huh?" she muttered, eyes still tracking the boy. "Guess Jiraiya finally explained shadow clone memory feedback to him." Shizune nodded, resting her chin in her palm. "He's using it well. Organizing his clones for specific tasks, training efficiency like that doesn't come naturally to most Genin or most Chunin," Tsunade added dryly. Across the clearing, Shizune cupped her hands around her mouth and called out, "Hey, Naruto-kun." 5 heads turned simultaneously. "The original," she clarified. 4 clones immediately returned to their tasks. "Yeah?" Naruto replied, still jogging, his voice carrying through heavy breaths. "Don't use chakra to reinforce your body while you run. Make it harder." Naruto gave a quick nod, adjusting his pace. "Got it." Tsunade and Shizune watched in silence for a moment as the clone practicing tree walking moved steadily up and down the wide trunk, adjusting chakra output with careful precision. Tsunade leaned back against the trunk of a nearby tree, arms crossed beneath her chest as she watched the clones work. There was something hypnotic about it, each one moving with purpose, focused and driven. It was organized chaos, but the kind born of discipline, not desperation. She found herself impressed. Jiraiya didn't just hand him a scroll and call it a day. He actually prepared him. That alone spoke volumes. Meanwhile, the Naruto jogging laps, now drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth as his legs started to burn. Without chakra reinforcing his muscles, each step became more grueling. His breath came in short, strained gasps, but he didn't slow down. "Gotta get stronger," he thought, biting down hard on the inside of his cheek. 6 weeks. When Pervy Sage comes back, I'm gonna show him I'm not the same idiot he left behind. "His stamina's insane," Shizune murmured, watching him with admiration. "He hasn't even taken a break." Tsunade nodded. "That's the Uzumaki bloodline for you. Stubborn as hell. But his form's improving. And that clone working on calligraphy, he's not just doodling, he's studying the structural flow. That's advanced prep for sealing." Shizune blinked. "But that's at least Chunin-level fuinjutsu." "Exactly," Tsunade said, a small smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. "He's already pushing himself past what the academy even dreams of teaching." Good. They sat in silence for a while longer, broken only by the distant thud of kunai against bark and the sound of Naruto's increasingly labored breathing. Then came a yell, sharp, startled, and high-pitched. Ga! Tsunade's head snapped up just as the clone practicing tree walking fell from halfway up the trunk and landed on his back with a dull thud. "Ow!" he groaned, blinking up at the sky. Shizune winced. "Guess that one overdid it." "No pain, no gain," Tsunade said, waving a hand dismissively as the clone puffed into a cloud of smoke. The original Naruto stumbled mid-step, eyes briefly widening as the memory of the fall slammed into his mind. "Ow, okay, that one hurt," he muttered, shaking his head as he pushed on. "Thanks for the heads up, me." Tsunade let out a low chuckle. "He's learning. And more importantly, he's not quitting." She stood, cracking her knuckles one by one with deliberate calm. "All right. Break's over. Time to apply a little pressure." Shizune glanced at her warily. "Oh no. What are you planning now?" Tsunade grinned, that slow, wicked kind of grin that made seasoned shinobi flinch on instinct. "Oh, nothing much. Just reminding him that training under a Sannin comes with expectations." The clearing echoed with the steady beat of Naruto's footsteps, his breathing ragged and fast, sweat trailing down his face in rivers. The weights strapped to his arms and legs dragged at every step like anchors, but he didn't slow. Not with Tsunade watching. Not when, for the first time, training felt like someone expected something of him. Like someone believed he could reach it. Tsunade stood at the edge of the field, her gaze razor-sharp, watching him like a hawk sizing up its prey. In her palm, a handful of smooth, dense stones, each one carefully selected for weight and throw, rested like a loaded deck. She rolled them between her fingers with casual expertise, eyes narrowing ever so slightly. "Head up," Tsunade muttered under her breath. "Loosen your legs. Watch your footing." Then, without warning, her finger snapped forward. A rock zipped through the air like a dart. Naruto spotted the motion a second too late. He ducked on instinct, but the stone still grazed his shoulder, sending a sharp sting through his muscles. "What the hell?" he yelled, twisting mid-stride and nearly tripping. "That could have hit my eye." Tsunade didn't flinch. Her smirk was unrelenting. And out there, it wouldn't be a rock. It'd be a kunai, or worse. Before he could fire back, another stone was already airborne. Naruto pivoted to dodge, but it struck his forehead protector with a loud clang, the impact knocking him off balance. He hit the ground hard, the world spinning as stars danced across his vision. Tsunade's voice cut through the haze, cold and flat. "If that had been laced with chakra, you'd be dead. That little strip of metal isn't invincible, Naruto." Naruto lay there for a second, catching his breath, eyes squinting at the sky. For a moment, Naruto lay still, chest rising and falling in ragged rhythm. He didn't cry out. He didn't complain. Slowly, he sat up, dirt smudging his cheek, sweat dripping from his brow, and behind his eyes, a quiet fire started to burn. He met Tsunade's gaze head-on. No flinch. No hesitation. "All right. Bring it on." Tsunade's smirk widened. Just like Kushina. Another stone flew, faster this time, sharp and precise, launched with Jonin-level force. But Naruto was ready. His legs screamed in protest, the weight vest biting into his shoulders, but he moved, twisting to the side, letting the stone slice through the air just inches from his cheek. A second one came from the left, he dropped low. A third from behind, he hit one knee, gritted his teeth, and surged forward, never stopping his run. "Good," Tsunade murmured under her breath. "No rolls. You're not dodging a trap, you're moving through a battlefield. Stay mobile." Another rock clipped his cheek, leaving a red welt, but Naruto didn't falter. He grunted, powering through, each step louder, stronger, more defiant than the last. The sting of the hits, the fire in his lungs, the ache in his limbs, it was all there. But beneath it all, deeper than the pain, was resolve. This wasn't about showing off. Not about pride. It was about proving, if only to himself, that he could take it. That he was worth training. Worth the effort. Worth saving. From the sideline, Shizune watched silently, her arms crossed tight. She had seen Tsunade train plenty of Genin, plenty of hopefuls, but rarely like this. There was no yelling, no posturing. Just sharp silence and relentless pressure. Later, Naruto's arms trembled, slick with sweat and dirt as he powered through another push-up. His breathing was heavy, but steady, controlled. The afternoon sun baked the earth beneath him. Patches of grass flattened where his hands and feet dug in. Every time he lowered himself, his elbows brushed the ground. Every time he pushed up, he could feel her presence above him, like a mountain perched on his back, both literal and metaphorical. Tsunade sat cross-legged on him like it was the comfiest bench in the world, casually sipping her tea as if she were at some high society garden party. But her eyes? Sharp as scalpels. They tracked every twitch in his muscles, every shaky pause that lasted a second too long. 450, Naruto grunted, sweat dripping from his nose. Only 50 more. You're slowing down, Tsunade said lightly, swirling her tea. Might have to throw in some sit-ups after this. Or burpees. Naruto let out a strangled groan, equal parts exhaustion and dread. You're a sadist. Tsunade smirked over the rim of her cup. And you're still talking. So clearly, I'm not being sadist enough. He wheezed a laugh, shoulders quivering from strain. By the way, she added casually, like she wasn't crushing the life out of him with her full body weight, the record Jiraiya left me. Say you could make more than 1,500 shadow clones. So why only 4? Yeah, Naruto panted. Jiraiya-sensei advised me to limit my shadow clones to no more than 4. He instructed that I should wait for your permission before I consider using any more than that. Tsunade hummed, setting her cup down on her knee as her expression turned thoughtful. Huh. So the old perv can teach caution. Good. She leaned forward slightly, not enough to throw off his balance, but enough that Naruto felt it. Shadow clone memory feedback's no joke, kid. Every clone you pop feeds its experiences straight back into your brain. Too many, too fast? She tapped her temple with a finger. You're not just tired. You're cooked. Headaches, memory gaps, maybe even brain damage. Permanent. Naruto grunted again, this time in agreement, though his arms wobbled dangerously. And we both know you've only got so many brain cells to spare, Tsunade added with a sly grin. Hey! Naruto huffed, nearly face-planting. I'm plenty smart. Naruto lowered himself again, holding the push-up at the bottom for 5 full seconds. His arms trembled under the strain, muscles screaming, but it wasn't the dull, grinding pain he'd grown used to. This burn was sharp, clean. It hurt, but in the right way. Like something broken being reforged. Tsunade watched him silently, her frown deepening. She remembered yesterday's scans all too well, misaligned joints, bones that had healed crooked, tiny fractures hidden along his arms and ribs. Calcified scar tissue near the shoulder blades. Some of the breaks had been the kind you only got from being hit, hard and repeatedly. Others were so old she doubted Naruto even remembered getting them. It made her stomach twist. How's the realignment holding up? She asked after a moment, her voice lower now, more thoughtful than teasing. Naruto didn't hesitate. His voice came out steadier than before, less strained. Feels better. No more weird clicking. And I can twist my wrists now without feeling like they're about to pop out. Tsunade gave a small nod, taking another sip of her tea, though the taste had soured in her mouth. It sat heavy on her tongue. Her thoughts drifted, uninvited, back to a different time. A different Konoha. Back when the Uchiha crest still walked proudly through the streets. When influence and fear held more weight than justice. How poetic, she thought bitterly, that the very clan who helped tear this boy down had turned to ash in the end. Karma had a long memory. But this boy? He was still standing. Tsunade exhaled slowly and rose to her feet, letting Naruto finish the last 10 reps without her weight pressing down on him. She gave him that small mercy, just this once. Her eyes drifted toward the horizon, where the sky burned in brilliant streaks of gold and orange. The sunset painted everything in warm, fading light, and for a moment, it reminded her of another stubborn Uzumaki. One who once cursed vegetables like they were cursed seals and punched her homeroom teacher in the face for calling her difficult. All right, she said, brushing dust from her coat. Get some water, then take 5. We're moving into weighted squats next. Naruto groaned in protest, flopping onto his back like a felled tree. Are you sure you're not trying to kill me? Tsunade smirked without missing a beat. If I wanted to kill you, Naruto, you wouldn't see it coming. Now hydrate. You've still got a long way to go if you want to catch up to that dream of yours. Despite everything, aching muscles, blurred vision, lungs still catching up. Naruto smiled faintly. He reached for his water bottle with a hand that shook slightly and took a long, steady drink. His body was a wreck. His arms felt like wet noodles. His legs were probably planning a rebellion. But for the first time in forever, the pain didn't feel hollow. It felt like progress. The training ground had quieted into a soft hum. The sun hung low on the horizon now, bleeding orange and gold across the sky in lazy, lingering strokes. Long shadows stretched across the clearing, reaching from the trees like tired limbs settling down for the night. A breeze swept through, gentle and cool, rustling the leaves like whispered encouragement. In the center of it all, Naruto lay sprawled on the grass, arms played wide, chest rising and falling with deep, steady breaths. Sweat clung to his skin, soaking through his clothes, plastering tufts of blonde hair to his forehead. His fists were raw, knuckles scabbed and bruised from hours of drills and strikes. One hand had curled, without him noticing, around the edge of Tsunade's haori, just barely clinging to the fabric like a lifeline in his sleep. His face was peaceful. Spent. And somewhere, under the exhaustion, content. Shizune stood a few feet away, arms crossed as she watched the boy lying in the grass, his breath finally even, his body limp with exhaustion. Her eyes held a mixture of concern and awe. "How'd he do?" she asked, her voice low, as if afraid to wake him. Tsunade didn't answer right away. She stood beneath a tree, arms folded beneath her chest, eyes fixed on Naruto's sleeping form. Her honey-brown gaze was narrowed, not with judgment, but thought. Measuring. Remembering. "I gave him 3 times what Jiraiya planned," she said at last, her tone flat but not cold. 300 laps around the clearing. 1,500 push-ups. 1,200 squats. 1,000 strikes with each limb. Then I ran him through genjutsu resistance drills until he dropped." Shizune stared at her, mouth slightly open. "Are you serious?" "Tsunade-sama, look at him, his hands are torn to ribbons." "I know," Tsunade replied quietly, her eyes flicking away just for a second, just long enough to avoid looking directly at the boy's bruised and bloodied knuckles. "But he didn't quit. Not once. And thanks to the fox, his healing's already kicked in. They looked worse earlier." Shizune followed her gaze, her expression softening as she looked at Naruto again. As battered as he was, he hadn't complained. Not once. That fact alone said more than any mission report ever could. "I made dinner," she said softly. "Think he'll wake up for it?" Tsunade turned, heading toward the path that led back to the inn, her coat stirring slightly in the breeze. "He will," she said over her shoulder. "He needs a bath anyway. Kid smells like a wet dog rolled in a used bandage." Shizune winced. "That's vivid." But she followed, quickening her pace to match. "You sure you're not pushing him too hard?" she asked after a moment. Tsunade didn't stop walking. Her reply came quieter, almost like she was speaking more to herself than to Shizune. "His mother was tougher at his age," she said, her voice thick with something that wasn't quite grief. "And she trained harder." She didn't say the rest aloud, but it hung in the air between them, heavy with memory and truth. He has her will. 6 days had passed since they settled in the quiet inn on the outskirts of the village. The living room was dimly lit by the soft morning sunlight slipping through the worn paper windows, casting golden rays across the wooden floor. A faint breeze rustled the faded curtains, bringing with it the scent of dew and distant trees. Naruto lay sprawled out on the couch, arms dangling off the edge, one leg bent awkwardly over the backrest. He stared up at the ceiling, eyes half-lidded, his chest rising and falling in slow, even breaths. For once, the silence wasn't filled with grunts, yells, or the sound of clone puffs. Just peace. Sunday. His only rest day. It still felt foreign. Every other morning, he would have already been up by 6, sometimes earlier if Tsunade was feeling particularly sadistic. Breakfast first, always, and then came the relentless grind. Shizune would hand him a thick book filled with basic information he should have learned years ago back at the academy, things like how chakra coils developed in toddlers or how kunai angles changed with wind resistance. Boring stuff, maybe. But it was the truth. Not the half-baked versions he'd been fed for years by disinterested teachers who couldn't be bothered to teach him properly. Then came the worst part, that drink. A weird green sludge packed with more vitamins than he could count. It tasted like mud and smelled like seaweed that had been left out too long. He had tried dirt before, back when he was 7 and a group of academy kids had pinned him down and forced him to lick the ground. This tasted almost exactly like that. Maybe worse. But Shizune made him drink it every morning, and Naruto, as much as he gagged, choked it down. After that came the meat. Meats he'd never tried before, rich, fatty, protein-packed things he couldn't even pronounce, paired with colorful vegetables that didn't make him throw up anymore. Tsunade and Shizune had told him the truth during a checkup. The reason he hated vegetables so much was because the orphanage workers had been poisoning his food. Slow, subtle. Enough to make him sick, weak. And he'd believed for so long that it was just him. It made his stomach twist to remember. Stretching and warm-ups followed, which he'd never done properly before. His muscles screamed at first, but he was getting used to it. Then came the clones, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, walking up trees with chakra control, practicing that humming-style footwork Tsunade had drilled into his skull, hurling kunai while twisting mid-air, scribbling down ceiling formulas with painful precision. He couldn't afford another explosion. He still had burns from last time. He handled the physical training himself. Laps. Push-ups. Sit-ups. Kicks and punches against the wooden log until his fists stung and his arms trembled. The memories from his clones returned each time, tired, sore, aching, but never broken. They always managed to laugh at him whenever Tsunade pelted him with rocks during reaction training. Freaking buttholes, he muttered to himself once, remembering how they snickered in his head. But even with all that, he felt it. The difference. His body was changing. He was faster, stronger, more aware. Tsunade told him it was thanks to the Nine Tails healing. Every time he pushed his muscles to the point of tearing, they healed stronger. It was insane. And it was working. That thought was comforting. The sound of footsteps broke the stillness. Sharp and confident. "Are you gonna lie there all day, or are you coming with me?" Tsunade's voice cut through the air like a kunai. Naruto blinked, turning his head lazily toward her. She stood in the doorway, one hand on her hip, the other tossing a small sack of money up and down like it weighed nothing. "Where?" he asked, dragging himself up with a groan. He wore only a pair of black shorts that were way too big for him and a faded burnt orange shirt that nearly swallowed him whole. "Buying you clothes," she said flatly. She tossed the sack up once more and caught it with a grin. "Jiraiya sent me some cash for exactly that." Naruto blinked again, slowly sitting up straighter. "New clothes?" His fingers unconsciously rubbed at the hem of his shirt. The fabric was worn, stretched out, and riddled with tiny holes. It had been his for as long as he could remember. He wasn't sure how to feel about letting it go. "And Jiraiya said you shouldn't wear anything orange," Tsunade added, catching the coin pouch in one hand and pointing at him with her index finger like a stern teacher. Naruto's eyes widened. "Oi, orange is awesome," he protested, throwing his hands in the air. For a moment, just a fleeting heartbeat, Tsunade saw them. Two ghostly figures flickering into place beside Naruto like memories made flesh. To his left stood a teenage girl with long crimson hair flowing down her back, her fiery eyes narrowed in annoyance, arms crossed over a cozy yellow sweater. "Oi, don't judge me," she snapped. "I like yellow. It looks cool on me." To Naruto's right, another teenager appeared, a boy with unruly blonde hair that spiked back like a golden flame, his features strikingly sharp and familiar. He wore a red sweater and leaned casually on one leg, his calm, warm expression aimed at Tsunade. "Why do I like red?" he said with a faint chuckle, voice smooth and gentle. "It reminds me of Kushina's beautiful red hair. I never realized how stunning the color was until I met her. So yeah, I like red." Naruto stood between them, completely unaware. Orange. A perfect blend of red and yellow. Tsunade stared, heart tightening. The universe, in its strange way, had pulled colors from both Minato and Kushina, their fire and light, and somehow poured them into Naruto. It wasn't just his personality or his eyes. Even his favorite color was a reflection of his parents. A bittersweet ache settled in her chest. "Hey, are you okay?" Naruto asked, tilting his head slightly. His brows furrowed in concern. "You look kinda sad." Tsunade blinked, snapping out of the vision. She rubbed at the corner of her eye quickly, masking the sudden sting. "Huh? Yeah, why?" Naruto didn't press. He had a habit of letting people hide their pain, Probably because he learned to do it for so long himself. Jiraiya said you need to pick out some shinobi clothes, she said, her voice lightening with an exaggerated huff. And a lot of casual stuff that actually fits. Seriously, you're swimming in those rags. You serious? He asked, rubbing his eyes and sitting up fully. His oversized shirt slipped down one shoulder, and the shorts hung low on his hips, cinched only by a fraying drawstring. Tsunade smirked at the sight. Dead serious. Jiraiya sent enough to stock you for the next few years, and believe me, we're not letting you spend another minute looking like a walking traffic cone. Naruto frowned. Hey! Orange is awesome. Not in the way you've been wearing it, Tsunade replied dryly, tossing the coin pouch to him. He barely caught it with both hands, the weight surprising him. You sure Jiraiya didn't rob a noble for this? Don't ask questions you don't want answers to, she said with a wink. Naruto stood, rolling his shoulders and yawning. His muscles ached in that strangely satisfying way they always did now after training, tight but alive, like his body was finally catching up to the strength he'd always believed he had. All right, I'll get dressed. Just give me a second. As he shuffled off to the bedroom, Tsunade leaned against the doorway and called after him, and no picking the first orange thing you see or I'm dragging you back to the tailor myself. Naruto's voice came muffled through the door. DCH, fine. But I'm still getting a headband with flames or something cool. The front door of the modest inn creaked open, and Naruto stepped out into the bright afternoon sun. The sleepy little town was wide awake now, vendors shouting over each other, shinobi and civilians brushing past with purpose, children darting between legs like wild squirrels. The faint scent of grilled yakitori and fried dumplings lingered in the air. It was just past noon. Naruto squinted up at the cloudless sky, then down at his outfit, tugging at the hem of his shirt. It wasn't nearly as baggy as what he used to wear, still a little oversized, sure, but now only 2 sizes too big instead of 5. Progress. He wore a clean white t-shirt with a bold image of a steaming ramen cup on the front, limited edition, Ichiraku brand, and a pair of dark forest green cargo shorts that stopped just past his knees. Navy blue sandals covered his feet, which he already scuffed against the dirt road like a bored kid. You know I could pick out my own clothes, right? Naruto said in a deadpan voice, glancing sideways at the trio beside him, Tsunade, Shizune, and Tauntaun trotting adorably between them, a tiny 4-leaf clover clipped to her ear like a badge of honor. Tsunade didn't even look at him. I'm not following you, she said casually, flipping a coin in the air. I'm heading to the last casino in town. Gonna spend some of the money that pervert paid me to take care of you. Naruto blinked. Wait, Jiraiya paid you? Like, with actual money? Of course he did, she replied with a shrug. Said it was for time and suffering. Shizune sighed from beside her, rubbing her temple. Lady Tsunade, he explicitly said the money was for Naruto's care and well-being, not to feed your addiction. Tsunade scoffed, pretending to be offended. Excuse you. I quit drinking, didn't I? Yes, Shizune said, narrowing her eyes. But your gambling problem is still alive and kicking. Naruto couldn't help it, he snorted. Shizune continued, lowering her voice in an exaggerated gruff tone. Make sure the brat doesn't look like a traffic cone for Kami's sake, she quoted, dropping her pitch to mimic Jiraiya perfectly. Tsunade flinched so hard she nearly dropped her coin pouch. Ugh. Don't do that voice. That's disturbingly accurate. Naruto stared wide-eyed at Shizune. Whoa. That was terrifying. I thought the pervy sage possessed you for a second. Even Tauntaun oinked in agreement. Shizune smiled smugly. It's a gift. Tsunade muttered under her breath, more like a curse. Before Naruto could take more than 3 steps, Tsunade's hand landed firmly on top of his head, halting him like a dog on a leash. He blinked up at her in confusion as she pointed off toward a particularly flashy building down the street. You see that one right there? She said, nodding toward the gaudiest casino in sight. In a town stuffed to the brim with gambling dens, this one still managed to stand out like a peacock at a funeral. The front was painted in blinding gold and crimson, with a giant spinning coin sign above the doors that read in bold, glittering letters, "The Lucky Rio, winners win big or losers lose everything." Naruto's eyes narrowed. There, in much smaller print near the bottom, was the real kicker: we accept any kind of payment, money, sex, slavery, property. And even your soul. He stared at the sign. Then slowly turned to Tsunade. She gave him a cheeky grin and shrugged. We'll be in there. Since you don't want us picking your clothes. Naruto deadpanned. Okay. Just don't sell your soul. Tsunade waved it off casually. Relax. That's what Tauntaun is for. The tiny pig let out an offended snort and turned her back to Tsunade with a dramatic little stomp. Shizune sighed, rubbing her temple for what had to be the 100th time that day. Please don't encourage her, she muttered. Seriously. Then she turned to Naruto and offered a tired smile. Just make sure there's not too much orange, alright? She gave him a small wave. We believe in you. Naruto watched them go. Tsunade already sauntering into the casino with the confidence of a woman who'd been banned from at least 3 others, Shizune trudging reluctantly after her, and Tauntaun bringing up the rear with a little glare back at her traitorous owner. He let out a long, dramatic sigh, hands shoved into his shorts pockets. No one understands orange, he mumbled to himself. I'm the only one with taste. Still, he wasn't dumb. Jiraiya had warned him that people got lost in this town more often than they'd admit. 4-leaf clover was notorious for its winding alleyways, identical storefronts, and general sense of where the hell am I? Naruto wasn't about to spend an hour retracing his steps. So, sticking to the nearest boutique just across the street, he started walking with his usual casual swagger. He didn't know what he'd find, but one thing was certain. There was definitely going to be some orange. Even if he had to sneak it in. Help! The desperate cry echoed from a nearby alleyway, cutting through the steady hum of the busy street. Naruto paused mid-step, already half inside a small clothing shop, and tilted his head toward the sound. Curious, he jogged over to the mouth of the alley and found the source, a well-dressed girl around his age, her glossy brown hair perfectly curled, standing with one hand dramatically pointing down the narrow passage. She looked like she'd just stepped out of a noble's manor. Naruto blinked. What's going on? My Tora-chan. She wailed. No. Tora-chan, come back. The name hit Naruto like a kunai to the gut. That name. His eye twitched violently as an all-too-familiar memory surfaced, a certain fat, evil, furball of a cat wrapped in a pink ribbon, infamous for scratching Chunin and disappearing for days at a time, always leading to him getting clawed, kicked, and humiliated during D-rank missions back in Konoha. No. Not again. Not her. Naruto actually turned, taking one deliberate step back toward the street, fully intending to pretend he'd seen absolutely nothing. But then he heard it. Sniffling. Choked sobs. He paused, jaw tightening as he stared up at the annoyingly beautiful blue sky. Kami, seriously? I get one day off a week. With a resigned sigh, Naruto turned back around. Hey, you okay? He asked, walking closer. The girl turned to face him, tears streaking down her face, her expression crumpled in dramatic despair. No. Can't you see? My mother's precious cat ran off, she cried. And if I don't find her, my mom is going to kill me. She told me to watch her. Naruto flinched at her volume but didn't say anything about it. Instead, he nodded slowly, face blank. Yup. Rich girl. Still, he held out a hand. All right, how's your cat look? I might be able to find her. Her tearful eyes widened with a tiny gasp. Really? Naruto nodded again, slowly, already regretting it. She dug into her small silk purse and pulled out a photo, an actual, framed photo, of the cat. And there it was. The cat. Fat, smug, evil-eyed, and unmistakable. With a pink ribbon tied daintily around one ear like she owned the world. Naruto felt his soul physically leave his body. Tora, he muttered, suppressing the cringe that clawed at his spine. It took him, Sasuke, and Sakura 3 hours to catch this demon in cat form. And that was back when he had backup. She's Tora. She's my mother's favorite, and if anything happens to her... I got it, Naruto cut in, raising a hand. I'm on it. Before she could burst into another dramatic sob, he shot up to the nearest roof, leaping into motion like it was a C-rank mission instead of emotional blackmail. Down below, the girl blinked and watched him vanish between buildings. He's a shinobi? She whispered to herself, eyes wide with surprise and a slight blush forming on her cheeks. Naruto crouched on the rooftop, scanning the alleys and streets below like a hawk in search of its prey. He wasn't sure what he expected, but it wasn't this. To his left, in a secluded courtyard, A man was enthusiastically licking the feet of a chubby woman reclined on a velvet chair like some kind of queen. Naruto made a face and immediately turned away, mentally setting that image on fire and burying it deep. Okay. Didn't need to see that. Ever. To his right, another man stood in the middle of the street, absolutely covered in chocolate syrup. Head to toe. Just standing there. Arms out. Spinning slowly like he was basking in the glory of being a walking dessert. What is wrong with this town? Further down, he caught a glimpse of a woman tossing bills in the air while standing in a literal golden bathtub in front of an open window. Showering. With money. Meanwhile, a rich-looking guy lay face down nearby, clearly unconscious and bleeding from the nose, like his body gave up from witnessing too much rich girl energy. Naruto pressed a palm to his face. Jiraiya wasn't kidding. This town's cursed. Then, movement. His eyes snapped to a narrow alley below. There it was. The beast. Tora. The pink-ribboned menace herself was latched onto the face of a random child, claws digging in, tail thrashing with pure chaotic glee. The kid was screaming, arms flailing like he was being attacked by a swarm of bees. Tora hissed, yowled, and swatted the poor kid like she was practicing tiger-style taijutsu. Naruto sighed. Yup. Demon confirmed. He dropped down from the rooftop, landing smoothly just as Tora turned to face him. Their eyes locked. Hers, gleaming with malice. His, filled with raw, bitter memories of scratched faces, chewed sleeves, and the eternal trauma of D-rank missions. Hiss. Tora shrieked, fur bristling like she'd seen the fourth Hokage himself rise from the grave. Naruto glared right back, hands tightening into fists. Oh, it's on. Furball. The alley went dead quiet for a moment. Wind blew past. A single leaf drifted between them. Then Tora bolted. Oh no you don't. Naruto launched after her, the chase beginning yet again, with one very annoyed shinobi and one very smug cat tearing through the town like a living cartoon. Naruto landed lightly on a rooftop, eyes narrowing as he spotted a flicker of pink ribbon darting between the crowd below. Without needing a word, he formed a quick seal. Poof. 3 shadow clones appeared around him in a puff of smoke, each locking eyes with him. They nodded in sync, no commands needed. They already knew the mission. Capture the demon cat. Tora. The clones scattered instantly, leaping to different rooftops, flanking the alleyways below like trained hunters. Meanwhile, Naruto crouched and waited, watching, calculating. There. A blur of movement zipped through the alley. Target in sight, he muttered, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Tora dashed out of the shadows, weaving between the legs of startled pedestrians like a streak of furred lightning. She knocked over a vendor's cart, leapt through a rack of dresses, and zipped under a group of nobles mid-conversation, leaving shrieks and confusion in her wake. Naruto dropped in behind her, his sandals barely tapping the ground as he ran along the alley walls, rebounding from side to side like a blur of motion. No one in the crowd even saw him pass, just a flicker of orange and a rush of wind. He flipped mid-air and spun gracefully, landing in a low crouch at the alley's exit, cutting off her escape. Tora skidded to a halt, her back arched like a tiny tiger, yellow eyes glowing with irritation as she glared up at him. Naruto stood slowly, brushing imaginary dust off his sleeve, eyes locked on hers. Stupid cat, he muttered, cracking his neck. You're lucky you belong to the fire daimyo's wife. Otherwise? I'd be the one chasing you for sport. With a burst of speed, he shot forward again, the wind swirling behind him as he pursued Tora deeper into the maze of alleyways. It wasn't just a chase anymore. It was a dance. Naruto Uzumaki vs Tora, round 2. And this time, he wasn't losing. Tora glanced behind her, fur still bristling, ears twitching, and froze. One of Naruto's shadow clones stood triumphantly behind her, arms outstretched, hands already closing around the smug little menace. Gotcha, the clone grinned. Tora narrowed her eyes. Then chomp. The clone let out a dramatic, high-pitched squeal before puffing into a puff of smoke, disappearing with only a faint echo of, ow, my hand. But the real Naruto, watching from above, only smirked. Hook, line, and bite. Because the clone wasn't the real trap. From a rooftop just above, another clone launched into action, tipping over a barrel filled with thick, sticky black oil. It landed directly on Tora with a satisfying splat, covering her from head to paw in the gooey mess. The cat screeched in feline outrage as she lost her footing, slipping and sliding down the steep hill they were on like a screaming, angry fur missile. And then came phase 2. Another clone leapt from the trees above with a devilish grin and dropped a bucket of golden honey squarely on the flailing, oily furball. Tora barely had time to blink before thwomp. A full sack of flour exploded over her like a snowstorm. The powder stuck instantly, coating her in a thick, sticky white shell. She hit the bottom of the hill with a splat and a groan, resembling a lumpy, angry powdered donut. Naruto landed in front of her with a calm, cat-capturing grace, dusting his hands off like a man who'd just ended a legendary battle. Tora hissed and tried to scramble up, only to let out a wheeze. The oil, honey, and flour combo made her stick to the ground like a glue trap. "Your owner's not gonna do a damn thing about this," Naruto said, casually cracking his knuckles with a smug grin. "You messed with the wrong shinobi." Tora blinked at him. Her meow came out nervous, unsure. For the first time ever, Naruto saw actual fear in that cat's eyes. He squatted down to her level. "I'll clean you up," he said slowly, raising an eyebrow. "And not kick your fluffy butt across the village. If we make a deal." Tora tilted her head. "Meow?" Naruto pulled a small, slightly crumpled photo out of his pocket. Team 7. He pointed directly at the brooding, duck-butt-haired figure front and center. "This guy. Sasuke. Uchiha." Tora narrowed her eyes at the image, curious. "If you ever see him," Naruto said seriously, "you pee on him. Then stretch on him like a smug little queen. Bonus points if you shed all over his stupid cloak." Tora blinked again, clearly unsure, but Naruto leaned in with a knowing grin. "If you do that, I'll teach you how to use chakra to run faster. So fast that no one could ever catch you." He paused. "Except me." Tora's eyes widened. "Meow. Meow." She grinned, wide and mischievous, and extended a flour-covered paw toward him like a noble sealing a deal. Naruto clasped it like a gentleman. "Contract sealed," he said solemnly. "Operation Sasuke scent marking begins the moment we're back in Fire Country." Tora purred. Naruto made his way back through the winding alleys, now carrying a much cleaner, but still mildly grumpy, Tora in his arms. The flour had been wiped off, the honey and oil scrubbed away, and though her fur looked slightly puffier than usual, she glared at everyone like she was still royalty. He rounded a corner and spotted the girl from before, standing at the edge of a plaza and absolutely unloading on a group of armored samurai. "Hey! I'm waiting for a ninja to bring me something important," she yelled, stomping her foot. The samurai guards looked visibly stressed, sweat beading down their brows. As the daughter of their feudal lord, she wasn't exactly someone they could argue with, but her return was overdue, and they were under strict orders to escort her back immediately. Naruto approached casually, holding Tora in one arm like a small, furry football. The moment the guards noticed him, their demeanor changed. Eyes narrowed, hands dropped to their hilts, and they stepped in front of the girl protectively. "Stop right there," said the lead guard, his voice firm. "State your business. What do you want with the lady?" Naruto didn't even flinch. Instead, he held up Tora like a sacred offering. The cat glared at the guards with open disdain, tail twitching like she was considering starting round 2. The guards looked at Tora, then at Naruto, then back at Tora. "Move," the lead guard barked, immediately parting to let him through. "Tora-chan." The girl squealed, taking the cat from Naruto's arms. "You came back." She hugged her pet tightly, but not with the same bone-crushing strength Naruto remembered from the Fire Daimyo's wife. Tora visibly sighed in relief. "What's your name, Ninja-kun?" the girl asked sweetly, turning to Naruto with a surprising amount of gratitude in her eyes. Naruto," he said. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." She beamed, and before he could blink, she shoved an enormous roll of Ryo bills into his hand. It was so thick it practically needed a carrying case. Then, because apparently the universe was feeling theatrical, she leaned up and kissed his cheek with a soft, warm peck. Naruto's brain froze. "I'll never forget this," she added with a small smile, cradling Tora like a baby as she walked away, the guards scrambling to follow behind her in stunned silence. The samurai glanced back at Naruto, dumbfounded. Everyone knew their young lady couldn't stand kids her age. Said they were loud, immature, annoying, and couldn't take a joke. But this one? She called him Naruto-kun. They watched as Naruto blinked, slowly rubbing the spot on his cheek where she kissed him, cheeks a faint shade of red. The giant roll of cash still sat awkwardly in his hand like he wasn't sure if it was real. What the hell was that about? Naruto muttered, baffled. That's only the second time someone my age ever did that. His voice trailed off. A sudden flash of long, platinum blonde hair flashed behind his eyes, just for a second, and his chest tightened unexpectedly. 7 years. 7 years since she had done the same. He shook his head quickly, brushing the memory away like dust clinging to old glass. No point digging that back up. A promise made in the past was better left there. Naruto sighed, pocketed the money, and turned back toward town. Man, I really need new clothes after this. Naruto wandered down the cobbled path, hands stuffed in his cargo shorts, the heavy roll of Ryo tucked securely into his pocket. The town was still bustling, filled with the usual mix of shady gamblers, flashy merchants, and the occasional lost tourist. His mind was still half on the whole tour incident and half on the memory that flashed earlier: platinum hair, soft promise, and a voice he hadn't heard in 7 years. He shook it off. He needed clothes. Preferably awesome ones. With maybe a little orange. Just a little. As he neared a small clothing shop tucked between a bookstore and a noodle stall, voices caught his attention. Not angry ones. Desperate ones. He paused outside the storefront, peering over to see a familiar figure. It was her. The same woman he'd run into days ago. The one with tired eyes and a kind smile. The one who looked like she'd been kicked down by life more than once but still stood tall for her kid. Her clothes were even more threadbare now, patched and worn, the fabric clinging to her frame in places where the seams had long given up. Beside her stood her little boy, no older than 6 or 7, clinging to her side with the innocence only children could have. His shirt was practically a crop top, his pants cuffed and fraying, sandals barely held together with string. "Please," the woman pleaded, clasping her hands. "I just need the clothing so I can start my new job. I swear, I'll pay twice, 3 times the cost once I get my first paycheck." The shop clerk looked thoroughly unimpressed, arms crossed, expression bored. "I'm sorry, ma'am. No discounts. No tabs. Store policy." The woman's shoulders slumped, but she didn't yell. Didn't argue. Just bit her lip and nodded. Her heart sank. A few days ago, she'd thought her luck had finally turned, when a strange, spiky-haired blonde boy with sunlit eyes had handed her food and enough money to last a few nights at the inn. She was certain he'd been a blessing from Kami-sama. Then came the opportunity, a small restaurant in need of a cook. The pay would be enough to cover their rent, food, even save a little. But there was a catch: kitchen regulations. She needed proper footwear and clean clothes. She had just enough to cover that. But her son? His clothes were done. Beyond repair. Too small, too thin. She had to choose. And as a mother, there wasn't a choice. "It's okay, Mommy," her son said softly, looking up at her with a smile that nearly broke her heart. "I don't need new clothes. Just buy what you need. We'll be okay." She nearly broke down then and there. Naruto had been silent the whole time, just standing there, watching. He reached into his pocket and stared at the roll of money the noble girl had given him. It was thick, crisp, still warm from his hand. And yet, somehow, it didn't feel like it belonged to him. He looked back at the mother and son. At the boy's forced smile. At the hope trembling in her voice. At the exhaustion behind her eyes. Naruto smiled softly. Some people needed luck more than he did. As the shopkeeper turned her back to restock a shelf, Naruto casually walked by, hands in his pockets, head tilted as if he were just another passerby minding his own business. Then he paused, bent down, and picked something up off the dusty ground like it had just fallen there. "Sorry," he said casually, glancing at the woman and her son with a small, polite smile. "I think you dropped this." He held out a thick roll of Ryo bills, the same one he'd been given just earlier, still untouched. The woman froze, recognition blooming in her eyes. That same spiky blonde hair, the warm expression, the calm voice. It was him. The boy from a few days ago. The one who had appeared out of nowhere with food, kindness, and enough money to give her a lifeline. Her lips parted to speak, but he was already placing the money into her hand gently, fingers brushing against her calloused ones. Then, without another word, Naruto turned and walked away, slipping into the crowd as naturally as a breeze through leaves. Gone. Just like before. Silence lingered for a few seconds as the woman stared at the heavy weight in her hand. She uncurled the roll slightly and saw the numbers. Her heart skipped a beat. More than 200,000 Rio. She whipped around, eyes scanning the busy street, but he was already gone. Just like the first time. No fanfare, no name, no expectation of thanks. She bit her lip, eyes glistening. Maybe her luck hadn't run out after all. Wait, what just happened? The shop clerk asked, confused, but the woman didn't answer. She took her son's small hand in hers and walked away from the shop, chin held high. She wasn't going to spend a single coin in a place where her son wasn't welcomed. Not when there were kinder places out there. Not when she'd been reminded of what kindness really looked like. As they walked, her son looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes. "Mommy, are angels real?" he asked softly. "Because I think that boy was one." She stopped for a moment, looking down into his big black eyes, so full of wonder. Then she smiled, gentle, tearful, and proud. "Yeah," she whispered, squeezing his hand, "and it looks like he helped us again." And together, they walked on, toward a new start. Naruto let out a long sigh as he turned the corner, hands tucked into his pockets. He didn't like seeing people struggle, especially not with things he understood too well. That woman and her son. It reminded him too much of himself. Of the times he'd wandered through stores, staring at things he couldn't afford, pretending he didn't care. He rubbed the back of his head, ruffling his hair. "Focus," he told himself. "Gotta buy clothes. That's what the pervy sage sent the money for, anyway." Putting his smile back on like armor, Naruto strolled forward with a bit more bounce in his step. After a few more turns through town, he finally spotted a shop tucked between a blacksmith and a scroll vendor. The sign read, "Fourth Leaf Cloak, Tailored Shinobi Wear." Naruto squinted up at it, then peeked through the window. The inside was lined with mannequins wearing all kinds of ninja gear, flak jackets, weighted cloaks, durable boots, even specialized gloves for chakra control. Nothing flashy. Everything looked made for people who meant business. He stepped inside, the wooden door creaking softly behind him. The scent of fabric, dust, and faint sandalwood filled the air. It was quiet, almost too quiet. And behind the counter sat an elderly woman with silvery gray hair coiled into a bun. Her eyes were closed, but Naruto could feel her gaze settle right on him. It was unsettling. Hello," Naruto greeted awkwardly, scratching his cheek. The old woman's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. "Come with me," she said, rising to her feet slowly, her movements graceful despite her age. Naruto blinked. "Huh? I know what you want," she said cryptically, already turning away. "Come with me. The fitting rooms are in the back." Naruto stood there for a second, confused. Okay, weird. But also kind of cool. With a resigned sigh, he followed her deeper into the shop. Something about her felt different, not dangerous, but definitely mysterious. He wondered if she was one of those old retired kunoichi who now stitched armor instead of throwing kunai. "If she makes me wear a bright pink gi, I'm out." Minutes later, Naruto stood just outside the shop window, admiring his reflection in the glass. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow, making the colors of his new outfit pop just right. He grinned. "Oh yeah. I definitely look awesome." His new headband gleamed, polished metal with the familiar leaf symbol shining bright, tied with sleek black cloth that trailed behind him like a ribbon in the wind. His jacket was a dark gray, almost black, open at the front with a high collar and a light inner lining. The red Uzumaki swirl stitched into the upper sleeve made his chest swell with pride. Beneath that, an orange shirt peeked through, classic Naruto, bright as ever. The orange might have been toned down, but it was still him. His pants were a dark brown, baggy and comfortable, stopping just below the knee and wrapped tightly with white bandages around his right thigh and both shins, practical and distinctly shinobi. Open-toed sandals wrapped up his calves, finishing the look with balance between tradition and utility. He turned slightly, checking himself out from the side. The outfit wasn't flashy, but it made him look like a real ninja, cool, capable, and maybe just a little badass. "Wow, you weren't kidding, Bakken," Naruto said, flashing a grin at the old woman as she stepped out behind him. She nodded, satisfied. "I've been dressing people longer than you've been alive, kid. It's a gift." Her sharp old eyes crinkled with amusement. "You've got a good face for orange anyway," Not many can pull it off. Naruto chuckled and handed her the pouch of Ryo Jiraiya had given him. Thanks. For real. The old woman accepted the pouch, weighing it in one hand like she was checking to see if it passed the fair price test, and it clearly did. Pleasure doing business with you, Naruto-chan, she said warmly. And just so you know, if you ever need new clothes, shinobi or casual, I can get it to you anywhere in the Land of Fire. Just pay the delivery fee. We've got shinobi mail runners in town. Naruto's eyes lit up. Wait, seriously? That's amazing. She handed him a neatly folded slip of paper, an order form, sealed with her store's emblem. Naruto carefully slipped it into his pocket. Thanks, Granny. He left the shop with a sealed scroll strapped to his back, filled with extra sets of shinobi wear, casual clothes, and even a few warmer outfits just in case. He found lighters somehow, but not just from the new clothes. Something about having clothes made for him, not handed down or picked off clearance racks, made a difference. It felt like a fresh start. Naruto walked casually through the bustling business district of Four-Leaf Clover Town, his sandals tapping lightly against the cobblestone. The air was warm, filled with the aroma of grilled food, roasted nuts, and too many colognes mixed together. People moved about their day, merchants calling out their wares, gamblers chatting loudly, tourists haggling over trinkets. And yet, something felt off. He noticed it almost immediately. People were staring at him. Well, more specifically, girls were staring at him. He passed a small cafe and caught a group of girls around his age sitting at a table near the window. Two of them waved at him with playful smiles, one even throwing in a wink. Naruto blinked, then gave a sheepish, awkward little wave back, scratching the side of his face. The girls giggled. Naruto walked faster. What the hell is happening? Why are they giggling? What did I do? He sighed quietly to himself, trying to ignore the attention. It wasn't bad exactly, but it was weird. New. He never used to get this kind of reaction from girls. Or anyone, really. And now they were smiling at him? Winking? Did my jacket grow a harem jutsu tag or something? Still, he had a mission: find Tsunade. He kept walking, eyes scanning until he spotted the loudest, flashiest building on the block. Bright gold trim, a spinning coin sign, and a slogan painted across the top in obnoxiously bold letters: The Lucky Rio, winners win big, or losers lose everything. Yup. That's the one. Outside the casino, a group of men stood in a half circle, laughing obnoxiously, clearly mid-gossip. Naruto moved to walk past them, but couldn't help overhearing. Did you hear? The legendary sucker is at it again, one of the men snorted, slapping his knee. Another exhaled smoke through his nose and chuckled. I swear, Kami gave her crap luck just for laughs. Then the third guy leaned in, wiggling his eyebrows with a smug smirk. You ever think her title's not just about gambling, huh? Maybe she's legendary in other ways too. Naruto stopped. A small rock sat near his foot. He picked it up, casually tossed it over his shoulder, and nailed the third man right in the mouth. Thunk. GHRRGK. The guy immediately started choking, hands grabbing at his throat as his friends panicked and slapped his back, trying to help. Naruto didn't even turn around. Just kept walking, muttering under his breath, asshole. He didn't care how famous Tsunade was, or what people said behind her back. She trained him, helped him, treated him like more than just some demon brat. And anyone who disrespected her could eat rocks. Literally. Naruto stepped through the casino's double doors, blinking as his senses were assaulted by the loud chimes, flashing lights, and the thick scent of cigarette smoke mixed with perfume and alcohol. The place was a sensory overload, rows of slot machines blinking wildly, card tables buzzing with energy, and a bartender already shouting over someone trying to pay in chips and compliments. And then, damn it! Naruto turned toward the familiar voice and spotted Tsunade planted firmly in front of a slot machine, yanking the lever with the force of a frustrated shinobi. The machine spun, blinked, then stopped with a pathetic bleep. Nothing. Tsunade groaned and yanked the lever again, pure stubbornness fueling her at this point. Just behind her, Shizune stood with arms crossed and an expression that screamed I told you so, while Tauntaun sat beside her, ears drooped as if this was just another Tuesday. Hey, I'm back, Naruto called out casually as he walked over. All three of them turned to look at him, and then froze. Tsunade blinked. Shizune blinked. Tauntaun tilted her head. And then all three did a double take. Damn, I lost, Shizune muttered, looking genuinely disappointed as she reached into her sleeve and pulled out a few bills. With an exaggerated sigh, she placed them into Tsunade's smugly outstretched hand. "You guys made a bet?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow as he walked closer, crossing his arms. Without missing a beat, Tauntaun snorted and pulled a single coin out from under her bow, dropping it into Tsunade's hand as well. "Yep." Tsunade grinned, stuffing the bills and coin into the slot machine and pulling the lever again. "Told them you'd still wear orange, but not as much as before." Naruto glanced down at his mostly dark-colored outfit, with only a flash of his signature orange shirt showing underneath. Definitely not traffic con levels, but still a little nod to his style. Shizune cleared her throat and looked away, cheeks slightly red. "In my defense, you used to wear full orange." Tauntaun gave a tiny, guilty oink and turned her back, pretending to be extremely interested in the pattern on the floor tiles. Naruto deadpanned at both of them. "Seriously?" Tsunade laughed, patting the slot machine affectionately. "What can I say? I know my brat." Naruto took a seat next to Tsunade, plopping down with a faint grunt as the clinks and whirs of slot machines echoed around them. Tsunade yanked the lever again. "And lost." Again, and again, and again. Naruto side-eyed the machine as it let out yet another sad little womp-womp sound. "You ever actually win at these?" "No," Tsunade said flatly, already pulling the lever again. Naruto scratched the back of his head, watching the coins disappear. "So, why do you even like gambling? I never really got the appeal." Tsunade didn't look at him, eyes fixed on the spinning symbols. "Brat, I've been a shinobi since I was 6. I fought in 2 shinobi wars. You don't walk away from that without blood on your hands, and without something eating at your soul." The machine dinged. "Another loss." She sighed, pulled the lever again. "Shinobi take on hobbies. Some healthy, some not. It's about not thinking for a while. I gave up drinking after something happened 12 years ago. Missed something I shouldn't have. Regretted it ever since." Her voice dipped, just enough for Naruto to pick up on the weight behind her words. "All I've got left is this," she muttered. "Would you rather I snapped and went full psychopath? Start killing people for fun?" Naruto blinked. "No, not really." "Exactly." He tilted his head slightly, eyes thoughtful. He hadn't known that. She always seemed strong, unshakable. But maybe even the strongest needed something to cling to. He turned to Shizune. "What about you, Shizune-chan? What's your hobby?" Shizune perked up from her position behind them. "Oh, I make different kinds of poisons. And I read. A lot." Naruto paused. "Wait. That first one sounded way too casual." Shizune just smiled. Before he could comment further, Tsunade flipped him her final coin. "Wanna learn how to play?" Naruto caught it, blinking. "Sure," he said with a shrug. "1 coin can't hurt." Shizune groaned, already pinching the bridge of her nose. "Tsunade-sama." "What?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "He's a shinobi. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink, old enough to have sex, definitely old enough to gamble." Naruto nearly choked on air. "Wah, can we not say all that out loud?" Tauntaun oinked in what sounded suspiciously like agreement. Tsunade smirked. "What? Just facts." Shizune muttered something about terrible influence under her breath. Tsunade leaned back against her stool, arms crossed as she watched Naruto examine the slot machine like it was some kind of puzzle. "All right, brat. It's simple. You put the coin in, pull the lever, and the pictures spin. You need to match 3 of the same kind to win. The better the picture combo, the bigger the payout." Naruto tilted his head. "So, it's like those scratch cards in the market but louder?" "Sure," Tsunade snorted. "Except this one doesn't leave you with ink-stained fingers and existential dread." Shizune sighed again from behind them. "Please don't get him addicted, Tsunade-sama." Naruto slid the coin into the slot with a satisfying clank, reached up, and yanked the lever with a small grunt. The machine buzzed to life, reels spinning wildly. As they spun, a man in a red blazer and shiny shoes swaggered over to them from the back hallway, adjusting his sunglasses indoors like he thought it made him cool. "Well well well," he said with a smug grin, eyeing Naruto. "Teaching the next generation already, Tsunade? Didn't think you'd start raising a mini-sucker." Naruto blinked. "Wait, mini what?" Shizune visibly winced. Tsunade didn't even look at the man, just slowly raised her hand and gave him the middle finger over her shoulder, nice and slow. The man barked a laugh. Still got that attitude, huh? Good to know being flat broke hasn't broken your spirit. Good to know owning this stump hasn't given you a personality, Tsunade shot back flatly. Naruto snorted. You know this guy? He owns the casino, Tsunade muttered. And he's an ass. The machine suddenly dinged loudly, really loudly. The reels froze in place, 3 golden frog faces lined up perfectly in the center, flashing in sequence. Then chaos. Lights went wild. Bells rang. Coins exploded out of the bottom tray like a jackpot volcano, clinking and clattering and spilling across the floor. Everyone nearby turned their heads, gawking. Naruto blinked. Shizune's jaw dropped. Tauntaun fainted. Tsunade stared at the screen in silence for a beat. Then slowly turned to Naruto with wide eyes. You hit the jackpot. Naruto blinked again. I thought you said this game was all about bad luck? Tsunade stood there for a moment. Then pointed at the owner. In your face. She barked, grinning wide. My apprentice just won your jackpot, jerk. The man's smug expression cracked into disbelief as he watched way too many coins spill out of a machine that hadn't paid out in months. Tsunade patted Naruto's back with a proud grin. Kid, you might be my good luck charm. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, sheepishly smiling as a pile of coins grew at his feet. Cool. But, where do I put all this? Tsunade clapped Naruto on the back hard enough to rattle his spine. Alright, brat, this machine's cursed now. Naruto blinked. Wait. It's what? Tsunade didn't answer. She simply scooped him up like a sack of potatoes under one arm, the other already gripping one of the overflowing buckets of coins they just collected. Shizune followed behind with the second bucket, arms straining under the weight. Honestly, Tsunade-sama, it was luck. Just luck. It's not going to happen again, Shizune huffed, beads of sweat on her forehead as she shuffled after them. Statistically speaking, that kind of payout is once in a nonsense. Tsunade barked, marching through the casino like a woman on a mission. The universe just gave us a golden goose wearing orange. We milked the goose. Tauntaun squealed in protest, trotting beside Shizune and looking equally overwhelmed by the madness. Tsunade reached another machine. This one slightly older, slightly louder, and probably just as cursed as the last, and dropped Naruto into the seat like a sacred relic. Bet it all, she declared triumphantly, pointing at the lever like it was a battlefield directive. Everything. Naruto blinked up at her, then looked at the bucket. All of it? All of it, Tsunade nodded sagely, arms crossed like a gambler monk achieving enlightenment. Shizune nearly passed out. What? No, she cried, grabbing at Tsunade's sleeve. You can't just gamble with his luck. This isn't how probability works. That was just one win. But Naruto, a little dazed, shrugged. I mean, she's the professional. And with that, he poured half the bucket into the machine with a metallic flood, the sound of coins dropping echoing like a drum roll of doom. Shizune looked like she was having a full cardiac event. Naruto-kun. Relax, Tsunade said, completely unbothered, flicking her finger in the air. He's got protagonist energy. Naruto pulled the lever. The machine lit up, reels spinning faster than the last. The room seemed to hush for a second as the pictures blurred, clicking through rows of symbols. Then, ding! Lights. Music. A jackpot siren exploded from the machine, louder than the last, accompanied by an avalanche of coins pouring out like a waterfall. Naruto just stared at it, confused as ever. Is this good? Tauntaun let out a stunned oink, eyes wide. Shizune, holding the first bucket, dropped it on her foot, and didn't even flinch as her jaw hit the metaphorical floor. Tsunade? She threw both arms in the air and howled with laughter. Yes, she shouted, fist pumping like she'd just hit the final boss in one punch. She turned, locked eyes with the casino owner across the room, who was standing there, jaw slack, sunglasses now tilted, and flipped him off again. With both hands. 2 machines down, she shouted. How's that for legendary sucker, you smug bastard? Naruto sat there blinking, surrounded by yet another mountain of coins. Should I keep going? Shizune collapsed into the chair next to him with a groan. Please don't. Have you ever played blackjack? Tsunade asked, casually balancing 4 overflowing buckets of coins like they weighed nothing. Naruto scratched his head. I think so. Shikamaru tried teaching me once when I couldn't figure out shogi. We played for snacks." "You can't be serious," Shizune groaned, trudging behind them with 3 full buckets of her own. She looked like she was rethinking every life decision that led her to this moment. Tauntaun trotted faithfully beside them, a smaller coin bucket strapped to her back with a proud little snort. She was part of the team now. "Come on, Shizune," Tsunade said with a grin, leading the charge through the casino floor. "We don't know if it's just luck or divine favor, but we're leaving tomorrow anyway. Might as well go out with a bang." Shizune sighed, already bracing herself. "Fine. But only today. After this, he's banned from touching anything that makes a ding." They reached an empty blackjack table near the corner, manned by a bored-looking dealer who perked up immediately at the sight of the mountain of coins approaching him. Tsunade plopped herself into a chair like a queen on her throne, then grabbed Naruto by the shoulders and unceremoniously plopped him down onto her lap. Naruto blinked, shrugged, and relaxed. "Coffee." The dealer raised an eyebrow at the odd seating arrangement but didn't say a word. He slid 2 cards toward Naruto across the felt tabletop. Naruto looked down. "I got 18. Do you want another card or will you hold?" the dealer asked politely. Naruto gave it a thought, tapped the table, and said, "Give me 2. 2? Tsunade groaned behind him. Shizune buried her face in her hands. "Why are you like this?" The dealer blinked, but followed through, sliding 2 more cards across. Naruto flipped them over. 3 and a queen. Total, 21. Naruto tilted his head. "Hey, I think that's the good one, right?" The dealer, trying not to look completely stunned, nodded and turned over his own cards. 6 king and an 8. 24. "Bust," the dealer said, setting his cards aside. "You win." Another pile of coins was pushed toward their already obnoxiously massive hoard. Tsunade cackled like she'd just pulled off the heist of the century, one hand in the air. "That's my boy." Shizune stared at Naruto, expression blank. This is how gambling problems start." Naruto blinked at the new pile. "I thought it was just a snack game." Tauntaun looked like she was about to faint again. "Later." "Can we leave now?" Shizune asked, her voice hovering somewhere between exhausted and deeply concerned. Her arms were trembling from carrying yet another bag of winnings, and her left eye had developed a twitch. Because somehow, Naruto was still winning. Over. And over. And over again. First, the slot machines. Banned. Then blackjack. Banned again. Not because Naruto lost, oh no, far from it. He kept hitting 21. Every single time. Even when the dealer blatantly tried to stack the deck. Tsunade and Shizune both saw it. It didn't matter. Naruto would smile, tap the table, and flip over cards like destiny owed him a favor. They moved on to poker next. That was when things got weird. Naruto, completely unaware of the rules, thought they were playing Go Fish. He didn't even look at his cards. Just shrugged and tossed chips into the pile, round after round. He walked away having cleaned out 3 rich nobles, each of whom left the table muttering to themselves, questioning the meaning of life, and their bank accounts. And now they had a crowd. An actual crowd was following them. Tsunade, looking far too pleased with herself, had several scrolls strapped to her body, sealed to the brim with their winnings. Her pupils may or may not have turned into tiny glowing Rio coins. Shizune was 90% sure her sensei had crossed into a spiritual plane of gambling enlightenment. And when a bold older woman had sauntered over, batting her lashes at Naruto, trying to get him to buy her a drink, Tsunade punched her. Not just a tap. Decked her straight across the casino, sending her flying into a decorative pillar. After that, the ladies collectively agreed, if you valued your face, you left Naruto alone. Now, as the Chaos entourage circled their next target, Naruto sat casually in front of a roulette table. The dealer looked nervous. The crowd murmured like they were about to witness a prophecy unfold. Tsunade leaned in over Naruto's shoulder like a general plotting a battlefield. "All right. Pick a number, any number." Naruto blinked. 27? "Why 27? Shizune asked wearily, arms still hugging another heavy coin bag. He shrugged. "I dunno. That's how many dumplings I bet I could eat in one sitting." "Reasonable." Tsunade nodded. The ball spun. The wheel clattered. The crowd held their breath. The dealer stared at the spinning blur, sweat beating down his temple. And then, clack clack clack. The ball landed. 27. The crowd exploded. Tsunade screamed in triumph, raising both arms like she'd just declared war on Fate and won. Shizune dropped her coin bag and put her face in her hands. This isn't luck anymore. This is supernatural. Tauntaun passed out behind her. Naruto blinked at the table, rubbing his neck. So, does that mean I win again? The dealer just nodded slowly, completely shell-shocked. Cool, Naruto said with a grin. Can I get some dumplings now? Tsunade was practically glowing with victory. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, her eyes glittering with the thrill of triumph, and her arms full of sealed scrolls stuffed with winnings. She was thriving. Behind the roulette table, the casino owner sat slumped in the corner, head in his hands, muttering something about profit margins and bankruptcy by a teenager. A single tear rolled down his cheek as he stared into the abyss. Tsunade, naturally, was loving every second of it. Come on, brat, she said, nudging Naruto with her elbow. Just one more game. Let's go make that guy cry harder. He's almost sobbing now. I want full-on wailing. Naruto glanced back at the dealer still counting coins from his last win and rubbed the back of his head. I dunno, Bakken. I think the guy's gonna need therapy after this. Before Tsunade could argue further, Shizune swooped in like a tired, long-suffering guardian angel. She slid her arm under Naruto's and started dragging him away with the strength only a woman fueled by responsibility and moral panic could summon. Absolutely not, Shizune said, voice firm, eyes half dead. We are done. He's not your golden lucky charm, he's a child. We're taking him to get food and rest, like normal people do after earning a fortune. But, no. Shizune marched toward the door, Naruto helplessly letting himself be hauled along, occasionally waving at people in the crowd still cheering and whispering excitedly about him. Did you see that kid? 3 jackpots in a row. Is he some kind of gambling god? Look at him. He's the roulette Rasengan. Lucky fox. Tsunade, dragging her own mountain of winnings behind her, paused and turned toward the crowd. Get it right. She barked. His name is Naruto, and he just bankrupted this entire casino. Another round of cheers erupted as they stepped out into the street, where the afternoon sun hit their faces like a sigh of relief. Naruto, walking between the two women now, looked up and grinned. Lucky fox, huh? That's kinda cool. Shizune groaned. Don't let it go to your head. Tsunade just chuckled. Next time we hit a town, you're sitting next to me first thing. Naruto sighed with a smile. Can we please eat now? A month later, Konoha, Hokage's office. When is the Jinchuriki returning, Hiruzen? Koharu Yutate's voice cut through the stagnant air of the Hokage's office like a blade drawn too many times, sharp, tired, and still dangerous. Arms crossed tightly over her chest, her eyes bore into him with a familiar mix of disapproval and impatience. Across the desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a slow drag from his pipe, the smoke spiraling upward in lazy, ghostly tendrils, like a dragon coiling in the ceiling, born of stress and unspoken regret. He studied the trio before him, his so-called advisors, and for a fleeting moment entertained the fantasy of launching all 3 out the nearest window. Pity politics had no jutsu for that. It's classified, he said at last, his voice calm, clipped. Not something I'm obligated to share. Danzo's eyes narrowed, the faintest tick in his jaw betraying his annoyance. Koharu scoffed. Hiruzen, the longer that boy remains outside the village, the more exposed we become. You realize what kind of risk that is, don't you? Here we go again, Hiruzen thought. Same old dance. The paranoia, the fear, the refusal to see past the seal. To them, Naruto wasn't a child who'd been failed, he was a bomb left unattended. Not that boy, Homura added curtly. That weapon. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, the weight of their words settling in his bones like winter. He resisted the urge to snap the pipe in two. I once led legends, he thought bitterly. Now I babysit fossils who confuse cruelty for wisdom. Danzo leaned forward, fingers steepled like a man praying to a darker god. His voice was quiet, but cold enough to frost glass. So tell me, Hiruzen, what do you plan to do with him when he returns? Because under my guidance, he could be more than just a deterrent. He could be our sword. Our perfect enforcer. No, Hiruzen said immediately, the word heavy with finality. And why do you care, Danzo? There was a pause. Danzo didn't blink. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, smoke trailing from his mouth as he gave them the real answer, not for their benefit, but because he needed to say it aloud. From what Jiraiya has reported, he began, voice steadier now, Naruto is doing well. Better than anyone here allowed him to become. Danzo's single visible line narrowed. Tsunade is healing him. Not just physically, but mentally. For the first time in his life, the boy isn't surviving. He's growing. A faint pause. She's undone damage caused by years of neglect in this village. She's corrected the poisoning ki and malnutrition he suffered at the orphanage. She's working through the scars no one even noticed because we were all too busy trying to ignore him. The silence in the room deepened. His chakra control? Vastly improved. His taijutsu? Refined, and not just brute strength anymore. She's teaching him to move with precision, humming style, chakra reinforcement, even counterfighting. His studies have caught up, his Fuinjutsu has awakened, and he's showing natural Uzumaki aptitude. And most importantly, Hiruzen paused, eyes narrowing slightly. He's thinking. Strategizing. He's not just throwing punches and screaming anymore. He's analyzing. Watching. Planning. He's becoming a shinobi, a real one. Koharu and Homura both exchanged uncomfortable glances. Danzo, however, simply grunted. Then he'll be dangerous if left unchecked. Hiruzen looked at him, and for a flicker of a moment, the old war general behind the gentle old man's eyes returned. Only if someone's foolish enough to give him a reason to be. Koharu's eyes narrowed sharply. Are you suggesting the boy would attack the people of Konoha? Hiruzen didn't flinch. He calmly tapped his pipe against the edge of his ashtray, eyes steady beneath the shadow of his hat. Oh, Naruto isn't going to attack anyone without reason, he said, voice low, thoughtful. But you and I both know, if he's attacked first, he will strike back. And Tsunade has made sure he understands exactly what his rights are. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. Some seem to forget. He's a citizen of the Fire Country, and a shinobi of Konoha. That gives him protections. That gives him power. Legal power. Not that any of you ever treated him like he had any. Danzo's scowl deepened. He's a weapon. There it is again. That word. Not a boy. Not a shinobi. Not even a person. Just a tool, a thing to be used and molded. Hiruzen could practically see the gears turning in the man's mind. Danzo wasn't angry because Naruto was growing stronger, he was angry because he was growing independent. Good, Hiruzen thought grimly. Let him be angry. Across from him, Danzo's expression remained calm, but his mind was already racing. So the brat's being groomed properly now. Reinforced. Guided. He ground his teeth slightly, hidden behind a faint smile. Then it's time for Plan B. If the boy wouldn't come willingly, he'd be taken. Tsunade was still vulnerable, no matter how strong she acted. Her blood phobia hadn't disappeared. He'd exploit that weakness, and when the moment came, Naruto would vanish, and reappear under his control. He'll understand soon enough where his loyalty belongs. Fine, Homura cut in with a stiff voice, clearly not wanting to argue further. But if the boy does lose control, if he kills a villager, or a shinobi, you will take the blame, Hiruzen. And we'll expect you to pass the Hokage's hat. Hiruzen looked up, eyes sharp. Are you finished? He said coolly, not even trying to hide his disdain. Because I have actual work to do, like running the village. You're wasting my time. Koharu sniffed, Homura scowled, and Danzo gave one last calculating glance before they turned and exited the office, the heavy doors clicking shut behind them. The silence that followed was a relief. Hiruzen leaned back, letting out a long, slow sigh. Idiots, he muttered. Relics, the lot of them. He turned his gaze toward the open window, where the breeze filtered in along with the scent of sun-warmed wood and the distant sound of the village below. And there, crouched on the sill like he owned the place, was Jiraiya, grinning like a fox who just eavesdropped on a henhouse. Yo, the toad sage greeted, waving lazily. So, you ready for an update? Hiruzen arched a brow, already bracing for either something incredible or catastrophic. Let's hear it. Jiraiya's hands moved in a quick, practiced motion, forming a silent seal as the chakra pulsed discreetly through the office. A subtle shimmer rippled through the air, sealing the room from any prying ears or hidden listeners. The playful grin he'd entered with faded almost instantly. His usual mischief drained away, replaced by something far more serious, tight-lipped, heavy-eyed, and grim. Hiruzen's stomach sank. Whatever Jiraiya was about to say, it wasn't good. Itachi didn't kill the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya said quietly, every word hitting like a blade drawn slowly. Hiruzen froze. His pipe slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the desk. Forgotten. What? The name hit like a ghost. It had been years. Years of silence. Years with no new intel, only that one final report from Itachi himself after the massacre. That letter, soaked in blood, shame, and sorrow. And now Jiraiya was telling him it was a lie. Then who? The old Hokage asked, his voice lower, more cautious now. His fingers curled slowly on the desk, bracing for the storm. Jiraiya didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled out a folded piece of paper, photo quality, sharp, deliberate. He handed it to Hiruzen without a word. The third Hokage unfolded it. His breath caught in his throat. There, frozen in time, was a woman. A woman with sharp, noble features, pale skin, and long black hair tinged subtly with blue, every strand meticulously captured in the photograph. Her eyes glowed crimson with spinning Sharingan, madness dancing in the tomoe. A black cloak patterned with red clouds draped over her frame, unmistakable in its meaning. And on her face, a smile. Wide. Psychotic. Alive. Mikoto, Hiruzen whispered, his eyes wide. How? She died. Her body was found with Fugaku. Jiraiya shook his head. Blood clone, he said simply. Her grave's empty. I had it checked twice. Nothing but packed dirt and a false chakra signature. Hiruzen stared at the photo again, something ancient and cold curling in his gut. She's alive. And she's joined the Akatsuki. The silence was suffocating. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair slowly, as if the weight of this truth added a decade to his bones. His hand moved to his forehead, massaging the tension growing behind his eyes. And Itachi? He asked softly, already dreading the answer. Jiraiya's expression remained unchanged. He's dead. It's confirmed. His chakra signature has disappeared from the Anbu log. I had someone track it across the northern border, and the last flare was over a year ago, likely around the same time as the Uchiha massacre. There's been nothing since then. The old Hokage closed his eyes, his breath shallow. Everything he had believed, everything they'd recorded, sealed, mourned, wrong. It wasn't a massacre ordered by the village. It wasn't a prodigy corrupted by duty. It was something darker, more personal. And now she was with the Akatsuki. The same group hunting Jinchuriki. The same group Naruto would one day face. I have a very bad feeling about this. Hiruzen muttered, placing the photo down like it was a cursed relic, because if Mikoto Uchiha had survived that night, then the past wasn't buried. It had only just begun to surface. Jiraiya didn't speak right away. His fingers dipped into the inside of his cloak again. But this time his expression grew even more strained, less the grim alertness of a shinobi reporting bad news, and more the tight-lipped discomfort of someone about to reveal something deeply wrong. Not only that. He began quietly, but she's after Naruto. Hiruzen tensed. She's tracking him, specifically. Not for the nine tails. Not for power. For him. That alone would have been enough to shatter Hiruzen's calm. But Jiraiya wasn't finished. And my spy uncovered something else. Something worse. He pulled out another photograph, this one smaller, worn around the edges like it had been looked at too many times. You're not going to like this. He handed it over without a word. Hiruzen took the photo. His hand stopped halfway. The image hit him like a punch to the chest. It was a little girl, no older than 2, her cheeks full and round, her face bright and unaware of the darkness wrapped around her existence. She had long, black hair with a few streaks of unmistakable golden blonde bangs curled near her temples. Her crystal blue eyes stared up at the camera, full of light. And on her cheeks, 2 faint lines. Not scratches. Birthmarks. Whisker marks. Hiruzen's heart stopped. For a long, harrowing second, the weight of time itself dragged him backward, a memory. A much younger Naruto, around 6, standing nervously in the corner of his office. Eyes downcast. Voice barely above a whisper. Jiki. I don't like the lady with the black hair. Hiruzen had frowned, confused. Lady? She comes to my house. She brings food. Cleans. Says she's helping. But she always wants to hug me. She holds me too long. Sometimes she says weird things. She says she loves me. That had been Mikoto, Naruto's godmother. She had been granted permission, by him, no less, to check in on Naruto, to help, to protect him in his early years after Kushina and Minato's deaths. He thought she was grieving. He thought she was being kind. But Naruto had always looked uncomfortable around her. Skittish. Withdrawn. He thought it was because of the abuse from the villagers. From the orphanage. But now. No. No, Hiruzen whispered, his voice shaking for the first time in years. Jiraiya nodded grimly. The girl. We believe she's hers. And based on her age? She'd have been conceived after the massacre. After Mikoto disappeared. Hiruzen's hands trembled as he stared at the photograph. 2 years old. Uchiha jeans. Blonde bangs. Whisker marks. You think Naruto's the father? He asked hoarsely, not because he didn't already suspect it, but because his soul needed it not to be true. Jiraiya hesitated. I don't know. I hope not. But that girl. She's part Uzumaki. And she looks exactly like him. Hiruzen looked up at the ceiling, breath shallow, the guilt crushing down on him like a collapsed battlefield. You were supposed to protect him. You let a monster into his home. You gave her access. And now Mikoto Uchiha was alive. Mad. Part of the Akatsuki. And raising a child who might be Naruto's daughter, conceived through means Hiruzen didn't even want to imagine. I should have seen it, he whispered. I should have stopped it. Jiraiya didn't say anything. What was there to say? The damage was already done. Jiraiya leaned against the wall near the window, arms folded, eyes shadowed beneath his bangs as the silence stretched between him and Hiruzen. What my spy's telling me, he finally said, voice low, is that Mikoto's gone full mother wolf over the kid. Hiruzen looked up from the photo, still visibly shaken. She used a powerful genjutsu on some random rich family, Jiraiya continued. The kind of illusion that twists memories, emotions, identity. The family's raising the girl as their own, no questions, no suspicions. My informant is embedded with that circle, part of the Akatsuki's intel loop, and they hate Mikoto's guts. That's the only reason we're getting anything. He paused for a moment, then exhaled slowly. Honestly, I should have seen it coming, Jiraiya muttered bitterly. Back when they were all still kids, Mikoto. She had a thing for Minato. It wasn't subtle either. She was always polite, but there was this look in her eyes when she talked to him. His jaw clenched. And not just Minato, Kushina too. Hiruzen blinked, the implication sinking in fast. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. She admired them. Loved them, probably. And when they died, it must have broken something inside her. And then we gave her access to Naruto, thinking she was grieving. He closed his eyes. Stupid. He should have followed his gut all those years ago. Should have checked in. Should have kept tabs on Mikoto, especially after the massacre. Instead, they let their guard down, and Mikoto, calm, gentle, nurturing Mikoto, turned into something twisted and obsessive. And now there was a child. Possibly Naruto's Uzumaki. Namikaze. Uchiha. Jiraiya's stomach turned. Not even for the bloodline, which was ridiculous in power, but for what it meant. Naruto. A kid still learning who he was. Still struggling with everything he'd gone through. He wasn't ready for something like this. And how would he react to learning that someone who once claimed to care for him might have manipulated him? That he might be a father. Without even remembering? Gods, Jiraiya muttered under his breath, rubbing his face with both hands. Minato and Kushina are gonna kill me for this. If they were still alive? I'd be buried under the Hokage monument right now. Hiruzen didn't speak. He didn't need to. The photo on the desk said enough. And Tsunade, Jiraiya added, swallowing hard. If she finds out, she won't stop. She'll hunt Mikoto down. And I don't know if I could stop her. Silence. Jiraiya looked toward the window, his voice quieter now. Hell. I don't even know if I should stop her. Then the final thought came, cold, heavy, and undeniable. What's Naruto going to do when he finds out? He's still just a boy. And now he might be a father. Who's your spy? Hiruzen asked, his voice level but strained, like a man bracing himself for yet another weight to bear. Jiraiya didn't miss a beat. The vice leader of the group. That made Hiruzen pause. He didn't ask for a name. Maybe he knew better. Maybe he didn't want to know. But Jiraiya saw the flicker of curiosity pass across the old man's face before it vanished behind a tired, practiced mask. He didn't press. And Jiraiya was grateful. Because the truth was, he hadn't expected it either. Conan. She's still alive. He'd thought she was long gone, swallowed up by the chaos that birthed the Akatsuki. But then his contacts whispered the impossible, the angel lives. And she wasn't just a member, she was Pain's second in command. The cold, silent shadow behind the God King. But now she was his informant. He wasn't even sure why she reached out at first. A quiet signal. A coded phrase only the four of them, him, Yahiko, Nagato and her, would remember. Something from the early days. And when they met again, it was like staring into the eyes of a ghost. She had changed a lot. More mature and beautiful in a haunting way, still quiet, still carrying the weight of war like wings made of grief. He remembered how Yahiko once told him how they'd found her, how he'd saved her from being taken by slavers after her parents died during the Second War. Jiraiya never forgot the pain in Yahiko's voice. And he never forgot the way Conan had clung to the boy like a lifeline. She hated people who preyed on the weak, especially children. So, yes, she tolerated monsters. S-ranked missing men. Murderers. The delusional and the damned. But Mikado? Mikado disgusted her. The way Conan looked when she spoke about her. Jiraiya could still feel the cold in her words. The scorn. The disgust. For Conan, Mikado crossed a line. Not by killing. Not by joining the Akatsuki. But by taking advantage of a child. There were many things Conan could excuse. That wasn't one of them. Jiraiya leaned against the window frame, the breeze tugging at the ends of his hair, and watched Hiruzen stare down at the photo of the girl with blue eyes and black hair. The old man said nothing. He didn't ask who the spy was. Didn't ask what came next. Because maybe he already knew. They needed to shift the conversation to a lighter topic. So, Jiraiya said, raising an eyebrow, "How's Kakashi's team holding up?" Hiruzen didn't even look up from the report in his hands. A disaster. That got a grin out of Jiraiya. Elaborate. The third Hokage sighed, setting the folder aside. Kakashi doesn't like Sai. Sakura hates Sai, claims he keeps mocking her and insulting Sasuke. And Sasuke has already tried to kill him. 5 times. Jiraiya blinked. 5? Oh yes, Hiruzen said, puffing his pipe. Apparently Sai told Sasuke he had a tiny dick and asked how he planned to repopulate the Uchiha clan with it. Jiraiya nearly doubled over laughing. No way. Oh, it gets worse, Hiruzen added, lips twitching in reluctant amusement. Sai's also convinced Sasuke might actually be a girl. Apparently he said, you've got the voice, the attitude, and definitely the resting bitch face for it. Jiraiya wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Okay, Sai might be the hero we didn't ask for. Hiruzen chuckled lowly but didn't respond. His eyes drifted to the village beyond his office window, the warmth of the moment cooling slightly. Jiraiya leaned back in the chair across from him, still grinning. So how's Kakashi doing in therapy? You know, since he insisted he didn't need it at all. Hiruzen's smile faded. He hates it. Figured, Jiraiya muttered. Inoiki's handling him, Hiruzen continued, tone more thoughtful now. And Kakashi tells everyone he's fine, which, of course, means he's absolutely not. Jiraiya nodded slowly. Yeah. Typical. He's not improving quickly, the old Hokage admitted. But he's started talking more. About his father. About the White Fang's death. About the weight he's been carrying since he was 6. There was a silence between them for a moment. Not awkward. Just heavy. Kakashi was always the type to internalize everything, Jiraiya said softly. He took every death personally. Minato. Obito. Rin. Hiruzen gave a slow nod. I think he's only now realizing he never actually grieved. Just buried it and kept walking. Jiraiya crossed his arms, the grin from earlier gone. Do you think he's stable enough to train his team properly? Not yet, Hiruzen admitted. But he's trying. That's more than I could have asked of him 5 years ago. The toad sage was quiet for a moment, then smirked faintly. Well, at least Sai's keeping things entertaining and preventing Uchiha ego from ballooning out of control. Better Sai than Naruto, Jiraiya mused. That kid would have just pulled Sasuke's pants down in public and made a speech. They both laughed. For a moment, it almost felt like the old days. Then the wind shifted, and the weight of war, secrets, and shadows crept back in. Sasuke, you cannot burn Tora, Kakashi said, firmly gripping the boy's wrist before he could finish the hand seals. Let go, Sasuke hissed, eyes blazing. That stupid cat has pissed on me 10 times this month. 10. My Uchiha pride can't take this anymore. Kakashi blinked. You want to destroy a civilian's cat because of your pride? She did it on purpose, Sasuke shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at the tree branch above them. There, perched like a smug little demon queen, Tora the cat sat with her tail flicking lazily back and forth. Her eyes were half-lidded, unbothered, and her pink ribbon fluttered as if mocking the entire team. She licked her paw, then looked down and smirked. That smug smirk. Sakura stumbled up beside them, her face red and her hair disheveled. How? Is she so fast? She was never like this before. They had been chasing her for nearly 6 hours. 6. And still, nothing. Back when Naruto was on the team, they'd have caught her within 2. Maybe even 1. But now it was just this. They had Sai. They had Sasuke. They had herself. And Tora was winning. Sai sat a few feet away beneath the shade of a tree, calmly sketching in his notebook like none of this was out of the ordinary. The cat is channeling chakra throughout her body, he stated plainly. Its speed and evasion techniques are consistent with shinobi-level enhancement. Kakashi turned slowly to him. She's a cat, Sai. Yes. But a very spiteful cat, Sai said, flipping the page and drawing another stylized version of Tora triumphantly standing atop Sasuke's head while peeing on him. I must report this to Danzo-sama. Sasuke growled, visibly twitching. Sai paused in his sketch. Something inside his chest shifted, not anger. No, something warmer. His lips twitched. Was that a smile? He liked Tora deeply. The cat had a hate boner for Sasuke so strong it had become an art form. Time and time again, she humiliated the Uchiha heir, from clawing his expensive sandals to sabotaging his lunches with hairballs. And today? Today she outdid herself. 10 pissings. 1 smug expression. 0 regrets. Sasuke had suffered, and Sai had enjoyed every second of it. You are enjoying this, aren't you? Sasuke snarled, glaring at him. Sai looked up from his sketch, innocent as ever. No. But if you were any more incompetent, I'd assume you were doing it on purpose. Sasuke launched at him. Kakashi sighed, body flickering between them as Sasuke tried to strangle Sai, and Sai just leaned back like a smug doll with no survival instinct. Meanwhile, Tora let out a satisfied meow, stretched, and leapt to the next tree, taunting them with every graceful bound. Team Kakashi had officially been defeated by a cat. Again, the heavy double doors of the Hokage's office creaked open as Team 7 trudged in, visibly battered, not from battle, but from sheer frustration. Leaves clung to their clothes, Sakura's hair was wild, Sasuke looked one insult away from murder, and Kakashi. Well, Kakashi looked bored. But even he couldn't hide the faint tension in his shoulders. The third Hokage glanced up from his paperwork, already sensing disappointment. We failed to capture Tora, Kakashi announced dryly, flipping a page in his book without looking up. Behind him, Sakura let out a groan of shame, Sasuke scowled, and Sai looked mildly amused, like a scientist whose experiment had failed in the most entertaining way possible. But before Hiruzen could respond, a feminine voice spoke up from the other side of the office. These are the shinobi Konoha sends out. The fire daimyo's youngest daughter stood near the window, her arms folded elegantly across her chest. She was their age, around 13 or 14, with flowing hair, ornate robes, and a fan held delicately in one hand like a silent declaration of superiority. Sasuke twitched. Sakura bristled. And who do you think you are? Kakashi closed his eyes and sighed deeply. The third Hokage slowly turned to him, gaze flat and filled with tired judgment. You're getting a pay cut. Sai, ever the helpful saboteur, looked up with a deadpan smile. That is the fire daimyo's youngest daughter. Politically, she ranks higher than all of us combined. Sakura went pale instantly. Her mouth opened, then promptly shut. Sasuke, having nearly spoken, very wisely said nothing. His Uchiha pride hissed in the back of his mind, but it was overruled by a much louder, self-preserving voice reminding him that one word could mean no more Uchiha clan ever again. And that meant no revenge on his brother. No redemption. No clan revival. He folded his arms and stayed quiet. The girl huffed, flicking her fan once before speaking. Honestly, why can't all your ninja be more like Naruto-kun? That got the room's attention. Sakura blinked. Naruto? The girl's expression softened slightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. He caught Tora by himself in 30 minutes back in Four-Leaf Clover Town. He was quick, professional, and polite. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. You met Naruto? She nodded eagerly. Of course. He helped me find my mother's cat when I was visiting the countryside. He was wearing a Konoha forehead protector, so I know he's a leaf shinobi. She paused, then added, almost shyly, I was hoping to see him again. Maybe request him for future missions. He's very good with Tora. Sai immediately began sketching the girl's blushing face, mumbling something about unexpected romantic subplots. Sakura looked like she'd swallowed a lemon, and Sasuke suddenly found Tora even more infuriating, if that was possible. Kakashi, still calm on the outside, quietly flipped to the next page of his book, though internally, he was screaming. The third Hokage leaned back in his chair, amused despite himself. I'll send word when Naruto returns, he said diplomatically, steepling his fingers. And as Team 7 stood there in stunned silence, Hiruzen couldn't help but think, this generation is going to give me gray hair. Oh wait. Root underground facility, beneath Konoha. The chamber was silent, save for the slow, rhythmic sound of Danzo Shimura's cane tapping against the stone floor as he paced. Dozens of candlelight chakra lamps flickered dimly around the massive table in front of him, casting long shadows across maps, dossiers, and coded scrolls. Black inked red circles marked routes, villages, and choke points across the western region of the Fire Country. Begin briefing, Danzo commanded without looking up. A masked root operative stepped forward from the darkness. Target, Naruto Uzumaki. Current location, traveling along the western border of Fire Country under the escort of Tsunade Senju and her assistant, Shizune. Danzo's uncovered eye narrowed. And the pig? Yes, sir. The animal appears to be a medical summon or emotional support. Not relevant. Danzo waved that aside. Commence plan structure, he ordered coldly. We will break them piece by piece. He reached forward, tapping 3 spots on the map. Phase 1. Distraction and blood trigger. Tsunade's phobia is her weakness. Trauma is the tool. We will simulate a large-scale field massacre in the town 2 miles ahead of their route, slaughter villagers, civilians, children. Paint the town in blood and plant wounded survivors. Let her feel the carnage. Let her tremble again. She'll become a medic before a fighter, and the phobia will paralyze her. He turned toward his second agent. You will lead the Genjutsu division. Reinforce the illusion, force her to see dead children. Remind her of Nawaki. Yes, Lord Danzo. Phase 2, eliminate Shizune. He flicked his wrist, revealing a scroll that unrolled across the stone surface, revealing Shizune's known movements, counter Genjutsu scores, and chakra signatures. Shizune is not to be underestimated. She is to be neutralized first. Another masked root operative stepped forward, kneeling. A poison team will coat kunai tips with a triple agent compound, neuroinhibitor, paralysis, and delayed cardiac collapse. She will be attacked during the chaos from the blood illusion. 2 operatives will hit her with chakra needles to sever her ability to use medical ninjutsu. A third will shatter her chakra core. Danzo tapped the scroll hard. No fatal strikes. She will be used as leverage. Phase 3, Naruto capture. He turned his gaze to the center of the table. A black marker circled a forested junction along a narrow mountain path. Once Tsunade is debilitated and Shizune removed, we engage the boy. He will resist, expect taijutsu, clones, wind-style jutsu, and rudimentary seals. He is clever, fast, and emotionally driven. He gestured to the final scroll, sealed in black wax. Deploy the chakra-suppressing seal collar, designed to shut down Uzumaki levels of stamina and prevent clone replication. Inject him with chakra binder sedatives to stall the nine-tailed fox influence. A beat. If the seal fails, activate containment formation Delta 12. The room grew colder. That formation required 50 root operatives and would leave a mile-wide kill radius of scorched chakra. He didn't care. Alive, unconscious, and silent. Return him to Side Omega beneath Konoha. Danzo straightened, expression carved from stone. Let the world think Tsunade was killed in an ambush. Let the Hokage grieve her death. Let Naruto's body disappear beneath our care. He stared at the flickering candlelight. He will serve his true purpose. No more sentimental distractions. No more mercy. A long silence. Begin in 72 hours. No mistakes. Yes, Lord Danzo. The shadows bowed and vanished into the dark, one by one. Danzo stared at the maps, the firelight dancing in his one visible eye. Uzumaki Naruto will be mine. West Fire Country, forest path outside Yabusa town. The road ahead was strangely quiet. No birds. No bugs. No wind through the trees. Naruto slowed to a stop, his sandals scraping against the dirt trail. His eyes narrowed. "Tsunade Bakken," he said softly, eyes darting around. "Something's off." Shizune turned, instantly alert. "What do you mean?" "I dunno," Naruto muttered, scanning the treetops. "The air feels weird. Heavy. Like something's watching us." Tsunade frowned but kept walking. "Could be tension from the border. Keep your guard up." But Naruto didn't move. "Bakken. I mean it." That's when the smell hit them. Iron. Blood. It rolled in like a wave, fresh, thick, and too much to be natural. Ahead, just past the next ridge, a small village lay tucked into the valley. And the ground was red. Bodies strewn across the dirt paths, slumped against walls, some crushed, others burned. Children. Women. Men. All soaked in crimson. Shizune gasped and reached for her medical pouch. Tsunade stopped mid-step. Her eyes widened. Her breath caught. Then her legs buckled beneath her. "Tsunade-sama," Shizune shouted, grabbing her by the shoulder. But it was already too late. Tsunade was shaking, eyes fixed on something only she could see. Her lips moved soundlessly. Whispers of another place, another time. "Nawaki, blood on my hands. I couldn't save them." "A genjutsu. Tailored. Targeted." "Genjutsu," Naruto shouted. "Shizune-nichan, something's wrong." Shizune turned sharply just in time to dodge a barrage of chakra-laced needles that would have severed her nerves. She ducked, rolled, and landed behind a tree, eyes wide. From the canopy above, shadowy figures descended. No insignia. No chakra signature. Blank masks. Identical movements. But these weren't missing nin. They were trained. They were silent. They were root. Naruto stepped in front of Tsunade, who had dropped to her knees, hyperventilating. Her hands trembled as memories consumed her. Blood, torn flesh, Nawaki's smile fading, Dan's dying breath. "Snap out of it," Naruto shouted. "We need you. I need you." Another masked figure lunged at him from the side. Naruto ducked and threw a kunai, using the moment to shove Tsunade behind him. "You're a ninja now. Act like it." The forest exploded into chaos. Shizune weaved hand seals, sending out a pulse of chakra needles, expertly avoiding vitals. She slipped between two attackers, flipping over a trapwire meant to bind her limbs, her precision honed by years of medical discipline. She landed behind one of them and slammed a palm into his kidney. He crumpled silently. But there were too many. Naruto was fighting on instinct. He dodged a slash, tackled another to the ground, grunting as he took a hit to the ribs. Just grit, clones, and raw determination. He created 3 shadow clones and sent them into the fray, using them to push the attackers back from Tsunade. He took a blade to the shoulder and hissed in pain but didn't stop. "Tsunade," he shouted again, crouching beside her, shaking her shoulders. "They're coming for me, aren't they? You gotta get up. You're Tsunade of the legendary Sannin." She blinked, barely. Her hands clutched her shirt, as if holding in her own heartbeat. "I don't care about blood," Naruto snarled, turning back to face the attackers. "You want me? Come try." Another shadow dropped behind him, but Shizune was faster, slamming a kunai into the attacker's leg before he could reach Naruto. "Focus!" she barked, grabbing Naruto's shoulder. "We have to move." But more masked figures emerged, at least a dozen. One of them held a strange, gleaming seal etched into a metallic collar. A chakra suppression collar. Naruto's eyes widened. He pushed Tsunade behind a tree and turned to Shizune. "I'll hold them." "Don't be stupid." "I'm not," he shouted. "Get her out of here. I can fight." Shizune stared at him for one heartbeat too long, then nodded. A flurry of seals later, she vanished with Tsunade in a smokescreen, leaving Naruto standing between the enemy and the only people who believed in him. He was breathing hard, bleeding, but standing alone. "You think I'm just some kid you can take?" he growled, raising a kunai, blue eyes burning. "Try me." The woods were a blur of motion. Naruto dashed through the underbrush, chakra flowing to his feet as he vaulted over roots and ducked under branches, A trio of masked attackers hot on his trail. They're still following me. Good. He'd made sure to split away from Tsunade and Shizune, leading the root ambush squad in the opposite direction. It was a gamble, but it bought them time. And now it was his job to keep it that way. Another figure dropped from the trees ahead, kunai drawn. Naruto didn't stop. He slapped a paper tag onto a tree as he passed and grinned. The seal flared. Boom! The explosion sent the attacker flying as Naruto leapt through the smoke, forming a hand seal mid-air. Futon, Kaze Shuriken. Compressed wind screamed from his palm, forming a spinning crescent blade that tore through a falling enemy's mask, sending them crashing into the dirt with a strangled grunt. Two more closed in from behind. Naruto disappeared in a flicker, replacement jutsu, swapping himself with a log sealed to his hip. The root ninja landed where he'd been and immediately turned, but the tree trunk exploded, sending splinters laced with smoke pellets into their face. Naruto dropped down from the canopy behind them, kunai in hand, tags already preset. Snap. Trap tag number 14. Flash bind. The seal flared and burst with light, blinding them long enough for Naruto to drive a kunai into one's thigh and drop the other with a wind-propelled palm strike. He didn't linger. He moved. This wasn't about killing. It was about buying time. A blast of chakra from behind alerted him to another pursuit. 5 more. One of them had the chakra suppression collar out, glowing faintly with sealed script. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Not happening. He slid into a clearing he'd pre-tagged earlier, fingers dancing into a half seal. Formation seal, needle rain. Dozens of tiny paper tags along the trees detonated in a crisscross pattern, launching steel senbone from hidden slots. 2 root agents went down instantly, caught in the net of flying steel. The others scattered, their movements precise, but delayed. Naruto took the opening, spinning mid-air and launching another Kaze Shuriken, slamming it into one shoulder. Still not enough. He landed hard, breath shallow now, sweat dripping down his brow. Another masked operative lunged, but Naruto ducked low and drove a few ninjutsu tags straight into the shinobi's chest. Seal number 8. Muscle lock. The enemy froze mid-strike, body jerking, limbs locking in place as the seal took hold. Naruto stumbled back, panting, eyes flicking around. There were still more. And he was getting tired. Can't stop. Not yet. He heard a voice from behind him, another agent, this one faster, stronger. The one with the collar. Naruto turned to face him, breathing heavy. You're not taking me. The root ninja lunged. And Naruto, smiling through bloodied lips, threw his last scroll. Summon tag, smoke barrage. It burst in a cloudburst of black smoke, thick enough to blind even the best tracker. Naruto vanished inside it, using the shadows like cover, zigzagging through trees, forcing his enemies to follow him and only him. And somewhere behind him, far behind, now, Tsunade and Shizune had time to recover. Naruto ran. Branches whipped at his face. His breathing was ragged. His chakra was low. He had wounds on his side, on his legs, his shirt was torn, bloodied, and sweat-soaked. But he kept running. He had to. He didn't realize until too late that the terrain had changed beneath his feet. The soil had shifted. Chakra pulses thrummed faintly in the dirt. A seal. His eyes widened. Shit. The trap activated beneath him with a blinding flash. Boom. A wall of invisible force slammed into his chest, launching him into a tree. His back cracked against the trunk, and he crumpled to the ground, wheezing in pain. Before he could recover, thwick thwick thwick. Senbone needles flew toward him. Instinct took over. He twisted, rolling just in time, but not fast enough. One needle grazed his leg, slicing through muscle. Another embedded itself near his neck, just shallow enough to avoid full paralysis. But the liquid that coated it stung. Paralytic poison. They weren't trying to kill him. They were trying to take him. His fingers trembled as he pulled the needle out, eyes wide with panic, with rage, with the fire of a trapped animal. No. I'm not going back. I won't. Then they came. 6 of them. Fast. Coordinated. Unrelenting. The first slammed into him with a brutal punch to the gut, forcing bile into his throat. Another kicked his ribs, sending him tumbling through the dirt. A third pinned him by the arm and drove a knee into his shoulder. He felt something pop, a wide hot flash of pain. Another boot to the back of his head. Naruto's vision went white. He gasped, dragging himself across the dirt, coughing, spitting blood. One of his eyes was already swollen shut. Another root operative grabbed him by the collar and slammed him back first into a tree. Target secured. Naruto's hand twitched. Something flared inside his pouch. The operative leaned in, reaching for the chakra suppression collar. Naruto's fingers closed around a kunai. A tag was already wrapped around it. He whispered through broken lips. "Gotcha." The kunai ignited mid-thrust. He drove it into the man's throat. The explosion was small, contained, but precise. A sealing tag that expanded inward. The man jerked. Blood sprayed. He dropped instantly. Dead. Naruto landed on his knees, panting, covered in blood. His own end. He looked up. Looked at the body. Still. Motionless. Gone. Something in him froze. He didn't blink. Didn't scream. Didn't speak. He just stared at the corpse. Face unreadable. Chest rising and falling. Eyes wide. Silent. The wind rustled the leaves. Birds had long since gone quiet. He knelt there, blood dripping from his hand, staring at what he'd just done, what he'd been forced to do. But there was no reaction. Not yet. The body didn't move. Naruto still knelt in front of it, kunai slack in his hand, fingers trembling. The blood had soaked into the dirt beneath him. It clung to his skin, stained his nails, seeped into the cuts on his arms. The sharp, metallic scent curled in his nose, mixed with sweat and smoke and the aftertaste of burning chakra. He couldn't hear anything. No wind. No birds. Just his breathing, quick. Too quick. His chest tightened. His vision blurred, not from injuries. No, something deeper, deeper than the bruises, deeper than the cracked ribs and open wounds. "You killed him." He flinched, eyes darting to the body again. "He was going to hurt you. But you killed him." And then came the voices. Not real, not present, but so damn loud. "He's dangerous. Keep your kids away from him. He's not human." Monster. That thing in him, it's only a matter of time. One day those fangs'll come out, and he'll kill us all. Naruto's breath hitched. He clutched at his chest as if trying to rip the panic out of his lungs. No, stop, But the voices didn't stop. They were inside him. Buried in his spine, his ribs, his teeth. "You see those eyes? No child should look like that. That thing is a demon, not a boy. You'll see. He'll snap. They always do." His shoulders shook violently. He tried to stand, fell. Tried to breathe, but the air wouldn't come. He was suffocating in the forest, not from wounds, not from blood loss, but from the screaming inside. "I didn't mean to, I didn't want." His voice cracked, small, terrified. "I'm not a monster." No one answered. Only the trees. The blood. The silence. He curled in on himself, arms wrapped around his knees like they could shield him from everything he'd just done, and everything people said he would become. "I'm not like that," he whispered. "I'm not." But the blood on his hands told a different story. And he didn't know which one to believe anymore. The blood hadn't dried yet. Naruto remained curled in the dirt, knees tucked to his chest, arms wrapped tightly around them, head down. His entire body trembled. Shallow, frantic breaths rattled in his throat, but no words came anymore. He didn't see the masked figures stepping into the clearing. He didn't care. The remaining root operatives fanned out silently, weapons drawn, eyes scanning, but there was no resistance. No defiance. No chakra burst. No clones. No seals. Just a boy in the dirt. They expected a fight. What they got was a broken child. One of them cautiously stepped forward, kunai ready, waiting for the trap. Another began circling, watching for chakra build-up, movement, anything. Still, nothing. Naruto didn't move. He couldn't. Inside his head, the world was collapsing. "You're just like the monster inside you. It was only a matter of time. Look at what you've done." His hands clutched at his sleeves like a lifeline, trying to make himself smaller, until maybe they'd stop looking at him like that. Like he wasn't even human. Another root operative gave a silent signal. "Take him. Now." They struck fast. One kicked Naruto across the ribs. Another slammed a boot into his back, knocking him into the ground hard. A third grabbed his arm and twisted it behind him while another jammed a chakra-suppressing tag onto his chest. Naruto gasped, but didn't fight. He didn't scream. He didn't beg. He just whimpered. A quiet, broken sound. Like a child who knew better than to scream. They bound his wrists, slapped another seal onto the back of his neck, and began to drag him through the mud and leaves. And still, he didn't resist, because in that moment, Uzumaki Naruto wasn't a shinobi. He wasn't a Jinchuriki. He wasn't even a boy. He was just a scared, 6-year-old orphan who had finally proven the villagers right. And that hurt more than any wound ever could. Minutes before Naruto got his first kill, Tsunade was on her knees. Sweat clung to her skin, her breathing shallow. Her eyes were wide, locked on the blood-streaked ground, unable to tear away from the hallucinations, the imagined corpses, the broken limbs, the shredded flesh. Her hands trembled violently. She was trapped again, in another war. Another battlefield. But this time, it wasn't Nawaki. It wasn't Dan. It was Naruto. And she couldn't move. "Tsunade-sama," Shizune snapped, kneeling beside her, grabbing her by the shoulders. "You have to fight this. You have to." Tsunade didn't answer. "Damn it," Shizune hissed. Her voice cracked, raw with urgency, shaking with fear. "This isn't you. This is not the woman who carried me out of Suna territory with a broken leg and a punctured lung while laughing about how ugly the medics were." Tsunade flinched slightly. A twitch. "But now?" Shizune gripped her harder. "Now you're just lying here, trembling, like a frightened girl. And Naruto's out there fighting alone. Bleeding alone. Scared. Still nothing." So Shizune did the only thing she could. She hit her. A sharp, open-handed slap across the face. Tsunade's head turned with a blow, but her eyes finally focused. Shizune's voice dropped, trembling. "We promised Jiraiya. We swore to him that we would keep our eyes on that boy. That we would protect him. And now he's fighting for his life against assassins we didn't see coming, and you're lying here in the dirt, paralyzed by something you said you overcame." Tears welled in Shizune's eyes, but her voice only grew stronger. Fiercer. "You're Tsunade Sanju. You're not a coward. You're not helpless. You're not some fragile thing who breaks at the sight of red. You are the strongest female shinobi this world has ever known." Her hands shook as she gripped Tsunade's shoulders tighter. "What do you think Lady Kushina would say if she saw you like this? Huh?" That name struck deeper than any wound. Tsunade blinked. Shizune didn't stop. "She'd say, you let my son fight 50 shinobi while you froze. She'd say, you promised you'd look out for him. You said he was family. And then she'd ask you where you were, while her son was screaming for help." Tsunade's mouth opened. No sound came. "Where is that woman who threw boulders at Naruto to sharpen his reflexes? The one who forced him to stand up after every failure? The one who called him a shinobi when no one else would?" Shizune's voice broke, tears streaming freely now. "Where is Tsunade Sanju?" Silence. Then, Tsunade blinked once. Her breath caught. And she remembered. Not the blood, not the failure, but him. Naruto, panting but smiling, covered in bruises after 300 lamps. Naruto, holding his scroll like a diploma. Naruto, grinning and calling her Bakken like it was a sacred title. Naruto saying, "Thanks, old lady. You're kind of scary, but you're also kind of awesome." Her trembling stilled. Her eyes sharpened. And her hands curled into fists. "I'm going to kill whoever touched my boy," she growled. Shizune exhaled shakily, and smiled. There she is. Back to present time. Naruto didn't move. His head hung low, arms bound behind him, legs dragging across the dirt as 2 root agents hauled him forward. He was limp. His body beaten. His chakra sealed. But worse than that, his eyes were empty, wide, glassy. No fire. No glare. No stubborn smirk. Just a broken, childlike blankness. He didn't even flinch when one of them kicked him in the side to wake him up. He didn't cry. He didn't scream. He just shook. Softly. Subtly. Like a small boy on a cold night, trying to survive a world far too cruel. And that's exactly what Tsunade saw when she arrived. Not a soldier. Not the container of the 9 tails. Not the next hope of Konoha, but a child. Her child. And someone had dared to break him. Tsunade didn't shout. Didn't announce herself. She simply appeared. One moment, silence. The next, a fist slammed down like the judgment of the gods. Crack. The ground exploded. One of the root agents vanished, not thrown, but reduced to pieces, crushed beneath the seismic shock of Tsunade's heel. The others turned, too slow. Target. Boom. She moved through them like a storm made flesh. A palm strike shattered another operative's ribcage. He didn't scream. His lungs were gone. The sheer force hurled his corpse through a tree trunk. Blood sprayed across Naruto's face. He didn't blink. "Stop her!" one of them shouted, sealing tags flying. Tsunade ripped through it all. A sword met her arm, and snapped in half as her fist slammed into the attacker's face, flattening it into the dirt with a wet, Bone-crunching smash. The chakra suppression tag meant for Naruto floated in the air for a brief second, then disintegrated under the force of the next blow. Two tried to flee. One didn't make it past the first leap. Her foot crushed his spine mid-air, snapping it like a twig. The other, Tsunade, threw a kunai laced with her chakra so hard it tore through his chest plate and pinned him to the tree like a bug on display. The forest fell silent again. Only the wind. Only the blood dripping from her knuckles. Tsunade stood in the center of the carnage, chest heaving, surrounded by the remains of a dozen trained assassins. The smell of iron and burned flesh hung thick in the air, but she didn't smell it. She didn't see it. All she saw was Naruto, curled on the ground, still trembling, still not saying a word. Her fists unclenched. Her breath caught. She dropped to her knees beside him, slowly, so slowly, and reached out. "Naruto," she whispered, her voice hoarse. He flinched. She froze, hand hovering above his shoulder. "It's me. It's Bakken." Nothing. She carefully touched him, pulling him against her chest, hugging him tight. He didn't hug back, but he didn't pull away either. Tsunade's grip tightened, her chin trembling. "I'm sorry I wasn't there." She buried her face in his hair, holding him like the world might try to take him again. "But I'm here now." 2 days later, Tanzaku quarters. The soft morning sun filtered through the rice paper windows of the modest inn room, dust particles swirling lazily in the golden light. Outside, the distant hum of the waking village mixed with the calls of merchants and the clatter of wagons, but in this quiet room, time felt slower. Still, Naruto Uzumaki stirred. His brows furrowed slightly as the sunlight crept across his face, nudging him from an uneasy sleep. His lashes fluttered open, revealing dull, tired blue eyes. The ceiling above him was unfamiliar, unlike the old inn they'd stayed in before. Where? His instincts kicked in before his memory did. Chakra pulse. Sensory scan. He reached out through the natural stillness, stretching his awareness. He felt them. Shizune, Tauntaun, and Tsunade. His heartbeat eased. Just a little. The pillow beneath his head shifted with each breath he took, rising and falling with warmth. He blinked again, then slowly tilted his head upward. Tsunade. His head was resting on her lap, her back against the wall, arms folded, chin tilted down slightly as she dozed. But even in sleep, Naruto could tell she wasn't fully unconscious. Not with how her breathing was steady but alert, muscles lightly tensed. He'd seen it before. A shinobi never truly sleeps. They hover, half awake, half dreaming, waiting for the next explosion, the next ambush, the next failure. A shinobi should never let down their guard. Shizune had once told him, "Light sleep keeps you alive longer than courage does." His eyes drifted to the far wall. A hanging calendar. One of those cheap ones with painted birds and seasonal flowers. The little red ink square over the date made his stomach tighten. 2 days. It's been 2 whole days. Since He swallowed hard. The phantom smell of blood curled at the edge of his senses. The sharp, metallic sting of it. The warmth on his hands. The cracking sound of impact. The silence afterward. His chest started to rise and fall a little faster. No screams. No punches. No lectures. Just silence. He closed his eyes. Breathe. Breathe. He counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Naruto? His eyes snapped open. Tsunade was awake now, blinking blearily, eyes locking onto his. Her voice wasn't stern. It wasn't even loud. Just soft. Fragile. Her honey-brown gaze searched his face, and Naruto could see it. The worry. The guilt. And something else. Something he wasn't ready for. He opened his mouth to answer, but the words wouldn't come. And Tsunade slowly reached out, brushing her thumb gently against the edge of his temple, like she wasn't sure if he would flinch. "How are you feeling?" Naruto looked at her. Then away. Then up again. And then. He said nothing, but his bottom lip trembled, just a little. Naruto bit down on his lower lip so hard he tasted copper. The panic had faded, but in its place was something colder. Quieter. Familiar. He did what he always did when the weight felt too much, when he was on the verge of breaking down like a child who had just been told he was too monstrous to be hugged. Too dangerous to be loved. He buried it. Shoved it all deep into that part of himself where the screaming never stopped, where the aching never healed. And smiled. That practiced, fox-like grin spread across his face, crooked, too wide, too bright for someone who had blood under his fingernails and the smell of iron still trapped in his nose. He closed his eyes, because if he opened them, she'd see it. The pain. The guilt. The fear. Everything. "I'm fine," Naruto said, that grin never wavering. "You look like crap, Andy Tsunade." "Just like always." Playful. Deflecting. Pretending nothing was wrong. Tsunade didn't smile. Didn't even blink. Her eyes scanned him with precision honed from decades in the field, decades in surgery rooms and war zones, and years spent patching up the broken, both inside and out. He was closing his eyes again. Classic deflection. He always smiled when he didn't want to cry. It wasn't just a habit, it was a reflex. A survival mechanism. The same way soldiers wrap wounds with cloth soaked in liquor because that's all they have. And the worst part? He believed it worked. Tsunade looked down at him. Really looked. His posture was loose, but too loose. Like his joints ached. His breathing was calm, but too shallow. Like he was trying not to feel the rhythm of his heart. His hands, curled lightly in his lap, were clean. But she could still see the tremble in his pinky, so subtle even Shizune might have missed it. But she didn't. Because she was Tsunade Senju. Sanin. Medic. Goddamn shinobi. And right now, her patient wasn't bleeding out from kunai wounds or cracked ribs. He was bleeding from the soul. He's trying to hold it together, she thought, her jaw clenching. But he's barely hanging on. She remembered when Jiraiya first asked her to take Naruto. She hadn't been sure at first. Not because she didn't care, but because she wasn't sure she had anything left to give. What was a broken woman supposed to do for a broken boy? But then she saw him, watched how he sat too straight at the dinner table. How he used to flinch when Shizune raised her hand to tie her hair. How he ate too fast. How he joked too loud. He didn't act like a kid, because no one had ever let him be one. Over the last month, they'd run him through training, healing, and informal therapy sessions disguised as casual conversations. Shizune had taken the lead at first. She was better at that sort of thing, but even Shizune admitted Naruto always seemed tense around her, especially early on. It took time to notice the pattern. The way he avoided eye contact with Shizune when her hair was down. The way his posture stiffened slightly around civilians with black hair. The way he always sat with his back to a wall. Tsunade had theories. Nothing confirmed. But too many signs were lining up. Her hands slowly curled into fists, resting on either side of Naruto's head. That damn village. That damn council. That damn civilians. The three elders and the damn shinobi who treated him like shit. Naruto kept smiling. Eyes shut. Guard up. She wanted to scream. To shake him. To hold him. But she didn't. She stayed still, watching his chest rise and fall, memorizing the pattern. Then he muttered something, quiet. Too quiet. She leaned in closer. It wasn't supposed to feel that easy. Her eyes widened. Naruto's fake smile was still there, but now she could see it twitch. Then his shoulders tensed. And he whispered, barely audible, "I didn't even hesitate." Naruto kept his eyes shut tight. Like if he opened them, the weight would crush him. He took a breath, but it came out shattered, like glass in his throat. I did what you taught me," he said softly, voice barely above a whisper. Tsunade stayed silent. Still. Letting him speak. Letting him break. "Me and Shizune. We practiced sealing, traps, misdirection. You said use what I got. Think ahead, make them pay for chasing me. So I did." His fists clenched at his sides, nails biting into his palms. "I didn't hesitate," he whispered. There was no pride in his voice. Only something cold. Hollow. "I set the tags when I was running. Lured them right into it. I triggered at the moment I heard one of them step on the wire." He shuddered. "I didn't even wait to see if they'd surrender. Or if they'd get back up. Everything went to hell so fast. 6 of them came at me, no hesitation, no mercy. They knocked me to the ground like I was nothing. I heard one of them say, 'Target secured.' Like I wasn't a person. Just something to be captured." One of them reached for something, maybe a seal, maybe a chain, I don't know, but I didn't think. I just moved. I jammed a kunai into his throat. There was a tag on it. An explosive. He didn't even scream. He just disappeared and red. His blood was all over me. Sticky. Warm. It reeked of metal and death. And for a second, it was like I was back in Konoha again. Hearing their whispers. See? It was only a matter of time. The monster finally snapped. We knew he'd kill someone eventually. They were right, weren't they? I did what I was trained to do. I protected myself. but all I could feel was their voices echoing in my head, calling me the thing I've always been afraid I am. Then, a sound she had never heard from him. A broken, trembling sob. He was crying. Not loud. Not dramatic. But real. Honest. Shattering. At first, it was just the twitch of his lips. Then a shudder in his shoulders. Then the first tear slipped from the corner of his closed eye. I tried to be better. I tried not to hate them. I smiled. I trained. I let it all go. I wanted to be someone. Someone good. More tears followed. Quiet. Relentless. But it was so easy. Too easy. Like it was always there, waiting. And when it was done, I didn't feel anything. He gasped for breath as if the weight of guilt was choking him. And then I felt everything. Tsunade didn't speak. She didn't have words. She only leaned forward, wrapping her arms around him, pulling him close, letting him bury his face into her chest like a little boy. She held him tightly, ignoring the wetness spreading on her shirt, ignoring the tremors racking his small frame. She stroked his hair like a mother would. And for once, Naruto didn't pretend. He sobbed, screamed into her chest, whispered apologies to people who weren't there, to names she didn't recognize, to shadows that still haunted him, to himself. She didn't stop him. She only whispered, "I'm here. I've got you." And for the first time in years, Naruto let someone have him. Tsunade held him until the shudders in his chest quieted, until his fists loosened against her shirt, and his tears dried into the cloth. He was still. Too still. She could feel the weight of everything pressing down on him, his silence, his guilt, his fear. And in that moment, she knew he was close to breaking again. So she spoke, not as the Slug Princesses, not as a shinobi, not even as his aunt, but as someone who had stood in the blood-soaked fields of war, once just a girl herself, covered in the blood of others and trembling beneath his strong front. "You're just like your mother. You know that?" She felt him stiffen in her arms, not with fear, but with a quiet, sharp surprise. Like hearing a language he hadn't realized he knew. He didn't speak. He barely breathed. So she continued, her voice was quiet, too quiet for someone like her. It wasn't the sharp, commanding tone she used in battle, or the biting sarcasm she wielded like a kunai during arguments. No. This one was softer. Older. The kind of voice someone uses when they're speaking to ghosts more than people. "She had her first kill around your age," she said, eyes distant, lost in another time. "Maybe a little younger. 11, 12 at most." Naruto didn't say anything. Just sat there, quiet. Listening. It was near the end of the Second Shinobi War. Her squad had been running a recon mission near the border with Grass. Thought it'd be simple. It never is. She leaned back against the wall, one hand resting over her heart like she could still feel the beat of a battlefield long buried. Her other hand was rubbing the top of Naruto's head. They got hit. Hard. Ambush. Traps. Paper bombs. 1 minute they were walking. The next, they were bleeding. Broken ribs. Poisoned kunai. Concussions. Screams. She was the only one still standing. Tsunade looked down at Naruto now, but his eyes were on the floor, jaw tight. Still listening. She could have run. Should have, maybe. She was just a kid. But she didn't. When the enemy came at them, grown men, Chunin, grinning like they'd already won, she didn't freeze. She moved. A pause. She drew her katana and cut down the first one that charged. Then the second. Then the third. She didn't scream. Didn't cry. Just kept moving. Kept killing. By the end of it, the field was silent. And she was standing in the middle of it. Alone. Soaked in red, shaking, but still holding her sword. Tsunade exhaled slowly through her nose, voice thick with something old and bitter. They called her the Crimson Death after that. That's how she got her first nickname. Not because she wanted it. Not because it was some title to be proud of. But because that day, that girl stopped being a child. She looked at him again, softer this time. Not a general to a soldier, but something closer. Something quieter. She never forgot the sound a dying man makes when he realizes it's over. You don't forget that. You just learn to live with it. When she came back to Konoha that night, Tsunade's voice dropped to almost a whisper, the kind that lingers in the corners of a quiet room. She smiled. She let the word hang in the air like it didn't belong there. She joked with the gate guards. Laughed at something dumb one of them said. picked up some bowls of ramen from her favorite stall like it was just another Tuesday. Like she hadn't stepped in blood hours before. Her gaze unfocused, slipping somewhere far beyond the walls of the room. A memory. A wound that hadn't quite closed. But when I got home, her lips tightened. I found her curled up in the hallway. She hadn't even made it to her room. Just collapsed there, halfway through the door. Shaking. Crying into her hands like the world was ending. Naruto didn't look up, but she could feel it, the way his shoulders tensed, the shallow pull of his breath, like he was trying not to make a sound. She kept whispering, over and over. "I'm a monster. I didn't even think. I didn't even stop." Like saying it enough times would make it untrue. Tsunade's grip on his shoulder tightened, not harshly, but firmly. Grounding. I held her. Just like this. A beat of silence passed. Then another. Then she leaned down slightly, enough to be sure he could hear her, truly hear her. And I told her the same thing I'm going to tell you now, Naruto. He froze. Just a fraction. But it was enough. His breath hitched. His throat worked like he was swallowing glass. "You're supposed to feel this way," she said gently, but without flinching. "That knot in your chest? That dull ache in your stomach? The way your mind replays it even when you don't want it to? That sick, twisted guilt that gnaws at you when you're alone?" Her hand moved to his cheek again, soft, like her grandmother once did for her. "That's what makes you human." She paused for a bit and letting the sentence hang in the air, then, her voice cut through the silence, not loud, not sharp, but steady. Steadier than he felt. And somehow, that made all the difference. "The moment you stop feeling anything after taking a life," she said, her tone a thread sewing the frayed edges of his heart, "that's when you've lost yourself. That's when you stop being a person. And start becoming the weapon they want. The monster they already whisper about behind your back." Her fingers moved with infinite care, brushing his hair back, cupping the side of his face like he might shatter if she touched him too hard. "Tell me the truth, Naruto." He blinked, jaw clenched tight. But he wouldn't look away. Her voice was softer now, so soft it hurt. "Did you enjoy it?" His breath caught, like the question had reached down and wrapped around something buried in his chest. A long silence followed. Then, barely more than a whisper, like the answer was trying to crawl its way out of a cracked throat, came the truth. "No." His voice trembled. Raw. Honest. Painful. "I hated it." Tsunade didn't speak for a moment. She just gave a single, slow nod. The kind that spoke more than words ever could. "Then you're not a monster." It hit him like a punch to the lungs. His body trembled, but it wasn't fear this time. It wasn't dread. It was something breaking. Something deep. Something he'd held onto for too long. A knot of guilt, fear, and shame coming undone all at once. And in its place, something else took root. Her hand didn't leave his face. She just leaned forward, pressing her forehead gently against his, her eyes closed, her voice barely above a breath. "This world doesn't care if you're ready," she whispered. "It doesn't wait until your hands stop shaking or your heart understands what it means to take a life. It just throws you into the fire and hopes you don't burn." She pulled back just enough to look at him again. "But listen to me, Naruto. You still get to choose. After the blood. After the screams. After the silence settles and the guilt creeps in. You decide who you become next. Not them. Not the past. You." She brushed her thumb beneath his eye, wiping away the last tear that clung there. "You don't have to carry this alone." Naruto's lips parted like he wanted to say something, but no words came. Just the sound of his breath hitching, and the weight on his chest growing just a little lighter. In that moment, he didn't feel like the demon child, or the killer, or the shinobi. He felt like a boy. Finally being told he was still allowed to be human. They sat in silence for a long moment. No words. Just the weight of everything Tsunade had said still hanging in the air like thick mist after rain. She didn't push him. She didn't need to. Some wounds don't need pressure, they just need time to breathe. Tsunade let her words do their work. She could feel them settling into him, curling around his thoughts like bandages over a fresh cut.